Hi. Hope you guys are out there having a good day or a good night or a good evening, whichever works for you. We are here to play Virche tonight. I planned on playing earlier today. It's been a weird day. I had some stuff to do in the morning, so I was like, it's fine. I'll just stream after I get back. And then our live sale got canceled today, so I didn't go to Samurai Comics to a live sale tonight. But I still didn't start streaming early. I'm just tired. But I had a commission come in. Look how cute she is. This was done by Benny. I saved her username and I've already forgotten it. This is too many windows. I had too many windows open. This is all my own fault. Hang on. But this is a cute little, it's a your character's here thing. I asked if I could have the bunnies. I can't actually remember if I asked for both or if I just asked for one. I think I just said Chomper. But she did caramel, and look how angry Chomper is. It's so cute. I love it so much. So her name is on Twitter, if you want to follow her there, it's Beniko Art. So BENIKOART. And this is the adorable art I got, which is so cute. It's killing me. I like, ooh, wait, I realized when I saw it, like it could fit here pretty good. So I stuck it over here. I think it looks so cute. I love it. We actually have more art I can possibly commission soon because I got another payout from Twitch. I don't make a lot, but I appreciate you guys for subbing and watching ads because it means I can buy little cute things like this and put it on the channel and make the channel cuter. I'm thinking about what I want to do next. I know I already said I wanted to get a different starting screen to match when I do horror stuff, but I don't know if that's going to be the next one or not. All right. Oh, that's right. I gotta switch this back, don't I? Hang on. We were playing Breath of the Wild last time, so I had switched everything up. I'm gonna disappear because sometimes when I drag the camera, it freezes. And then switch the bases. All right. Oh, we did it! Hi! So we finished Eve's new ending. I didn't mean to do that first, but that's what we ended up doing. So we're gonna go back. We're going to get the other two, which is the continuation in the bad story and the continuation. Yeah, time for despair. We want to start with despair. Do you want to start with the second ending for the happy one? Because the happy one still ended poorly. Like neither one were good endings. I was justice for Eve's. Like, I'm not sure. Despair. All right, since Blue says it, we're gonna do it. All right, and then I kept being silly. All right, I would just that's the new one. All right, side and right. Am I wrong? I prefer bad news first. I feel like it's all bad. No, this is right. Delicota. Okay. As a reminder, I don't speak French. So all the French words don't get good for me. All right. Despair. Desespoir. That's how it's spelled. I'm pretty sure I did it right. Honestly, I feel like they're both gonna be bad news. This is their favorite thing to do to us, is hurt our feelings. Blues. Alright, you played this one, right? Is this one you didn't play? So I might need to explain something to you. I'll give you a second. I've not played. Alright. So in Eve's bad ending. Oh, it's so tragic. So in Eve's bad ending, they set this field on fire. And they're in this field. And he basically burns to a crisp. Cirrus loses her mind. You would have cried in the original if you watched the original for sure. It's depressing. Honestly, I cried in the last one. I wasn't even thinking I was going to. I was like, I don't usually cry while I'm playing. It's usually after when I'm rethinking it, going, wow, that's really sad. I actually cried last time. He burns to a crisp. Cirrus loses her literal mind. She's like kissing his burnt to a crisp corpse and like hearing his voice. So that's how the bad one ended. How can this go on? Damn, I'll be sobbing. Yeah. I don't know how this can continue. There's some endings where I'm like, maybe they don't need to continue it. Like when Lucas is dead, maybe we don't need to go to hell and like get penance. I don't feel like it's necessary. Shane's genetic modification system was out of control. It turned Leah into a manifestation of a Lycoris, causing death simply by being near other humans. Oh yeah, she's also like covered in flowers because she's covered in Lycoris blooms. It was a weird ride. I confronted her on the field of Lycoris Norigis that had protected for so long.
最後にたどり着く場所がここだなんて。
Let's get a recap what I just told you.
運命とか感じちゃうよね。
Look at this man. Look at this man with his burned face from being in a fire already. Of all the places I'd find you, I guess fate likes to play games. In the middle of the blazing field of Lycoris Norigis, I felt my heart seize at the sight of the flames that burned my face, all the while watching the toxins consume her body.
一人で死なせ。
Ads, oh no! I talked too long. I won't let her die alone. One step.
逃がさない。
I won't let her escape. Another
絶
step.
対に。
Never again. I pushed through the storm, fire, and toxins. My love was the only thing that moved me towards the one who despaired over her own existence. Don't do it! I could hear her anguish cry amidst the crackling of flames, but her noble refusal wasn't enough to turn me away. He's covered in blood. Powerful flames seared my skin and throat, but I suppressed my agony and broke through the last fiery wall.
お迎えに上がりました。リコリスの姫君。どうか俺をいかなる時もそばに。
Lycoris Hime. Oh, that was fun. What ads did you get? Were they good ones? Are they decent? I've come for you, my dear princess of the Lycorises. Please allow me to stay by your side forever. I don't know if this is showing, by the way. I picked this top because it's blue, and he's like a blue person. Blue coated? I don't know what the right word is. Car and insurance ad. They go hand in hand. I knew it was a cliche to say but it expressed my feelings for her. Man, look at her on fire. She looks so good. Mocking me because I don't drive? Same. High five. I'm very old for someone that does not know how to drive. I had someone ask me recently, I'm like, really, it never was a problem. Like, one, I'm okay with being a passenger. I've been a passenger forever. For like, I'd say at least 5 or 6 years, we also just didn't have a car. People act like cars are free. They're not. It was cheaper not to have one. I could walk to work. I can't anymore actually. I was gonna say I can still walk, but I actually switched jobs, so my other job is not as close as my previous job. But I live in a metropolis. So, right, is that the right word? And there's public buses, and for $4 a day, I can get anywhere I want. For just $4 in the city. It's crazy. I saw an accent straight on when I was studying the booklet. You know, my very first time behind the wheel of a car when my mom was like, I'm going to show you how to drive, I hit the brakes too hard. She started screaming at me and I was just like, I'm done. I don't want to do this. It's cool. I don't need to learn. I'm fine. I'm all right. I want to learn only because then it'll make it a little bit easier if I want to go somewhere my sister doesn't. So far, she's fine with... She's like that mom that sits in a car, like, at soccer games, you know what I mean? She's like that for me. I like to go thrifting. She does not care for thrifting. So she'll sit in the car, and then I'll send her photos of things I think she might be interested in, or not. And then... I could just go thrift by myself, I guess. Just one step more, then I could finally reach her. All this to learn to thrift by myself, imagine. She was the one and only person in this world I could love with my entire heart. Yeah, even if she sought death.
絶望しながらでもいい。俺のそばにいてくれ。 最後の瞬間まで。
It's okay to wallow in despair as long as she stays by my side until the very end. Ooh, perhaps I should have said this to her. Or maybe I should have waited for her reply. Or just maybe there was another option. Just as I was about to take the last step, a red storm enveloped my entire body. It was too late for me to react. I looked into her widened eyes. No! Ah! I was swallowed by crimson flames. I can't scream like that, not in my house. Hot, 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 hot. My lungs were instantly charred and my skin began to melt beyond the pain and endless heat. Rather than being burned alive, I felt the horrible sensation of melting on the spot. With each crackling sound, I felt my life being reduced to ash. I forgot how bad this is. I forgot how bad burning alive is. Jeez. It's so bad, right? This is exactly what happened before. Yves! I could see her crying and calling my name. I wanted to comfort her immediately, but my throat could no longer scream. So this was what dying was like. Ah, mood. I would soon die and leave her behind still. I don't want to give up. I struggled desperately, stumbling and trying to reach out to her. Just a little more, I could touch the hand she extended to save me. This scene also, in the original, in the good ending, I think it is the one with my favorite CG of all time. We'll take a pause because it's so dramatic here. I think it's actually on the back of this. I've lied. It's not on the back of this, but it was one of the ones that was shown as like a, look at this lovely video game that you could play, and he's like in that field of fire, offering her the Lycoris flowers, and he's just like, take them. They're yours. And I'm like, all right, I would love a man who would stand in a field that's on fire to give me flowers. Hot dog. How dare you? A voice echoed in my mind. How dare you abandon us? You killed us. Hundreds of dreadful voices. Are we going to hell again? Romance at its peak. Honestly, it was great. I was really excited for this game because of that scene alone. And then I like went through all the guys and I was like, actually, he's not even my favorite, which I thought was great, but honestly, he deserves so much more.
Eve. Nande?
Hugo? To my defense, I haven't played Virche, but isn't this a landscape? Shouldn't it be a little fluffier? Technically, it was on fire. Are you talking about the field? Oh, Fandis. Yes, yes, yes. Sorry. I thought you meant like how the background was drawn. Yes, but also no. So if you haven't played Virche, the original is, it doesn't have good and bad endings. It has salvation and despair endings. And salvation, I said it in one of my streams for the first time I played the game, salvation doesn't always mean good. So the salvation ending for this specific character isn't a good ending either. It's just like more peaceful. They have the more peaceful ending and then bad ending. So the game having dark endings kind of just fits its already existing expectations. Although this has some new content which we haven't gotten to yet, which is like the history of one of the characters on the island, and then an alternate ending for my understanding for the character that you couldn't even romance in the first game. So we'll see how it goes. We're about halfway through it at this point. That sounded like Hugo, right? Yves, why? The biggest shadow whispering in my ear was the one of my dear partner. Oh shit. First off, Hugo, you weren't honest with your feelings. That was your bad. And I'm still gonna forgive you. I'm still gonna forgive you. Why didn't you understand my feelings? Why did you let me die alone? He didn't let you die alone. You died from heart failure. You died from a broken heart. He didn't know that was gonna happen.
ずっとそばにいた俺よりも
あの死神の方が大事だったのかよ。
Was death more important than the partner who was with you all these years? Ah. I would have let him die alone. There's some really bad characters in this game. Hugo, in my opinion, still is one of them. I understand that it's an alternate ending, but like, nah. Nah. And in every other ending, he wasn't bad, but like, nah. It's also gaslighting me. If there's an ending where you choose, he's like, kill yourself, and you do it, and he just watches you, and the alternate is him going like, I wasn't really gonna have you do it. You're a liar. Like, you lied. You lied. Is death more important than the partner who was with you all of those years? I mean, death is pretty cute. I just thought about 9 RIP suddenly. Death. Death has a face now, guys. My mind froze from his resentment. I'm so stoked to see if you're gonna hate or like Yang from PO40. Dang. I need to. I have some stuff happening soon, but I have all the intention of like doing a 12-hour stream for PO40 on one of those days. Like, probably for my first one, just so I can kind of get a jump into it. But I'm so excited to get to PO40. I'm so excited. That's not...
違うなら俺を置いていかないでくれ。
I also might have a small morning stream tomorrow just so I can play Him and the Flower that... Him, the Smile and Bloom. Name does not roll off my tongue still. PO40 was my first Otome. Amnesia was mine. I started with a dark one. If not, then don't leave me behind, Yves. Hugo, no. Yves, I know you like him, but I don't. Don't worry. He was a fake. Hugo would never say such a thing. That's... Depends on which Hugo you're talking to. The real Hugo would scold me and say that I need to do my best to keep her safe. I knew that.
ああ、俺たちは唯一無二の相棒だろ。
PO40 first is bold. I felt Amnesia first was pretty bold, but I haven't played that one, so I can't verify which one would be more bold. Amnesia had a guy put you in a cage and like let you die, and had one of the love interests murder you multiple times. And he's still one of my favorite characters. There's something wrong with me. Hey, we're each other's partner, right? I couldn't move my body anymore.
なら俺と共にここで死んでくれるよな。
I don't know what I was getting into. Yang was a surprise. That's the same voice actor. Yang is the voice actor of... Wait, Yang is the same voice actor as Anku, right? Is it Anku? Amnesia is a staple in Otome. When I did my Otome panel last year at Sabo, when I said Amnesia, it was like a room full of people going like, ah. Like they all knew. I was so shocked when he became my favorite. But he's got an eye patch. Hang on, it's right over here. I have my entire collection over here. It used to be on camera, but my new setup kind of put it off to the side. Yeah, Yang's the one with the eye patch, right? That second guy. Oh, please focus. You can do this. That guy, that's Yang, isn't it? Isn't it? See, I'm interested in the guy with two-toned eyes. Because I'm biased towards that for some reason. And then the main guy, I think, looks really attractive. The one that's on the front with the gun. Yang is red. The redhead. Oh, shoot. Wait. You mean the one that looks like he's from Hunter x Hunter? The one that looks like... How did I forget his name? I have a bag with him on it. Oh, gosh. I can't think of his name today. I'm too tired. Hisoka. Hisoka? Hisoka? That's right? That sounds like it. How's Yang your favorite? I get that he has a sexy voice, but sometimes it's a red flag. I'm excited. I'm so really excited. And I have the fan disc to this one as well. I have them both. So if I want, I could continue it. Oh my gosh. Also, I found more of my Kirby figurines. I have a Waddle Dee over here. I've been questioning it myself too. Oh man. Blue's just in the corner, just sitting down going, I don't know what I've done. That means you'll die with me now, right? Right? Stop, my brother. Hugo, he doesn't want to be your brother. He wants to be your boyfriend. I see. So this was my punishment for not realizing your true feelings until now. Oh wait, did you realize? But the flames of judgments that took the form of a false Hugo. He's ever gone like, we're partners. This is my best friend forever. I've been here longer than any girlfriend he's ever had. And you're like, I don't question that at all. Turned me into a pile of ash in front of her eyes. His last words were Hugo in front of her. That'd be hilarious. I don't remember that happening, so. Ah. As rain fell, extinguished the flames conveniently. Kent from Amnesia is best boy, so I'm not completely insane. Joker. Joker is the best boy from Amnesia. You can't take that away from me. This is her losing her mind. This is the scene I was talking about. He's charred to a crisp. Barely alive, I could somehow hear her mad laughter. I can't breathe. I'd vote for Kent too, though. Isn't Kent the one that was like a little jerk to you from the moment you met him? You're like sitting at dinner with this guy. Am I wrong? Is that not him? And he's like, eat your food. You're 5 minutes late. Hi, sleazy. Like, I'm just like, is that guy? I didn't like his attitude. I like some tsunderes. He was not my favorite tsundere. Unless we're talking about Shin. Shin is my favorite not Joker character. I can't think of him. He's the Clover? He gave you math problems, man. Was raised by logical parents. Listen, math is not my forte. Also, this is a new top, as I was talking about. It's blue. It's got weird sleeves. You'll notice as I stretch, because they are like long. This one's tilted too far. Underneath. It's supposed to be a dress, I think. I got it from the dress section, but when I put it on, it's got like a frill at the bottom, and the frill goes up kind of high, so I think it was actually a t-shirt. It was just mislabeled. I couldn't feel my heartbeat at all. My body felt dead, but for some reason, my consciousness miraculously remained. I love math, so that was very romantic to me. I mean, I love math, kind of. It was my best subject in school. But like, I don't know if that's romantic. Should we have like a, oh gosh, like a sit-down conversation about this? Like, alright guys, here's my hear me out Otome style. You're such a smart person. You're so right, there's no way my curse would affect someone who's already dead. I think it's a kink. You're like, oh, what's 2 times 2? And you're like, oh, hot. I couldn't move, not even a finger, which means you can spend eternity with me in this state. I need to find a way to preserve your new beautiful body. Oh, we'll find a place where no one can find us and call it our home. I couldn't say anything to her as she went mad from my death. You'll stay like this forever. Please be by my side until I die, my dear beloved guardian. And it's over. That's how this ended. She's carried my charred body into a dimly lit cave. Ah. Her lips touched my dead finger. Just one of them? Yves. What's happening? What was that? Why does he look like that? He shouldn't. He should be charred to a crisp. Inside the dark cave, Leah continued to kiss my charred body. Her dry kiss was completely different from the kiss she compassionately laid upon my scars that night. Don't worry, from now on, we'll be together forever. I can no longer kill you. You are the strongest guardian in the whole world. She looked at me with crazed eyes as though it was happy news.
俺が君に送りたかったせい
No, the life I wanted to give you
そんなものじゃ
isn't
な
this.
い
It's also not the life you deserved. You deserve better than this, Yves. I thought I told her so, but my death warped the memories she had remaining in her mind.
気づいてくれ
Snap out of it, Leah. I did my best to yell through the pain, but the fact that I was still conscious couldn't reach
い
her.
っそ後を追ってくれる方が
Perhaps it would have
ずっ
been
と
better
よかった
if she had followed me, but that would never happen now.
共に死んでくれとも伝えられない
I can't ask her to die with me. Well, I mean, you can't because she's alive. You're right. She chose to love my hollow self in a world devoid of hope. This was a far crueler than facing judgment. No one can separate us now. I won't let them. I'll continue to protect you just as you've protected me. I love you. I love you, Yves. With a heartbreaking confession of love, my lips crumbled apart with each kiss, and I felt her tongue brush against what was left of my mouth. Girl French in this guy? It was charred and empty since my tongue had long since burned to
君
ash.
とこんな口づけを
Sad and maybe a little too detailed. I
な
didn't
かっ
want
たよ
this to be the last kiss we shared. I longed for a kiss as warm as days passed, a kiss that would remain in my memory forever. My entity had finally arrived. My eternity had finally arrived.
もうダメだ何も見えなくな
No
っ
use.
て
I'm starting to lose my vision. As my entire field of vision began to turn black, I began to feel as though the core of my very self was crumbling away. The Grim Reaper had its scythe around my neck to show that my time was up. If I died like this, the pain that made me wish for death would disappear. But
こんな状態の彼女を残して死ねない死にたくない
I can't
せ
leave
めて
Leah like
彼
this.
女に一言残してから
I don't want to die yet. If only I could leave one word. As if to prevent such a miracle, a portion of my brain crumbled. I felt as if someone was gloating behind me, saying that no matter how strong my mind was, I could not change my body.
そうか
I see. Say Yves, even though you can't speak anymore, I still love you all the same.
愛しい人を狂わせ絶望も希望も示すことができないまま
And
死ぬ
with all reason, this already happened. So she already succumbed to madness. This was an inevitability. That's a word. That's real. As she succumbs to madness, I'll die without ever being able to give her hope again. Hydrate. I swear I'm not hydrated. I'm not hydrated. I'm not hydrated. I'm not dehydrated. I'm just bad with words. I would meet my end utterly useless. I'm happy I can live with you forever.
真の絶望なのだろう
So this is what despair truly is. I shed a tiny black tear which rolled down the side of my face unnoticed. I died, leaving my beloved in madness. The end?
ごめん俺にもっと力があれば君の心を壊さなかった希望も絶望も君に示せなかった俺は
Oh wait, I forgot. This is the one where if I don't
きっ
screenshot
と
it, it
天
goes
にも
away.
冥界にも行けない半端なただの魂としてこのまま消えるんだろうせめて君へ最後に 愛してると伝えたかった。
Oh, you guys. I'm sorry, if I only had more power, I wouldn't have destroyed your soul. I was unable to guide you to hope or despair, so I won't be able to go to heaven or Hades. I'll just vanish like the useless soul I am. If only I'd been able to give you my love before you left. That's messed up. That's so messed up. Again, he deserves so much better. Sorry, that's the encore. This is me again going to the wrong one. And this is Salut. And so this is, for those who don't know, in this ending, the fire thing happened, the flower thing happens where he gives her flowers in a field, but he's dying. This is the good ending, by the way. He's physically dying in the good ending. So they decide, with the help of Anku, to live in a cave until he officially dies for real. Away from the scientist, away from everything else, but he is slowly dying. And this is like the kiss they share at the end of it as he's literally dying. Oh, chapter 1. Wait, I know this have chapters.
"それは両方とも揺るぎない物語."
I think I need to play the game now. I do recommend it if you like darker romance stories. It's not the like you will leave this game being like they deserve so much better. Like you're gonna feel that way. And I don't think that's a bad feeling to leave a story from. But if you're wanting everyone to have a happy ending, it's not happening. I will say the fan disc has ruined some endings though. I almost don't recommend the fan disc, honestly. Because Mathis is not my favorite character, but he had one of the better endings. And they ruined it in the fan disc somehow. I was like, come on, guys. He was gonna be okay. Death and salvation were both two sides of the same story.
答えに正解はなく、どちらとも正しく、どちらとも間違っている。
I like Atome's for the bad endings. Is that sad? No. I like them for the stories in general. So I think the bad endings can really make them interesting. Some games don't focus very much on bad endings. I don't think they get a lot. There's some really good ones though, like Paradigm Paradox had good bad endings. Does that make sense? And then other ones have like bad endings that are like, and then you're alone and everybody's sad and happy at the same time, but you're not happy. And I'm like, oh, was this advertised as a fan disc? I thought it was. It feels like a fan disc. It doesn't feel like a sequel. I could Google it. Let's Google it. Evermore EpiC Lycoris fan disc or sequel? Because I know... Yeah. Is a fan disc. So it is considered a fan disc. I would say Radiant Tell feels more like a sequel than a fan disc. I know Bustafellows is supposed to be a sequel, not a fan disc. How disappointing. Are you sure? I feel like fan disc means that you're not gonna get... I don't know. Fan disc feels like don't get your hopes up. There was no correct answer. Both were right and both were wrong.
唯
However,
一確かなことは、
one thing was certain. I like that Mama gets to do these voices.
どのような結末になろうと、死神と悪魔はその終焉の先まで
No
共
matter...
に生きているということだ。
No matter the results, death and demons would live together to the end of their days and beyond.
Kimiが生む死も不幸も絶望もそのすべては俺のものだ。
This is their chance. This is their chance to make this right, by the way. This could be better. This could be so much better than them dying like this. Or technically it was him dying. She was fine, I think. The death, misfortune, and despair you give birth to is mine and mine
この
alone.
命をかけて
My life
君を愛してる。
belongs to you forever, Leah.
黒きリコリスに誓おう。
I swear on the black Lycoris.
この命が消えるその時まで。
Until my life fades.
いいな。消えた先、冥界に降りた後も
No, even after I descend to Hades.
守護者と姫として共にあり続けることを。
I will forever remain by my princess's side as her guardian.
この約束と思いだけは
I don't remember there being fire. My promise and my feelings are eternal.
冥界の豪華でも決して
Not even
焼き尽くせはしないだろう。
not even Hades' flames can burn them to ashes. But hear me out. I don't remember this being on fire. Oh, they're in hell now. Okay. Was she dying too? Maybe she was succumbing to the Lycoris. It's been a minute. I heard resentful voices echoing through the world of death I created in front of my eyes. Bodies upon bodies of those I had killed, and those who had sacrificed themselves were piled upon one another.
よくも俺たちの命を踏みにじってくれたな。
How dare you trample over our lives? I mean,
自分だけ生きようだなんて絶対に許さない。
I will never forgive you for sacrificing us for your own sake. Their eyes reflected the image of me as death covered in their blood. I'm sorry. I know I can't be forgiven. How many times had I repeated those words in this world? My heartfelt apologies were meaningless. More bodies fell with thuds beside me. In that pool of blood appeared someone with golden eyes.
お前のせいだ。
Adolf would never. Okay, I might not be the biggest fan of that man, but he would never say that to you. It's your fault.
お前さえいなければ、俺は死なずに済んだ。
If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have died. Actually, that's true. Hang on, I just remembered. Okay. Flashback. This is Eve's ending. I just remembered this happened, and I was so pissed. Oh, God, I can picture Asia there. It was a whole moment. So they found out they could use her body to stop the spread of the disease, but she'd have to sacrifice herself to do it, and she agreed to do it. And then Eves and everybody broke into the research facility to save her, and Sheen was like, dude, I told you. I'm not gonna let you go. Sorry. And so people start getting murdered. Because they came to save her. She didn't ask them to save her. She volunteered. So honestly, yeah, you know what? Kinda, you're right, but also like you could have stayed home. You didn't have to come. I didn't ask you to come. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have died. A part of my precious family had been lost. He looked at me with hateful eyes and continued to denounce
お
me.
前という死神がこの国を滅ぼしたんだ。
You brought ruin to this country as death. He would never say this to me. He insulted me once, one time, regretted it so much that he went back in time to redo his life, okay? He would not speak like this to me. He holds so much guilt in his soul, alright? Don't lie to me. The illusion of my foster brother scorned me, saying that he wouldn't have died if it weren't for me. He stood up, reached his arms out to try and kill me.
お前のせいで、
It's your fault.
お前さえ。
If it weren't for you, His bloody hands closed around my neck. I was so consumed by his hatred that I couldn't breathe when suddenly,
こっちだよ。
Leah, gentle arms appeared from behind me. Sup? Someone pulled me away from the thing taking on the likeness of my brother.
大丈夫。大丈夫だよ。
It's alright. You're okay.
俺はここにいるから。
I'm here with
戻っ
you,
ておいで。
so come back. Am I just sleeping? I wasn't in Haiti, I was just sleeping. My eyes were filled with tears. A single droplet rolled down and fell into the bed as my vision cleared.
おはよう。
There's my sweet boy. Good morning, Leah. Yves. My beloved's face appeared in front of me with eyes reflecting the morning light. Next to me was a smiling Yves who knew that what had just happened.
また怖い夢
Oh,
を
I
見
can
た。
mark off we did one more. We did the sad one. Excellent, excellent. Did you have another nightmare? You look so good with your hair down. Like, boy. Yes. Yves
そ
nodded.
れじゃあ、俺が生きているこっちが現実だって教えてあげないと。
In that case, you should know that the person in front of you is the real me, alive and well. As I continued to tremble, he gently took me into his arms. Thank you so much.
どういたしまして。
You're
とは
welcome.
いえ、
As it happens.
俺も言葉にできないぐらいの悪夢を何度も見るよ。
I've also been having my share of terrible nightmares for a while
そ
now.
の度に自分の罪の重さを思い知って泣きたくなる。
Each time I realize the weight of my sins and want to cry. He raised his head with hope.
俺たちはまだ生きている。
But we're still alive somehow.
犯した罪に泣いて苦しみながら
I'll cry and suffer over the sins I've committed
1
and
分1秒でも長くこの罪深い生を歩んでいこう。
I'll continue living my sinful life for as long as possible. Oh, Yves.
2人で一緒にね。
We'll do this together, okay? He smiled gently and kissed my cheek. Okay, it's a promise. I sweetly buried my face in Yves' chest. The world we lived in as sinners was very small, but as the worst sinner in this country, being by Yves' side was more than enough. 2 months ago, our Pachel was brought to the brink of destruction by a reaper named Leah, the manifestation of the Lycoris who possessed the power of allopathy. Yves saved me by turning his back on the country where I had killed so many. My whole life I wished for death to release me, but what changed my mind was, this is that moment! This is the one! Look at this! Please marry me. Look at this! Like, how could you not fall in love with this guy? We are surrounded by flames. I came out here to die, and this man is like, you know what? Let's just be together, girl. He risked his life to ask for my hand in
好
marriage.
きだ。君がどんな存在だろうと俺は君が背負う仕事愛してみせる。
Champ. I love you, Leah. No matter who you are, I will always love you and the death that dwells inside you.
だからその命いらないのなら
So please, if
俺
you
に
don't
くれ。
want your life, give it to me.
俺の残るすべての時間を
I know this is a
君に
flashback.
捧げるから。
It's a good one. It's a good flashback. I offer my very self to you for as long as I have to. My response was, I love you, Yves. A crime that left an inescapable trail of blood. I love you so much. I want you, my beloved, to take my cursed life. We decided to live in suffering, bearing the sins we committed together. I was to live with the one born to love death. We had gotten accustomed to living in this hideout that Anku provided, but Yves and I Continue to suffer through dreams like the ones I had earlier, depicting shadows of those we had sacrificed.
後悔してる？俺の求婚を受け入れたこと。
Are they ignoring the fact that he was dying during this? I'm so confused. He was literally on his deathbed during this in the previous game. Are they pretending that wasn't the case? Because I remember being really mad. I remember being vocally upset about it. Do you regret accepting my proposal? Of course not. I regret a lot of other things, though. No. I shook my head as I got up from the bed. I decided the moment that I accepted your proposal that while I might feel despair, I would never feel regret. And you'll always wake me up whenever I have a nightmare, right?
当たり前だよ。俺は君を守る守護者であると同時に、
Of course, I'm your guardian at the same
ただ
time.
一人の夫なんだからさ。
I am your future husband, right? His bright, bold smile quickly cast away the shadow in my heart. Thank you very much, dear future husband. Dear future husband. I'll also wake you up if you ever have a nightmare, okay?
その呼び方はさすがに照れちゃう。
Hearing you call me your husband feels a bit ticklish. Is he gonna start laughing or coughing? So what? By the way, he's dying. Yves! I quickly held Yves and rubbed his back as he covered his mouth with his hand.
大丈夫。軽く咳込んだだけだから。
It's alright, it's only a cough. His hand wasn't covered in blood, but I quietly gave him a hug. Yves looked at me and frowned sadly.
ごめんね。俺はもうすぐ君を抱きしめることすらできなくなる。
And yet we've lived 2 months in this cave. Like, bro, let's get married already. What the heck? We don't got that much time. Leah, soon I won't even be able to hug you back. He spoke with a pained expression. Don't apologize. I'm the one who made you who you are now. My sins could never be erased. Eve's chromosomes were tainted with toxins from choosing me, which meant he would die in the next few months. Knew it. I mean, I already knew it. It was already gonna happen. With little time remaining, all I could do was tend to his needs as he grew weaker by the day.
大丈夫とは言えないけど、
I can't say I'm doing well, but
俺は君がそばにいてくれて心から良かったと思ってるよ。
I'm still happy that you're here by my side, Leah. I sighed with relief as his breathing calmed and he rubbed my back as if consoling me. I'm happy that you're by my side, Yves. I'll always be here with you until the very end. As soon as you leave for Hades, I'll follow after you.
その時は改めて冥界で結婚式を挙げよ
We'll have our wedding down in Hades then. Sounds romantic.
う。俺、君が綺麗なドレスを着て笑ってるところが見たいな。
I can't wait to see you smiling in a beautiful dress. I suddenly heard water splashing in the fishbowl next to us. Oh gosh. I thought it was blood or something. Yves and I looked at the bowl to see Puffy, puffed up one size larger, staring at us. I'm sorry, it looks like Puffy's also going to be with us until the very end. Yves chuckled in response.
でも俺たちが死んだら服をお世話する人がいなくなっちゃうから、
Guess there's no one left to take care of Puffy after we die.
いっそその前に美味しくいただいちゃった方がいいような。
If so, maybe we should just prepare it as a tasty meal. Upon hearing that, Puffy quickly looked away. Well, maybe we can come to a decision later. I mean, it does look like it's going to grow bigger. Puffy is the best part of the fan desk. I agree. Oh man, I make the thumbnails and I was very excited to put Puffy in the thumbnail being held by Lucas. It made the most sense to me at the time. I tried to change the subject so that we could avoid talking about eating Puffy. Anyways, are you comfortable wearing that? At my question, Yves smiled
いい
brightly.
感じだよ。動きやすいし腰回りも調整できるから寝る時にも使えるし。
It's pretty nice being able to adjust the sash around my waist makes it good as a nightwear
始
too.
祖様の日記に残してあった和服って すごく便利なんだね。
Oh, this is the Wanderer's clothes, question mark, question mark, question mark, exclamation point. I never expected this wafuku from my ancestor's diary to be so useful.
もっとも、それを再現できた君が誰よりも一番すごいんだけど。
That you were able to sew one makes you the most amazing of all. Like, where did you even get that beating, girl? I'm glad to hear that. It's all worth it to see you happy, Eves. Olive's Eve's previous clothes were stained with blood and no longer usable, so he now spent his days in the clothes I made for him. What he was wearing right now was an outfit depicted in the Drifter's diary. It was very convenient since the size could easily be adjusted. Most convenient of all was, if someone were to happen upon us, he might be able to evade recognition and pretend to be someone else.
今思えばじいさま
With
も
that face? You
これ
think you
と
could
似て
see
いる
that
服を着
face
てたような気がする。
and that hair and not recognize it? Now that I think about it, I remember Grandpa wearing something similar. So that means you and your grandpa have matching outfits now.
だね。すごく嬉しい。
Yeah, I'm really happy. We'll have drink. This is old. Yves heaved himself up from bed. He spun around once as if to show off his clothes with pride, then fell to his knees and coughed. You need to stay still, my guy.
大丈夫だよ。さっきは軽くむせただけ。
Okay.
今日はむしろ調子がいいんだ。
He's cute. He's cute. Don't worry, it's just a little cough earlier. I'm actually feeling good today. You're gonna keep getting worse until you die, my guy. Shush, 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 shush. Really?
本当だよ。君に嘘なんてつかない。
Really, I would never lie to you. I know you wouldn't lie to me, but I'm still worried because you always put on a brave face. Remember when you told me you were fine just before you coughed up blood and collapsed?
それを言われると弱いかも。あの時は本当に大丈夫だと思ってたんだけどな。
Guess you got me there, but I did feel like I was doing fine back then.
でも、また悪化して寝込んじゃう前に、どうしてもリコリスの花畑の様子を見に行きたいんだ。
Anyway, I want to go check on the Lycoris field before I get too weak again.
あの花たちは災いを吸う花としての役目をまだ終えていないからね。
After all, the flowers still have a mission to absorb the island's misfortune. I saw so much strength in Eve's eyes that it was hard to believe his time was running out. I can never sway you when it comes to Lycoris's. In that case, let's go together. I do also want to check on them. I hoped that my family of black flowers with the same powers as I were still blooming with life. After that fire, wink wink. I acted as Eve's crutch as we slowly took our time to finally reach the center of the field. After the incident, many Lycoris were lost, but many survived the fire and were still absorbing the toxins that tainted the country. Eves came to check on the flowers when his health permitted, wanting to fulfill his role as the guardian until the very end.
うん。病気になってる花はない。ね。よかった。今の俺じゃ治療することも難しいから。
Looks like they're all still growing well. I'm glad I haven't been able to tend to them in this state. Eve slowly moved away from me, then crouched to the ground.
今日も綺麗に咲き誇ってくれてありがとう。
Thank you for blooming so beautifully today.
たとえ君たちに災いを吸う力がなくても、
Even if you lose your powers to absorb the misfortune of this land,
俺は彼女に出会わせてくれた君たちという大切な家族を
I still
心から
care
大切に思ってる。
deeply about you, my precious family, for bringing me to Leah.
俺たちがいなくなった後もどうか懸命に生きてほしい。
Even if she and I both pass away, please live a long and full life. He whispered in a gentle voice as he rubbed the petals of one of the flowers. The lycorises swayed in the wind as if responding to him. I followed and crouched down beside him. I'm sure they'll be fine. They're doing their best to fulfill the promise between your ancestor and the very kind death. Despite being despised by the people, they still managed to bloom beautifully.
そうだね。 次の守護者は見つかってないけど、その生命力を信じよ
I trust that they'll do well, even if I can't find a new guardian. We had turned our backs on this country for our own desire, but that didn't mean we wanted these Lycoris to wilt and die. Mother and Mathis and the many others who we held dear were still here, and we wanted them to live as long as they could. Yves took another look around at the Lycorises before laying down on his back. Yves, are you okay?
う。なんとなくこうしたくなっただけ。
Don't worry, I just wanted to lie down for a
君
bit.
もおいでよ。
Let's take a break, Leah. Yves looked up into the sky like a cat basking in the sunlight. He then looked at me with gleaming eyes full of hope. Oh. I wanted to say that we should head back so he could rest, but looking at his eyes made me feel hesitant. It's warm out today. After pondering for a bit, if you don't mind. I moved closer to Yves and lay on the ground. The breeze was warm and comforting.
とっておきのベッドにようこそ。
Welcome to my special bed. It really is special, much nicer and cozier than any luxurious bed. Yves took my hand and he gently brought it to his cheek.
君はどんな時でも
You're always so
暖かい
warm,
ね。
Mia.
自分の体温が低くなっていく分、君の温度がすごく心地よくて、
Your
いつ
warmth
だって抱きしめていたくなるよ。
is so comforting, especially since my body is colder now. I want to hold you in my arms forever. I'm happy to warm you up whenever you
いい
want.
の？それじゃあ、
Really? Well, if you
遠慮なく。
say so. Yves looked happy and hugged me tightly. That tickles.
やめないよ。君が甘えていいって言ってくれたんだから。
I won't stop. You just said it was okay, so I'm holding you to your word. How about this then? I giggled and hugged Yves' back.
もっと強く抱きしめてくれてもいいぐらいだけど。
You can hug me tighter if you want. The grass rustled with our movement. We fawned over each other. We teased each other, savoring the warmth between us. As if it were a secret weapon, Yves kissed me on the neck. That's not fair. I could hardly bear it as I squirmed beside him and I finally burst into laughter.
そりゃあね。何せ俺はこの国から救済を奪った卑怯な悪魔ですから。
After all, I'm the cowardly devil who robbed this country of its salvation. Really, Yves. The time we spent was so dear and precious that I hope it stays like this until our death. I wish that I knew wouldn't come true. A wish that I knew wouldn't come true. Yeah. Yves' tone shifted, probably sensing that what was on my mind. I quickly put on a smile so that I wouldn't worry him unnecessarily. Don't worry, I'm ready for anything. I accept the pain of losing you as my punishment. I will live until the very end in despair. Yves, just as Yves told me to live with him in the spite of my despair. I can speak. I swear. Okay. Yves nodded in support instead of questioning my resolve.
俺はもう君に希望を解くことはできない。でもその代わりに
I'm not able to preach hope to you anymore, but instead,
リコリスの守護者であり、死神である君の夫として、
as the guardian of the Lycoris and the husband of death,
どんなに苦しむことになっても、1秒でも長く、その傍らにあると誓う。
no matter what suffering I might endure, I promise you that I'll stay by your side.
だから、俺に残された時間を、君にすべて受け取ってほしい。
I want you to take all the time I have left. That sounds so sweet and depressing. He gave me the same oath that he did back then. No matter how weak he was now, Yves' words were bold and strong. His voice was filling my heart with warmth rather than sorrow. I will. Which was why I gave my beloved guardian my word. But in turn, will you also accept my cursed life in Hades? If I lose sight of you there, I'll feel an even worse despair. You've smiled with acceptance.
すぐにでも迎えに行くよ。リコリスノワージュの花束も改めて用意するからね。
I'll go and get you when the time comes. I'll bring you a bouquet of Lycoris VODs for you. I can't wait. I set up confidence that Yves would keep true to his word. And then he just collapses on this field and dies. We should head back before it gets cold.
やだ。
I don't wanna. Hi, Anne. Oh, goodness. Yves pouted and rolled back onto the ground. Yves.
今日ほど体調がいい日は珍しいんだから。もっと君とこうしていたい。
It's rare that I feel as well as I do today. I want to stay here with you for longer. Well, I felt we needed to head back so that he could rest in bed before he lost all his energy, but
ダメ？
please? No means no. That is a statement. That is true. It was difficult to be firm with Yves when he was like this. No fair, you're too good at being sweet.
君だけにだよ。誰にだってこうするわけじゃない。
Only to you. I'm not like this with anyone else.
こんな俺のことは好きじゃない？
Are you saying you don't want me like this? I'm just weak to it because I love you. Just this once, alright?
やった。
Yeah. I finally gave up and once again laid down next to him on the grass.
君は俺を甘え上手だってよく言うけれど、
Always tell me that I'm sweet,
君だっ
but
て俺に甘えてくれるときはすっごく可愛いと思うけどな。
I also think you're really cute when you're being sweet to me, you know? Really?
うん。恥ずかしがりながらも一生懸命俺を愛そうとしてくれるたびに
When I see you push past your shyness to show your love for me,
愛おしくてたまらなくなる。
it makes me love you even more. It happened so naturally. We kissed as the Lycoris watched on.
冷たい口づけでごめんね。
Sorry that my kiss is so cold. Yves was concerned that his low body temperature felt uncomfortable, but lucky for him, I am actually attracted to vampires, so this is fine. To me, the love that Yves gave me was always warm. It's so strange. When we finally bonded, my feelings were overflowing, but each time he touched me more and more, my feelings of love for him grew even stronger. What does that mean? Yves and I spent a peaceful moment surrounded by the Lycoris. It didn't take long for us to fall asleep. By the time we woke up, the sun was about to set. I stood up with Yves so that we could head back before it got too cold. Before we went back to the cave, we decided to visit our loved ones' graves. We put our hands together and gave our prayer to our loved ones sleeping in peace. Adolphe, Hugo, I still didn't know what to say to them even now. Should it be I'm sorry or thank you? I probably didn't have the right to say either to them. Hugo died of a broken heart. You were not responsible for Hugo's death, okay? His pang of love caused his... This is Sheen's fault. Hugo's death is Sheen's fault. Plus, he was a reliver. And I'm not saying that being a reliver means your life means less. It just means he already lived more than 23 years. He lived longer than a lot of people on this little country of yours. Adolphe, though, you should be sorry about. You should feel sorry for Adolphe. Just apologize to Adolphe. It's fine. I looked up to try and hold back my tears when I noticed Yves had just finished praying too.
アドルフたちにしっかり話はできた？
Did you talk to Adolphe and Hugo? No, I didn't talk to Hugo. Yves. I don't like Hugo. I told them everything that happened today. And I talked to them about how I can't get my emotions figured out yet. I placed my hand on my chest and told him of the emotions stirring
それ
inside.
は俺も一緒だよ。
Same here. Eve's eyes narrowed as he looked at the graves with
感
sadness.
謝、懺悔、後悔。生の感情も負の感情も
Listen.
数えきれないほど溢れてる。
Appreciation, repentance, regret. I'm feeling a whole lot of emotions, both good and bad. Just talk to Anku. Anku, should I be sad that Adolf is dead? He'll let you know.
でも俺たちはその矛盾した感情を抱えながら逃げずに生きていくと決めた。
I've decided to live on without turning my back on my conflicting emotions.
歩く力がなくならない限り俺はみんなへの言葉を探しながら
I'll
こ
continue
のお墓に
coming
通い続ける。
to your grave to find the words I want to express to them until I lose the strength to walk.
犯した罪をちゃんと見つめるためにも。
I need to do this and not turn my eyes away from the sins I've committed. Me too. In place of a bouquet. Okay. We took out some paper flowers that we were folded together and placed them upon the grave. They're so pretty. Origami, was it? The Eastern craft you taught me are always so fun and interesting. Origami, an Eastern craft of folding paper into various shapes such as animals and plants. You fold the paper without cutting the paper, which is why it's so unique and special.
楽しんでくれたならよかった。俺もじいさまに教えてもらった時は夢中になって毎日いろんなものを折ってたな。
I'm glad you like them. I remember how I used to make all sorts of things back when my grandfather first taught me.
この花なら枯れないし備えるにはぴったりかもね。
These will never wilt, so they're perfect flower to lay on their grave, but they will dissolve in water. I agree. I'm sure Dolphin Hugo will be happy with them. After putting the flowers in the small vase to ensure they wouldn't fly away, we slowly moved away from the grave. It's so hard to leave them here. Each time we prayed, we felt how great our loss was. The pain and sorrow were unbearable. I wish I could see them again. I held back from throwing myself onto the grave and clinging to
俺
it.
たちが立ち止まることを二人は決して望んでいないはず。
I don't think either of them would want us to spend our lives standing here. The only ones who would were the false images of them that my guilt
行
created.
こうか。
Let's go. Okay. I dried my tears. I then held Yves by the hand and took the first step to leave their resting place. Yes, we would keep on walking, even if what lay ahead was destruction. We would walk confidently and brazenly, beside our beloved. So please watch over us. I lived a life to the fullest. I want to become someone you can say that to at the very end. That was the way we would conclude our lives. We returned safely back to the cave, but Eve's health quickly deteriorated. Tired from a high fever, he got into bed and quickly fell asleep. He's getting weaker by the day. I wet a towel with cold water and placed it on his forehead before holding his hand as he slept with a feverish red complexion. If only I could suffer in Eve's place. Such a thing would never happen. All I could do was keep watch over his health. I thought about our situation with frustration when I heard the sound of footsteps outside. Immediately, I was on alert. My first thought was someone had discovered our hideout, but I then heard faint knocking at the entrance of the cave. After making sure that Eves was all right, I walked out to the front.
こんばんは。
Hello there, Leah.
食料と薬を持ってきたわ。そろそろ少なくなってきている頃でしょ。
We brought you food and medicine. I assume you're low on supplies by now. Standing in front of me were two visitors. I was glad to welcome here as guests. Mother, Mathis. I was happy to see them, but was careful to maintain some physical distance.
夜遅くにすみません。昼だとどうしても目立ってしまうので。
I can't remember if she's like deadly to be near right now or not. I'm sorry for coming so late at night. It's just that coming here during the day would attract unwanted attention. No, please don't worry. We're actually grateful that you would go to all this trouble for us. Yves and I were public enemies to not only the citizens of the country, but the royal family as well. Even so, the two of them had continued to come here so that we could at least have basic necessities.
国民の誤解を解くことができずにごめんなさい。
I'm sorry we couldn't correct the public's misunderstanding.
あのろくでなしが変死の原因はあなたたちではないとはっきり宣言したのだけど。
That louse made it very clear that the deaths weren't because of you two,
研
but
究所に乗り込むイブさんを目撃していた人たちがいるのもあって信じてくれる人は少ないみたいで。
many saw Yves go to the institute so the public isn't convinced. Please, you don't have to apologize. It's true that I've killed people as death. If Mother and the rest keep trying to defend us, it would only reflect badly on them.
そんなこと言わないでください。
Please don't say such things.
僕にとってお二人は罪人なんかじゃない。とても大切なお友達なんです。
You two aren't criminals to me in the slightest. You're both my precious friends. Thank you very much. Your words mean so much to us. Mathis, please put yourself first and make sure you're safe. Please be there for when Jean returns. Mathis didn't respond, likely because I just reminded him of his butler. I suppose Jean is still being held at the institute.
はい。僕もまだ詳しい事情は聞いていないんですが。
Yes, I still haven't gotten any details about him yet, but
再調査に来た警備兵はジャンが屋敷の地下で違法な研究をしていたって。
from what I heard from the guards, it seems that Jean was conducting illegal experiments underneath the mansion.
思案主導で行われたのだから冤罪ということはないでしょうけど。
The investigation is being conducted by Sheen, so I assume he isn't being falsely charged, but
彼が犯した罪が何なのか一向に公表されないのがどうにも気になるわね。
it is somewhat concerning that the crime he's committed has not been made public.
それでも僕はジャンの帰りを待とうと思います。
Even so, I'm still waiting for Jean to return home.
僕にとって彼は大切な家族ですから。
After all, he's an important part of my family. I am tired of talking about Jean, Mathis. Whew. Of course, I'm sure Jean is worried about you too, Mathis. Regardless of the crime he committed, I hope he wouldn't be separated from his caring master forever. But is Sheen still conducting research on the toxins?
さあ、ここ最近何も音沙汰がないわね。特艦で立て直した研究所の資質にこもってるとか。
Who knows? I haven't heard from him recently. He's probably held up in his office he rebuilt at the institute.
イブさんに敗北したことですっかりふぬけていたし、このまま研究職を退く可能性もあり得るかも。
When he lost to Yves, he also lost the passion he used to have, so there's possibility he will quit his profession. Are we talking about the same Sheen? I tilted my head in disbelief. It was something I couldn't imagine happening.
いい君よ。あの男は私の大切な息子とその友人を殺したのだもの。
Good riddance, I say. Serves him right for killing my precious son and his friend.
このままただのジジイとして惨めに寿命を迎えてしまえばいいんだわ。
I hope he lives the rest of his pathetic life as a miserable old man.
その場合リライバー技術が途絶えてアルペシェールが滅んでしまうと思いますけど。
If that is the case, then Arpichel would fall to ruin with the loss of the Reliver technology. As Mathis expressed his concern, he sat down a paper bag on top of the supplies. What's this?
マルシェにもめったに出ない珍しい食材です。イブさんこういうの好きそうだなって。
It's an ingredient that's rarely found even at the marché. Eve seems to like this sort of thing. Is it honey?
よかったらあなたがお料理して出してあげてください。
If you don't mind, Leah, perhaps you can serve it this in your next meal.
その体力がなくなった今のイブさんでも食べられるものだと思うので。
I mean, Eve's might not be in the best of health, but I'm sure he can eat this. Thank you very much. I'm sure Yves will love it. Despite my heartfelt thanks, Mathis had a sad expression on his face as I wondered why.
イブさんの容体はやっぱり悪化しているんですか？
Is Yves' situation getting worse? She's like, bet. His quiet voice was almost drowned out by the sound of rolling waves in the distance. Also, I felt really old the other day. I was talking to some kids at my job, and they were saying things, and the slang I didn't get anymore. I'm like, what does that mean? Uh-huh. Cool. No idea what you're saying. Yes. I decided to tell them the truth. If nothing changes, I think Eve will pass away within half a year. When that day comes, I'll follow him.
どうして
Why? His youthful voice was filled with a hopeless
どう
sadness.
して誰よりも優しいお二人がそんな目に遭わなきゃいけないんですか？
Why do people as kind as you two have to go through all this? That's what I've been saying for a solid year, bro. She's over here calling herself murder itself. She's like, here I am, I'm straight murder. And here's a sweet innocent boy who just wants to be loved that has a scar on his face, and that girls will run away from the moment to see a scar. And he finds someone who loves him, and then he's cursed to death? Please. Please stop.
たとえあなたが本物の死神だとしても
Even if you were the real death.
お二人のおかげで呪いの正体が明らかになったのは
Even if you were death
事
itself.
実なのに
It doesn't change the fact that you two were the ones who uncovered the truth behind the curse. That's so true. That's so true. With his fist clenched, Mathis shouted with emotions he could no longer control. Mathis. My guy.
せめて最後の瞬間までお二人のそばにいてあげたい。
If only I could at least be by your side until the very end.
でも普通の人間である僕たちがいたら
But we're normal humans.
あなたたちの罪を増やしてしまうことになるんですよね。
Which means being next to you two will likely complicate things more, right? He was right. Staying here near me when my telepathy was still active was a death sentence. The toxins I emit would certainly taint Mathis's chromosomes, just like with all the others. That's right, but I appreciate the thought, Mathis. The best I could do was express my thanks. Thank you for still seeing me as a friend despite everything. Unable to hold back his tears anymore, Mathis suddenly began to cry. Mother patted his back, then
本
asked,
当にもうどうにもならないのね。
Is there really nothing that can be done? Yes, I've discussed this with Eve, so you don't have to call a doctor for us. But as we discussed before, once I pass away, I would appreciate if you could please handle my body as needed. Mother's face warped with pain.
母にひどいことを頼むのね、あなたは。
What a terrible thing to ask your mother. Doesn't she look like her son right there? Doesn't she look a little bit like Dahat right now? I'm sorry, but I just want to make sure that no one tries to use my body to create clones that could go through what I'm going through now. Hearing my response, Mother looked away from me for a moment. After thinking in silence, she then let out a
わ
huge
かりまし
sigh.
た。めったに言わないあなたのわがまま、必ず叶えると誓いましょう。
Understood. I promise that I'll do what you want, especially since it's rare that you ask for anything.
仮にあのろくでなしがあなたの体をもう一度利用しようとしても、
That miserable man somehow tries to use your body.
この命にかけて守り抜くわ。大切な娘とその夫を。
I'll make sure to protect my precious daughter and her husband with my life. Mother. I held myself back from throwing my arms around her in a tight embrace. I couldn't risk taking away even a second of her life by going near her. It seemed that mother understood what I
あ
was
なたの
thinking.
正体が何であれ母として愛し抜くと誓ったけれど
As a mother, I promise you that I would love you no matter what,
今
but
だけは辛いわね
I admit this is painful.
悲しい決断をした愛娘を
My
抱きしめ
daughter
る
is
ことす
so
らで
brave,
きない
yet I can't even embrace her for her decision. I couldn't hold back my tears anymore. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I'm such a terrible daughter. I was taking her daughter away from her. I was repaying the one who taught me with love, with despair. I did my best to speak up. I am so happy that I could be your daughter. Thank you for my life, for giving me family. Thank you, Mother. Tears began to flow from Mother's
私
eyes.
こそ
Man, remember when she stabbed us that one time? I still forgive her. And you.
一緒に生きてくれて
Thank you for being a part of my life.
あり
Leah.
あなたという優しいこの家族になれて私は
I was truly
本当に
happy
幸せだった
to have such a kind child be a part of my family. We looked at each other from a distance we couldn't close.
僕たち
Looks like we're
泣
all
いてばか
crying
りです
now.
ね
Just live in despair.
お二人
Oh, I just saw something on my
を
desk
励ま
actually.
そうと思って来たのに
I don't know if I mentioned this, but
自分が情けないです
Copic had a promotion they're running where you get a Copic marker. One of their markers. Please focus. You can do this. You can do this. Stop focusing on me. Focus on the pen in my hand. There we go. I did it for a second. For $1. And I asked all my friends to do this, and they're starting to get their markers. So we have a blue one, which is B29, a red one, which is R39, and then a yellow one, which is Y02. So I have 3 colors so far, but I should have about like 8 more to come. Because I asked every single one of my friends to do it. So yeah, I have 3 colors so far out of them. And I'll do an art. I'll do an art once I get them all. It won't be good. I'm not a good artist, but I like art supplies. I have a problem. But I'm really excited to get these. If you haven't used Copics before, I've only ever owned one Copic in my entire life, by the way. This lovely little darker gray line that you see on this side lets you know that it's the pointy end, so this is like the felt tip. And then if you're trying to like do bigger blocky colors, I don't want to like break them my first week. The other side is a chiseled. And it's really exciting. And these are alcohol based, and they're good for blending. And these are specifically sketch markers. So yeah, we'll see how many variety I get. I know for sure there's another yellow or red one coming. And it's a lighter red than this. It's almost like a salmon red. And this one's called garnet. They have names, which I didn't even know they did. This is canary yellow. This is ultramarine. I'm really excited. So once I get all the colors, I'll show them off. But it's going to be a while because it's whenever me and my friends hang out that I plan on getting them. And who knows when we're going to have like a get together. It's not necessarily going to be soon. We came to try and cheer you two up, but I feel more pathetic than ever.
そうね
Same.
でも
As do I,
た
but
まにはこんな夜があってもいいと思うわ
it's good to have nights like this sometimes. I agree. After all, there will come a day when we wouldn't be able to cry like this anymore. We felt the pain of our imminent departure. In response to that pain, we shed a few tears. The moon also seemed to tremble slightly as it shone its gentle light upon us. Mama's so pretty, dude. Salome, I want to make a costume for her, but I can't do that woman justice. She's that pretty. Like, I don't want to dress up like her and, like, look like this. Like, you know what I mean? Like, she's my type. I don't know. She's just, like, she's, like, purpley pink. She's got violet eyes. She's got a tattoo on her chest. I know it's not a tattoo, but the moon also seemed to tremble slightly as it shone its gentle light upon us. Ah, to be young. time I spent with my grandfather, the moment I spent with my friends. I could remember every moment vividly even now. Many had expressed how pitiful and tragic my life was, but my life was blessed by the many people I got to know.
それだけははっきりと言える。
That I can say without a doubt. I wouldn't let anyone tell me my life was filled with
たと
misfortune,
えその人生の終着点が
even if I
明
end
快
up
だ
in
ったと
Hades,
しても。
which was why
俺を今ここで死なせようとしても無駄だよ。
I'm
Go
sorry,
on,
but it's no use trying to kill me. Poor soul. Your existence in itself is a sin. I can be free from this if you die here and now. The bodies repeated those refrains as they grabbed at my feet.
本当にごめん。
Really sorry, man. I gave my heartfelt apology as my face and my body burned. Pain that felt too real to be a dream. I hadn't told Leah that I had been having this dream every night. I made a decision to live with this suffering and never forget the sins I committed.
ただここで一人孤独に死んであげることはできない。
I won't let myself die here alone.
俺は彼女に見取られて死ぬと。
I've decided to die
決めて
as
るから。
Leah keeps watching over me. I was still okay. My mind was still very clear.
俺は生きている。生きていける。
I'm still very alive. I can live.
まだあがくことができる。
I can still fight. It was still too early for me to die. Surrounded by flames, I swept their hands away and headed towards the light. I felt hot. It hurt. Maybe they were right that I could finally be free if I died already. But
死にたいと願うほどの苦痛にまみれようとも。
even if I have to endure suffering unbearable beyond belief,
俺は最後の瞬間まで全力でこの生を駆け抜けよう。
I will live through this life with all of my might until my last breath.
彼女と一緒ならきっとできる。
I can do that with her by my side. It was then that I sensed something. Someone looking at me from behind. Yves awoke as I was preparing dinner. Yves, how are you feeling?
少し頭がぼんやりしてる。
My head's a bit foggy. You've been sleeping a long time. Maybe your fever hasn't gone down yet. I placed the palm of my hand on Yves' damp forehead. His body was usually cold, but now I could feel heat under his skin. I knew it. I've made some soup using ingredients I got from Mathis. Once you're done eating, we'll have you take some medicine and go to sleep again.
マティスが
Mathis? Yeah, he came to visit with Mother. I explained to him what happened earlier as I served him some soup. Yves quietly took a spoonful from the bowl and then...
そっか。二人にも悪いことをしちゃったな。
I wish I would have been able to greet them.
リュカ先生もあの戦いの最後で俺の背中を押してくれたし。
Lucas gave me words of support back during the fight back then too. Lucas isn't here.
結局残される人こそが一番辛い思いをすることになるのか。
I guess in the end, those who are left behind have to suffer the most. I agree, I also feel bad for Mother. But that didn't mean that ending wouldn't change. The best we can do now is not be a burden. I'm scary to think that what might happen if people found out that Mother and Mathis are still connected to us.
だね。国民に見つからないよう俺たちも外に出るときは気をつけないと。
We need to be careful that no one spots us when we're outside either. Ever since the incident, many have distanced themselves even further from the Lycoris fields, but We couldn't let our guards down. We needed to avoid the fields being set on fire again. Gotta keep that in check. After having dinner with Yves, I prepared the bed so that we could sleep. Good night. Wake me up if you're not feeling well, okay?
その時は迷惑かけちゃうけど、
Okay, but I hope I don't
よろしくね。
cause you any trouble.
今日は君のことを悪夢から守ることができますよう
I
に。
want to protect you from your own nightmare tonight. Thank you very much. We cuddled close to each other in bed. We looked into each other's eyes to give each other strength to greet another day and finally fell asleep. Notice how they're just having nightmares. Notice how their life is not good. I did my best to keep myself from vomiting from the intense pain.
今日も発作が出てきちゃったか。
It was like another coughing fit today. I made sure that my beloved was sound
こ
asleep.
の子を起こさないように外に。
Gotta make sure I don't wake up Leah on my way out. Where are you going, buddy? The moment I stepped outside, the heat that rose up to my throat was released. I coughed out a small amount of blood onto the lycorises. I apologized to the flowers inside my heart. I did my best to steady my breathing so that I could get back to sleep when I returned.
最近毎晩この調子だ。いつまでも彼女に隠せるものじゃないし、隠すつもりもないけれど。
It's been like this every night recently. I know I can't and shouldn't hide my condition from her, but
発作が続いていると知ったら、
thank you, Ruben.
きっと彼女は俺を心配するだけの毎日を送ることになってしまう。
Don't worry, I haven't coughed up blood yet. I'm not saying I won't, but it hasn't happened yet. If Leah finds out I've been having coughing fits like this, I'm sure she's going to worry herself sick every single day.
だったら限界まで耐えて少しでも長く彼女と穏やかな時間を過ごし
I
たい。
have to do my best to hold it in. I want to spend the remainder of our time as peaceful as possible. I wondered whether I would be allowed that much as a demon. Demon? Ooh, that just reminded me. I don't know why that reminded me. There's a headphone stand. I think it's from Target. I need to go get. It's just an acrylic stand, but it's got a shape cut into it, and that means I could put like Kirby's inside or games inside. It's gonna look so cute. It's just little things that make me happy. After wiping my mouth clean, I spoke a prayer to my friends in the
君
heavens.
たちを犠牲にした俺にこんなことを言う資格はないけれど、
I know I don't have a right to ask you this after sacrificing you all, but
もしも俺がくじけそうになったその時は背中を蹴飛ばしてほしい。
if I'm about to break, I want you all to kick me back to my senses. I may not be perfect, but I wasn't alone. I had many important people watching over me.
どんなに苦しくても戦っていこう。この二人しかいない世界で
I will fight to the bitter end in this world where only the two of us
生
exist.
き抜くことができてよかったと彼女に思ってもらえるように。
All so she can feel happy that we survive. As guardian of the Lycoris, that was my final duty to fulfill in this world. It had been a month. Yves' health slowly deteriorated, but he still had enough in him to converse. Mother and the others visited often to bring food and other necessities along with. So many storybooks and puzzle books. I would sometimes find them stacked near the entrance of the cave. Judging by the contents, I'm sure they're from Lucas. And to think that he too was going through a lot of suffering as his end drew nearer. Thank you very much. I did have some thoughts about his being Barreau, but oh well. I couldn't bring myself to see him in a bad light given what happened with Nadia. I hope Nadia's doing alright. Dang, I forgot how that happened. How did they get found out? I headed back into the cave as such thoughts filled my mind. Yves was sleeping on the bed in the darkness of the cave. His face was pale. Yves, how are you doing? I could no longer ask if he was feeling okay. After all, his condition had worsened in the past month to the point that he was unable to get out of bed.
少し寒いかも。
I guess I feel a bit cold. Let me make the fire a bit stronger then. I tossed some firewood that Mathis got for us into the flame. As the logs crackled, Eve's frozen muscles began to loosen a little.
なんだか変な感じだ。体温はすごく高いのに寒気が止まらない。
So strange. I know my body is hot, but I still feel chills. I hate when that happens. Your condition's different from a normal cold. I helped him slowly sit up in bed, then handed him a cup of water to quench his thirst.
ありがとう。
Thanks. Yves did his best to gulp down the water as I continued to hold him up in support. Stretch. Can't set that there. I'm wearing a dress. Eee. All the phalanges. Eee. What was it trying to focus on? Do you think it'll be too difficult to swallow solids today, my guy?
ごめんね。俺も君の美味しい料理を食べたいんだけど。
Sorry, I really do want the taste of your delicious cooking today, but it's okay. What's important is that you eat what you can, Yves. After confirming that he drank his water, I took the cup and set it down nearby.
寂しいな。君とできることがどんどん少なくなっていく。
I'm a little sad. It looks like I can't do most of the things that I used to be able to do with you. Yves rested his head on my shoulder. Me too. I rested my cheek against his hair and snuggled against him like a pet. We spent another quiet day together, when suddenly we heard the sound of water splashing or rather something flopping. We looked towards the direction of the sound to see what was happening. Oh no! Puffy! There, for some reason, Puffy, who was supposed to have gotten in, but inside his bowl, was on the floor flopping for its life.
服
Puffy? Yves and I gasped, but surprised inside. Just a moment. I hurriedly leapt off the bed and scooped up Puffy and put him back in his bowl.
すごい豪快に跳ねたね。
Sure jumped a long way. I suppose it must have jumped out by accident while playing. Our sigh of relief were short-lived. Puffy jumped out of its bowl. Puffy! Puffy's out here trying to drown himself. Splish splash! No matter how many times I put it back in its bowl, the results were the same. Puffy's eyes were fixed on Yves as he tried again and again to escape. Wait a minute. Don't tell me that you actually want Yves to eat you.
え
Puffy flopped about in my hands as if responding to my words, but it wasn't long ago that it cowered in fear when Yves brought up the idea of eating it. It really was so smart that it was hard to believe it was actually a fish. It's actually the 7th love interest, we just didn't know. Yves, please talk to Puffy. I put Puffy in its bowl again, then carried the bowl over to Yves. As expected, even with Yves' face up close, Puffy was simply staring at him, not looking away like before.
そっか。
Don't eat your pets, that's not nice. Imagine having a pet chicken and that chicken's like laying its head on its side constantly, like, just go ahead, do it. I see Puffy. Yves gently placed his palm against the side of the bowl.
ごめん。今の俺には君を食べる体力すら残ってないんだ。
I don't have the strength to eat you. But he went on to
あり
say,
がとう、福。あの海で君に出会えてよかった。
Thank you, Puffy. I'm glad I met you that day in the ocean.
俺は君に主人と思ってもらえる生き方ができたかな。
I sure hope I live a life worthy enough to have been your master. Puffy puffed up its body as if in agreement. With that, Puffy stopped its attempts to escape and communicate with us, and when I returned the bowl to its shelf, it quickly hid and went to sleep. I guess Puffy is scared of you, but at the same time, it likes you a lot.
愛を込めてたっぷりお世話したからね。
Well, I did take care of it with all my love.
どうしよう。この世界への未練がまた一つ
What
増
to
えちゃっ
do?
たな。
Now I have one more thing to worry about in this world. He smiled with a hint of happiness when suddenly... And without warning, tears began to flow from Yves' eyes as he coughed out a great deal of blood. Yves. Puffy knew. Puffy's like, boy's about to die. We said we're gonna die together. We had a suicide pact up in this house. I'm pretty sure I heard that right. Let go together, and then he's like, nah, man, you go to sleep, and then he dies. I quickly grabbed a towel and brought it to his mouth. He gasped for air through the blood, trying to suppress his cough. It didn't stop. Eve's life was fading away right before my eyes. I already knew what his fate would be, and despair filled my heart as I tried to keep from crying. Calm down, calm down. Yves can still breathe. His time isn't up yet. I slapped my cheeks to regain my calm. I'll get the medicine right away, just you hang in there. I knew the medicine wasn't very effective, but it was better than nothing. I wasn't going to let my panic keep me from helping him. Yves' condition finally improved only after the sun set and night fell. He wasn't coughing up blood anymore, but he was in no state to move.
ごめん。もう少し粘りたかったんだけど。
Sorry, Leah. I did what I could, but...
そろそろ冥界からの迎えが
It looks like Hades is calling for me.
みたいだ。
Don't apologize. I'm the one who scarred you with my curse.
違うよ。これは傷でも呪いでもなくて。
You're wrong. This isn't a scar or a curse.
君がくれた愛だって
What you gave me was
俺は
love.
思ってる。君が生む不幸も死も全部俺のものって約束したもんね。
The misfortune and death you cause are all mine. We promised, remember? Remember, berries? These reached out to me with shaking hands and gently stroked my cheek as tears welled up in my eyes. His warmth was proof of his love for me. I have a
お願い
favor
があるんだ。
to ask you.
嫌なら断ってくれても
If you don't want to, you can refuse. He's narrowed his feverish eyes and began to speak as if wishing upon a star.
自力で動くことすらできなくなる前に
Before I lose the strength to move.
君に触れたい。
He already can't move. She already said he can't get out of bed. What do you mean you want to touch me? I want to touch you? Touch you where?
君のすべてを愛し尽くしてから
I get it.
死にたい。
This is gonna end with a child, isn't it? Before I die, I want to love you to the fullest. I assumed they already were. She's like, whoa, boy, like, you can't even get out of bed. I hadn't noticed at all. My tears were falling on Eve's body. Really? You would? With me? Right now? Here? In this cave? Let me get some candles. Let me turn Puffy's bowl away. Why didn't they do that before? Right? Doesn't this seem like a bad time? He can't get out of bed. He can't walk. What do you mean before you can't move? You already can't move. This is weird. His words brought me joy beyond belief. The curse of my body is what's draining away your life, my guy. Put your hands on me for too long. Won't you regret loving someone like me? We had made a promise to love each other and die together. Still, even I was afraid of my body since I possessed the power of death. Yet he said to me in his own words that he wanted to touch me and love me.
後悔なんてするはずない。他の誰でもない君がいいんだ。
There's nothing for me to regret. I want no one else, only you. Plus, I'm gonna be dead in like 2 days, so might as well, right?
君は俺に触れられるの
Do
い
you
や
not want me to touch you? I mean, people on their deathbed, usually the bad time. I shook my head in response. I was definitely embarrassed, but more than that, I was very happy. I want to touch you too, Yves. I want to remember your warmth before you leave me for Hades. Remember you're dying. I mustered all my courage to accept his request.
ありがとう。君の全部を大事にするから。
Thank you, Leah. I'll treat you with care. Sir, I'm pretty sure this is gonna be her on top with how you're acting. After coughing slightly and catching his breath, with weak hands, Yves pulled me onto the bed. I thought you were already on the bed. I looked down at his face, which was so close to mine. That looks like kissing a corpse, if I'm being quite
好
honest.
きだ。大好きだ。君のことを唯一愛してる。
I love you. I really love you. You're the only one I love.
俺の大切なリコリスの花嫁様。
I don't know how I feel. My dear Lycoris bride. I felt his passion as she showed me with words of love, showered me with words of love, me too. I love you too, Yves. Maybe stop talking. Please don't stop loving me no matter what. I want to offer every drop of my blood to you. Oh, is he a vampire?
本当にいいの？苦しいかもしれないよ。
You sure you're okay? It might be painful. It might be a lot of things, but mostly painful for you. Since you're like literally coughing up blood and can barely walk. I'm sure, just like how you said the curse I gave you was love. Everything that you could give me, I also see as love. Is that mean she doing all the work? That's what I was gonna assume. At this point, like him being like, I'll be gentle. I'm like, boy, I don't think you can be anything but gentle on your deathbed.
そっか。
I see. He's extended his fingers carefully towards my clothes before he completely removed them.
悔しいな。これが最初で最後の君との触れ合いになるのか。
This is frustrating. This will be the first and last time I can be with you like
俺はもっ
this.
と
If only I
ずっと
could have said something sooner.
君のことを愛したかったよ。
Only I could love you forever. I guess. His head turned into his heat turned into dewdrops that blotted the bed before disappearing. What? Heat. His heat. Okay. I feel the same way. If I could, I would live with you forever. Time passed, and as night turned to dawn, we cried together and loved each other with all of our hearts. And with that, he was dead by morning, I assume. Yves expected he lost the last of his strength to move his body. All he could do now was sleep with his mind in a haze as he awaited his inevitable death. Anku! Anku, did you watch? A single creak could be heard from the artificial arm made of iron. He raised a test tube filled with colorful liquid. The god who fell and became a human was checking on the progress of his research.
まだ特効薬は完成しないのかい?
Are you still not yet able to create an antidote? He didn't hide his irritation as he pushed on the back of the sofa, making it creak.
せかすな、自称死の番人。この抗体の取り扱いの難しさを俺に語ったのはお前だろ。
Don't rush me, Watchman of Death. You're the very one who told me how dangerous it is to handle the antibodies.
一つ謝れば、これは呪いを解くどころか、人を一瞬で殺す劇薬となる。
If Anku was a scientist, I'd let him experiment on me. Same. If he was many professions, I would be a test subject. It doesn't really... I'm not all that picky when it comes to Anku. One more move in this file will turn into a virulent poison that will kill instead of lift the curse.
それはそうなのだが
Indeed, however, and this was a situation in which I need to hurry. Yves is dying, my guy.
シアン・ブロフィワーズ私の新たな契約者とならないかい
Shin Borofi, would you like to enter into a contract with me?
君たちが起こした騒動のおかげで十分な準備はこの身の中に整ったのでね
The commotion you've caused has given me significant time to make my own
そ
preparation.
れを利用しこの国の呪いに真正面から挑んでみるといい
You can use it to face the curse upon this land without resorting to underhanded means. It had been about half a year since I entered into a contract with Shin Borofi as he lost his arm fighting Yves. Adolph's death enabled me to provide him with the antibodies he needed. So I urged him to create an antidote before Yves and Leah died, but to be honest, the odds of this being a success was a coin toss.
染色体が汚染された二人はいつ死んでもおかしくない
Those two with contaminated chromosomes could die at any time.
君とて二人を死なすのは惜しいと思っているのだろう
Would it not be a shame to allow both of them to die?
借りがあるからな
I do owe them one. Just one.
ならば解く早くいや今すぐにでも特効薬を完成させたまえ
Then you must quickly. No, you must immediately develop the antidote.
無茶を言うなこの土地を数百年も汚染していた毒に対抗する薬だぞ
Easier said than done. You are aware I'm up against the toxins that have plagued this country for hundreds of years.
いくら俺でも短期間での完成は不可能万全を期す必要がある
An immediate result is impossible even for me. I need time to perfect my work.
だからこそあの娘を生贄にして時間を稼ごうとしていたわけだが
Which is why I wanted to sacrifice her and buy as much time as possible. Seeing me draw my gun in front of his eyes, Sheen gave me exaggerated shrug.
過保護な死の番人は俺の判断が気に入らないようだ
Seems the overprotective watchman takes issue with my previous plan.
当然だとも
Naturally. He loves
イブ・ノワージュもはっきりと言っていただろ
Yves Norigi said it himself very
今の
clearly.
君は神ではなく神から落ちた人間
You're no longer a god, but an ordinary human.
生命として対等である以上誰も犠牲にする資格
You
は
have
ない
no right to sacrifice others now that you're an equal to them. He must be recalling his loss as he gave a frown unbefitting of a god.
人間らしくなったと指摘すれば彼はそれを否定するだろうね
Reminding him of his humanity now will only cause him to deny him. I didn't want to instigate a fight since that would waste precious time for research.
言われなくとも理解している早く完成させたいのならもっとサンプルをよこせ
You don't have to tell me that. If you want me to finish my research, give me more samples.
タッチいきなり髪を抜くのはやめろと何度も言っているだろう
How many times did I tell you to stop pulling out my hair?
俺を苛立たせるお前が悪いどうせまたすぐに生えてくるだろ
It's your fault for irritating me. It's not like you're going to go bald. Shimbrofi slapped my hair into one of his test tubes and headed back to continue his research. His recent isolation had given birth to rumors that he had given up on conducting research of any kind.
とんでもない人間味が増したことでより横暴になってきた
Ridiculous. Ever since he became more human, he's only gotten more violent. Says the man he did test on that literally has immortality because of him. Sure. He's worse now. I made my anger very clear by stomping out of the room.
だが今の彼は前のシアンともまた別の人間のように見えるな。
But now Sheen looks like a different person compared to his old self. Thinking about it again, the other Sheen Borofi who killed Yves acted no different, but appeared as though he was concerned. I thought it was only because his body and mind had not aged beyond 18, but... Sheen?
人として正しく落ちたか間違って落ちたか
The difference is likely rather he became a good human or a bad one. Right. So in in Anku's original timeline, everyone died at 18, not 23. Is that right? So in the original timeline, Shin Borofi would have been 18, not 23. Whether that would be a blessing or a curse for this country remained to be seen, but I did feel this Shinborofi would not dabble in the research that made him into a monster. I took from my pocket a Lycoris bulb that could no longer sprout. It was the one of many bulbs that Yves had given to me. It was too small to grow, yet I could not bring myself to discard it. Eat it.
向こうの俺によろしく。また親友になってくれたら嬉しいな。
Give my regards to the other me, will you? I hope we can become friends again. I was in all respect no longer Adolf, I was now Anku, which meant that I was unable to fulfill that promise I made back then.
それでも大切な姫君を頼むぐらいなら言えるか。
Still, I suppose I can at least tell him to take good care of my princess. In order for that to
特
happen,
効薬は絶対に完成させなければ。
the antidote must be developed. I would gladly offer my undead body so that Leah and Yves could be happy. So please,
間に合ってくれ。
please make it in time. All I could do now was pray to a god unknown. I swear to God, you took Anku from me. The seasons changed as did the view of the ocean. The Lycoris were also changing in their own gentle way. Yves, the weather's really nice today. The Lycoris look like they're enjoying the sunlight too. I spoke to Yves, who could only respond in a faint breath. I went outside and found some gifts from Lucas and Mathis. Mathis left us with a beautiful bouquet of flowers, and Lucas left us a letter from Nadia. Nadia and Lucas, it seems like they were able to reunite after the incident. I heard they are meeting each other in private now. I also checked on Puffy's health condition, and it looks like it's gotten a bit fat. Maybe I pamper it too much, but I just can't stop feeding it when it looks up at me with those eyes. Puffy leapt inside the bowl as if expressing its sorrow as Yves' silence. Don't worry, I'm sure Yves can hear us. I then gently brushed Yves' hair from his face. I laid a kiss onto his burn mark like before. I could feel Yves' faint reaction. Please rest well, I'll be by your side again today. Yves hadn't awoken ever since the day when we were intimate with one another. Imagine not waking up from that. With each passing day, he lost the little strength he had to even let out a cough. He was as waxen and still as someone who had already passed on. It was because this day was so calm and gentle that I had a feeling. Yves, the sky is beautiful again today, making it a perfect day for your departure. I felt that Yves' life was about to end. I sat next to him and looked at his sleeping face. It looked like he was in pain. I expected him to take his last breath at any moment. I will fulfill our promise as his wife. I need to prepare myself for the possibility of Yves passing away without saying a word. So beautiful. A sound like that on an instrument. Ah, the gust of wind played its music gently blew through me, through my and Eve's hair. What? A gust of wind playing music. Then suddenly, and without warning. Oh. It's red, Lycoris's. A vibrant red that was nothing like blood or flames flowered inside. The color was very similar to the color of the hairpin I received from Eve's. It can't be, unless I was seeing things. The very moment I was about to speak a flower's name, a single petal gently floated down right next to the sleeping soul, and sensing its presence, Eve stirred. I saw his eyelids twitch. Then a miracle happened. Leah? No. No. The person I thought would never awaken spoke my name again. Uh, I had prepared for the worst, but now I couldn't hold back my emotions. Tears overflowed from my eyes. Unable to bear it anymore, I clung to Eve's body. Sex fixed him? No, flower petals apparently fixed him. I don't know what's
なんだ
happening.
か長く眠っていたような
I feel like I've been
気
asleep
がする。
forever.
もし君に寂しい思いをさせてたらご
If
めん
I made you sad or lonely, I'm sorry. No, not at all. I'm glad to be sad and lonely. You were always by my side no matter what, you. So I've never been sad or lonely, not once.
さすがは死神のお嫁さん。
As expected from the god of death.
しばらく眠っている間に強くなった
Seems
ね。
you've gotten stronger while I was asleep. It's the strength you gave me. Eve's coughed slightly to let out some blood. I could tell Eve's vision had deteriorated somewhat. I wasn't even sure how much of me he could see, but I knew that Eves was trying his very best to put his thoughts into the words, knowing that his end was coming. Leah. Love rose from inside me each time he spoke my
苦
name.
しみながら生きていこうとか死んでも冥界で一緒にとか
I said we'd live together through suffering, that we'd be together in Hades after our
た
death.
くさんの覚悟と終わりの未来を一緒に語ったけれど
We talked a lot about the future and being prepared for the end, but
本当はさそれと同じぐらい
there's still things I want to do with
こ
you in
の
this
世
world.
界でたくさん
So many things. I know. You squeezed my hand.
前に言ったみたいに君と一緒に
I know we talked about it, about
手
making
作り
snacks
のお弁当を持って
so we could have a picnic together.
じいさまが夢見た赤いリコリスの花畑を
A picnic in a field of crimson lycoris that my grandfather could only dream about.
いつか君に見せてあげたかった
I wanted to show that place to you one day. I knew what he meant when he
けど
said,
その未来が手に入らない現実こそが
but the reality is that future is
俺
unattainable.
たちが選んだ道で与えられる罰だから
It's the reality we chose, the punishment we chose to bear.
君に夢を
I couldn't make that dream
与えられなくて。
come true. I'm sorry. It took all of Eve's strength to voice his regrets. Don't apologize. I rushed to stop him from doing so. My heart was in pain. As the death he so loved, I had made up my mind to watch over his passing to the other's realm. No. His time had finally come, but the only thing that came to mind were the words of a selfish child. Eves was ready for anything and offered the little time he had left to me. I couldn't waste even a moment of it crying. I raised my head again and held back my tears. I gently lay a farewell kiss onto his darkened skin.
ありが
Thank
と
you.
自分を許せないなら幸せにならなくていいなんて
I told you before that you didn't need to
偉
become
そうに
happy
言ったけど
if you couldn't forgive yourself, but
俺は君に出会えて
I was
君を
able to meet you.
愛することができて
I was able to love you, and I was happy. I was sure he said that, but I couldn't hear anything. He wasn't saying anything to me. I was certain he said it to me, or perhaps it was wishful thinking. The lie I told myself, that only things keeping me from wailing was with sorrow. I forced myself to believe that he spoke those words in his final moments. I was happy too. I gave him a smile of happiness in return. After all, I had only been showing Yves the sad side of me with tears flowing from my eyes for so long. I wanted to show him the brightest smile I could one last time. As he drifted off into eternal slumber, I love you. I whispered to him quietly, I love you, Yves. You're my one and only in this entire world, I whispered over and over again. So that he would be able to embrace my words down in Hades. Is he dead? But did he die? My mind was in a haze. My consciousness was about to fade. I felt like something was tugging on me as my back slowly sank into the bed. This was Hades calling for me. My instincts told me so. I had so many things I wanted to do. It would be a lie if I said that I wasn't
霊
scared.
界
But
でまた彼女に会えると思えば
I guess I shouldn't be
怖くない
scared since I'll see her again soon. This wasn't a death of despair, but a new departure, so I told myself. So I did my best to relay my words to her.
大好き愛してる
I love you. I love you so much. I wasn't sure if that reached her, but I did my best to move my lips.
ダメだもう何も見えない
It's no good. I can't see
聞
anything.
こえない
I can't hear anything. The man known as Yves Norigi had finally met his end. As if an invisible hand beckoned me down to the abyss. I slowly took my last breath. The world changed. I want happy fully ends too. Well, we're gonna be doing Adolph's story in the next one, and I can say that his good ending was the happiest ending of them all. So if they flip a switch and make it bad, the world can burn. The world can burn. A dark world where Lycoris grew in clusters. Nice.
ああここが冥
So
界か
this is Hades. Prepare to flip tables. I mean, on it. So Adolph's is the true ending, as you know. Like true endings are usually the best ones, and it was a dual story because it was the story of Adolphe and the story of Anku, and there was a lot of parallels. And I think very early on, I was like, "Are they the same person?" And I was right. But like, they don't look the same, which is why I was like, "Nah, he's got different color eyes. They don't have the same face, they don't have the same hair color." I was like, they can't be the same person. But they kept doing really good parallels in the art. Like there's a scene where Adolphe is on the ground and her hands, like I made all the thumbnails kind of reflect those parallels where her hands touching Adolphe's face, and then there's another one where Anku is like holding her hand to his face because he's just like, oh my god, she's alive. So they had nice parallels like that throughout. And it ended with the happiest ending of them all because a lot of people didn't die in it. Does that make sense? And there was a cure on the horizon. So if they fuck that up somehow, like they hate everybody. I assume. I'm not saying Adolph's my favorite. He wasn't my favorite, but his ending was my favorite ending because it was like the one where Nadia got to grow up, guys. Nadia got to live. Place where a demon like me would go. This world must be fearsome to sinners, but to me it looked very beautiful.
赤いリコリスは咲いているかな。彼女が追いかけてきたら送りたいんだけど。
Maybe it's because the red lycrises are in bloom. I should pick some for Leah if she comes after me. I walked as if I was being called forth, just as I was about to step into the field of lycrises where the sinners were
あの
judged.
な、んなもん
If you're looking for flowers,
現実で探せ。バカ。
that's Adolph. Look for them in the real world, idiot. That sounded like somebody else and then Adolph. So is it Hugo and Adolph?
お
Before I could step foot in the field, I felt my collar suddenly being tugged from behind and I fell flat on my bottom. Two shadows came across to stand in front of me as if trying to block my way.
ヒューゴ。アドルフ。
Hugo, Adolph, why are you guys in hell? Huh, Hugo? Actually, I don't know why I'm asking that. I know exactly why you're in hell. Huh, Adolph? Why are you here, buddy? What did you do wrong? Yell at her one time? The fact that two who had died were standing angrily in front of me meant,
俺本当に死んだ。
so I really died?
一番に確認することがそれかよ。相変わらずのんきなやつだな。
That's your first question. I see you're as carefree as usual.
いや、ヒューゴとアドルフは天に行くと思ってたから。
I just
こ
supposed you
こ
and
にいるの
Adolph
が不思議で。
would have gone to heaven. I'm surprised to see you here.
悲観的な妹と死に前向きな弟が心配で思わず出てきちまったんだよ。
We were worried about our pessimistic little sister and our optimistic little brother who embraced death.
だな。見てて危なっかしすぎる。
Yeah, you two can be a handful.
そんなの君たちだって同じじゃないか。
Hey, now I could say the same to you. Tears flowed from my eyes like a child as I looked at them, laughing just the same as always.
二人して突然死んで、俺と彼女がどれだけショックだったか。
I can't tell you how shocked we were when you two suddenly died. Hugo wasn't sudden. This just makes me want another Hella tell me where we can seduce the Demon King or whatever. Listen. Listen. Papa Enma might not have been dateable, but I wanted to date Papa Enma, okay? Give me demon main character. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Ugh. So, they did the Atome thing, and I know Asia shared a lot of links in the Discord. There is a yokai. One of those is yokai. Let me see if I can find it. The name of it, at least. I'm not going to click on the video because that'd be too much work right now, but... Where is it? Because, like... Oh no, it doesn't have an English name. Something in Japanese, and it's yokais. These boys have little elf ears. Like, they got little pointy ears. But will they be in English? Whew, not soon. It's hard to say. So we've been getting some nice English Atomes quickly, but there's a few we haven't. Like, I thought we'd get the dual colored eye Atome game. I wanted it so bad. No one's announced it yet. 9 RIP's getting a sequel, so we now have to wait to see if they're gonna bring that one over. Oh, there's just so much. Listen, guys, I'll learn Japanese if I got to. It's gonna be a lot of work, but I guess if I have to do it so I can play Atomes, I'll do it. Currently playing 9 RIP, and it's great, right? It's a great game. I loved 9 RIP. It had its moments. Like, I don't think there's a single Otome that I would say I played and was like, this is a perfect Otome game. It had its moments where there's some parts where I'm like, okay, what the heck? But, like, it's also one where I feel like the bad endings could have been better. Or just get a translator pad. Ooh, open my Google Translate on my phone and be like, this is what it says. Ish? Just ish my way through it. That'd be hilarious. I knew it wasn't either of their faults, but hey, we could try it. It might be the most painful stream I ever do. We were really sad. Like, so sad.
君たちがいなくなった世界はとても寂しかった。
It might be fun. Oh my gosh. I can think about... I need to bug my one friend because he said he got me a game a while ago. I don't know what game it is. But it's a Japanese game, so maybe I could test it with that. Living in a world without you two was lonely. Couldn't stop the emotions that wanted them to be alive.
悪かった。
Sorry.
ジョーちゃんのおかげ
He
か。
didn't say sorry,
お
he
前
said
も人
I
間味が増したよ
understand.
な。
I don't speak Japanese, but that was... I understand, like I get it. Thanks to Leah, you've become more human. The two bent down and consoled me. They consoled me. They turned me into a console. Adolphe tousled my hair while Hugo patted me on the shoulder. It was no use. I couldn't escape feeling like a kid whenever I was in front of them.
泣きやめ。イブ。守るべき伴侶が現実で待ってるんだろ。
Stop crying, Yves. The partner you need to protect is waiting for you, right?
待ってるのは俺の方。
I'm the one who's waiting.
俺が死んだらここで結婚式を挙げようって。
We promised to have our wedding here after I died.
いた。
Ouch. Adolphe's palm turned into a fist and ran straight into my head. My body, which could now feel pain, throbbed from the blunt force of his fist.
何いきなり。
What did you do that for?
極端なんだ、お前らは。
You guys are too extreme. Yeah, that's what I said in the other ending where she died because he died.
親友と家族が死を受け入れてる姿を見る羽目になる。こっちの身にもなれ。
How would you feel seeing your friends and family accept dying so easily?
お。
Oh.
世話が焼けるところは変わってねえな。
I guess the part of you that doesn't think of yourself hasn't changed. I took the hand that Hugo extended and stood up on the spot. The black lycris I could see in the corner of my eye seemed to beckon me, but... Hugo stood in front of me as if to shield me from their
お
view.
前らがここに来るのはまだ早い。
It's too soon for you guys to be
国
here.
から救いを奪った悪魔を自称するんなら、
If you seriously think you're a demon who stole salvation from this
悪
country,
者らしく、もっと傲慢かつずぶとく生き抜けよ。
act like a demon for once and be as selfish as you think you are.
同感だ。見ず知らずの国民より、お前らが生きている方がずっといい。
I'd rather see you two live instead of saving a country of strangers. Ah, he is the one who would choose the need of the few versus the needs of the many, or the needs of the one. Who else is playable here? High five. With that, a strong wind sent a gust of lycris petals that hid the two of them from sight.
アドルフ、ヒューゴ。
Adolphe, Hugo.
お前という男がリコリスとあいつの守護者で本当に良かった。
I'm glad that a man like you is the guardian of the lycrises and Leah.
じゃあな、イブ。俺たちを失った痛みを抱えながら、それでも
See you,
生きていけ。
Yves. Live life to the fullest even through the pain of losing us.
それが俺たちが生きていた証だ。
That'll be proof that we live. See, this is the one moment where I think Adolphe's really attractive is this pose. It's a nice pose for him. First, Adolphe disappeared, then
ヒューゴ。
Hugo. The partner I was finally able to see again was slowly starting to fade.
仲をするなよ、相棒。俺は俺なりにすっきりした形で人生を
Make
終え
that
ることが
face
できたん
funny.
だ。
I was able to live the life I wanted without any
で
regrets.
も俺は喧嘩したまま君を死な
I
せた
let you die while we were still fighting.
相棒なのに、どんな時でも助け合うって約束していたのに。
You're my partner too. We promised that we'd help each other no matter what.
その言葉だけで十分だ。あんま自分を追い詰めんな。
That's all I need. Don't be so hard on yourself.
お前に出会わなけりゃ、俺は流されるまま適当な人生を生き続けてたんだから。
I would have lived an aimless, pointless life if I'd never met you.
まあ、満足だよ。
So I'm satisfied.
お前と駆け抜けた時間はいつも輝いていた。
Time I spent with you was always bright and brilliant. Hugo didn't have a hint of darkness in his expression. He then lightly pushed against my chest. Suddenly, a gaping hole opened up behind me. I fell back towards it, and just before he left my sight,
俺という普通でしかない男を相棒にしてくれて
thanks for
ありがと
having
よ。
an ordinary guy like me as your partner.
ジョーちゃんと一緒にゆっくり追いついてこい。死はどこにも逃げないんだからさ。
Don't be in a rush to catch up to us with Leah. Death will find you when it's time.
彼女としたいこと、してやりたいことがまだ山のようにあるんだろ。
You two still have a lot of things you want to see and do, don't you?
なら悪魔らしく傲慢にその願いを叶えちまえよ。
If so, be an arrogant demon and make those dreams a reality. Hugo laughed, then turned around without any regrets. Well, I still had the chance.
俺も君が相棒でよかった。
I'm glad you were my partner too.
ありがとう、ヒューゴ。
Thank you, Hugo,
兄さん。
my true brother. I hoped that my voice reached him. I caught a final glimpse as Hugo turned around, and he was smiling from the bottom of his heart. He didn't even get to confess his true feels, yo. I slowly fell down into the abyss, all the while embraced by red petals as if they were protecting me. And when I woke up, I don't on
夢見た赤たちは人の姿を取る同胞を祝福し
The otherworldly crimson petals blessed their human brethren and
同時にその守護者に感謝する
showed appreciation to their guardian.
共にして家族よどうか
Dear friends and
Look.
family, please, please.
君たちの行く道筋が長く終わりが遠いものでありますように
May your road to death be long and end as far as possible. I slowly awoke, feeling tears slide down my cheeks. I opened my eyes to see a world of white instead of the world of black I had just seen earlier. Was that a dream? Whether or not it was, where was I? Why was I here? I was sure all this time that I was dead. So many questions arose in my mind that I couldn't think straight. Yves. It was the soft voice of the love I had left behind. She spoke my name quietly. My questions were endless. But what I knew for sure was that I wanted to answer this kind voice. I blinked a few times. Yeah. After confirming that my beloved in front of me wasn't an illusion, I slowly called to her. Before long, Leah's eyes filled with tears. Yves! She buried her face in my chest as I lay in bed. Thank God. I know I prepared for this day, but still, it hurts so much to watch you leave. Hearing warmth envelop me, I could almost hear her heart playing a tune of joy. It didn't look like she was clinging on to me because I was dead, which meant...
俺生きてるの？
Am I alive? Yes, yes you are. You're still alive, Yves, you're alive, and you spoke my name just now. Unable to grasp the situation, I lay there stunned when...
目が覚めたか。相変わらずの生命力だな。イブ・ノワージュ。
So, you're awake, your vitals are as strong as usual, Yves Noraji. I could see his left hand made of iron.
その生命の輝きに 君は敗北したのだろうに。
It must have been that brilliance of his vitality that defeated you. A mysterious young man, familiar but dressed differently, entered the room. That's death. Thank you. This is the watchman of the death. Thank you very much. Yves awoke and I was stunned by the presence of Sheen and Anku.
体が軽い。それに呼吸も。
I feel light and my breath is. As I supported his back and helped him sit up, Yves was even more amazed by the strength he had regained.
身体機能に影響はなし。臨床試験をする時間はなかったが、無事に特効薬は機能したようだな。
No issues with physical functions. I didn't have any time to do clinical trials, but it seems the antidote was effective. After observing for a while, Sheen took out a vial of colorful liquid from his pouch.
それは
What's that?
呪いの原因。染色体を蝕む毒素に対抗できる唯一無二の特効薬だ。
It's an antidote, the only known means of fighting against the toxins that corrupts one's chromosomes.
特効薬
Antidote?
もしかしてそれのおかげで俺は助かったんですか
Are you saying I was saved because of that? Yes, they arrived just as you were about to pass away. It was shocking and dramatic.
彼の魂を刈り取るにはまだ早いよ、姫君。
It's too early to reap his soul, my
別
princess.
れに浸っているところを悪いが、そいつには救済を潰した代償としてまだ役目が残っている。
Sorry to break up the cheerful goodbye, but he still has some work to do to make up for destroying everyone's salvation. He had you drink that antidote to save
言
your
ってお
life.
くが、この特効薬は完全なものではない。あくまで1年程度、寿命を延ばせただけだ。
For the record, the antidote's far from complete. It can only extend your life by about a year.
なるほど
I see. After hearing what happened, Yves finally let out a sigh of relief. He then turned his attention to
お
Sheen.
礼は絶対に言いませんよシアンさんには恨みがたっぷりありますから
I'm never gonna thank you for it. I have plenty of grudges against you, Sheen.
こっちからお断りだ。
Keep them to yourself. They began to exchange sarcastic remarks. Oh, I also held a grudge against Sheen, but I would rather they not fight, especially with Eve still recovering. Yves, let me introduce Anku. He's the one who saved me from committing suicide that one time. It's crazy.
何？彼の起こした奇跡に比べれば、私の介入など大した手柄ではないさ。
Come now, compared to the miracle he performed, my intervention is hardly anything of note. I changed the subject by doing a simple introduction of Anku and Yves. Sure enough, Yves' expression changed to one of friendship.
そっかありがとうアンク俺も彼女の同胞に会うことができて嬉しい
Hey,
よ
thank you, Anku. Any friend of Leah is a friend of mine.
ところで死の番人って冥界の住人なんだよね冥界にリコリスって咲いてる
If you're the Watchman of Death, you live in Hades, right? Do Lycoris really bloom there?
もし咲いてるならさっき見た光景と一致するんだけど
If so, it would support what I saw earlier.
いや、それは。
Now let me see.
答えてあげたいのは山々だが、今の君は病み上がり同然。詳細を話すのはまたの機会としておこう。
I'd love to answer your query, but you are currently recovering it. So perhaps we should discuss this another time.
姫君と再会して早々、無茶をし倒れたくはないだろう。
Surely my princess would not want you to collapse as soon as you're reunited.
あそれもそっかついはしゃいじゃってごめん
You're right. Guess I got carried away. Sorry about that.
けど最後に一つだけ質問俺たち
Do you mind if
ど
I ask
こかで会ったこ
one
とはない
other questions? Have we met before?
それは、一連の事件の最中に。
Are you
ということかな。
perhaps referring to the recent incident?
うん前に家で殺されそうになった時 助けてくれた人と雰囲気が似てるような。
You remind me of the person who saved me when I was about to be killed in front of my
あ
house.
とそれとは別に
And also, you smell like, I don't know how to say this, Adele?
なんだか君からは懐かしい気配がするんだ。まるで昔から一緒にいたような。
There's something about you that makes me feel really nostalgic, like we've known each other for years and years.
さあ、どうだろうね。
Who can say? Anku responds to Eve's direct question with a mysterious smile.
意識の回復も確認したことだし、俺は行くぞ。今後のことはダハドに聞け。
It looks like you finally regained your consciousness, so I'm leaving and talk to Dahat for more information. Just as Sheen left through the door, in came
イブさん、お嬢さん、無事に再会できて嬉しいです。
Yves, Leah, I'm glad to see you two are safe. Dahat pranced into the room with a tea set in hand, his white lab coat dragging behind him. Dahat, it's been a while.
君も無事でよかった。
Favorite little sociopath. I'm glad to see you're safe too.
俺たちに味方したことで君に何か不利益があったんじゃって心配してたんだ。
I was worried something bad might have happened to you for siding with us.
おかげさまでお咎めなしです。
Thanks to everyone, I'm blame free.
というか、シアンさんがしばらくこもってた影響でうやむやになったと言いますか。
Or maybe it's that Sheen's been so held up in his office that he just swept everything under the rug.
落ち込んでるのかと思ったらあの人、あなたたちを助けるための特効薬を作っていたんですね。
At first, I thought he was depressed, but it turns out he was actually working on the antidote that saved you.
助けるため
That
か。
saved me. Yves had a perplexed look on his face hearing the way Dahat put it. Yves, is there a problem?
うん。全部を否定するわけじゃないけど、
It's not that I don't appreciate what he did,
あの
but
シアンさんが純粋に俺を助けるためだけに特効薬を開発するとは思えない。
I don't believe Sheen would go to the trouble for developing an antidote just for my sake.
その通りだと思いますが、イブさん、今まで以上に言い切りますね。
I totally agree. Yves seems you're more forthright than ever.
シアンさんとはいろいろあったというか、い
Let's
ろいろありすぎた
say
からね。
there's a lot that happened between me and Sheen. Yves smiled vaguely, perhaps unable to make peace with his true turn of events. In the meantime, Dahat propped up a folding table and set down some cups for us to use. After carefully pouring hot tea in them, he looked over at Anku.
さて、ここからは私があの小さな動乱が起きた後のことを説明しよ
I should explain to you what happened after the incident. While gracefully sipping tea, Anku looked over for Dahat oh gosh. Anku took over for Dahat in explaining what had happened to us until now. I still said that wrong.
う。君たちがあの隠れ家に移り住んでからしばらくが経過した頃、
After you went into hiding in the cave,
私はシアンブロフィワーズを訪ね、とある契約を持ちかけた。
I paid a visit to Shin Brophy to offer him a certain contract.
呪いの正体たる土壌の毒素に打ち勝つための最大の武器にして切り札。
I used my greatest weapon, in other words, the only means to defeat the toxins causing this so-called curse.
長きにわたりリコリスを摂取し、好みに宿した抗体を差し出す代わりに、君たちを救え。と
I
ね。
offered him the antibodies I possess from consuming Lycoris for ages in exchange for him saving you.
シアンブロフィワーズはその条件をのみ、特効薬の作成に尽力。
Shin Brophy accepted my offer and focused on creating the antidote.
君たちの寿命が尽きる直前に、なんとか試作品を完成させることに成功した。というわけだ。
He was successfully able to complete a prototype before you two passed away, and here we are now. Does that mean that the toxin can be removed now that he has the antibodies? I recall Sheen saying before that he would be able to fix a cure in a year once he returned to being a god.
神であったかつての彼ならば。ね。
Perhaps he were
だが
indeed
今
a
は
god,
違う。
but he is not one now.
人間に落ちた彼の実力は未知数。正直なところ、私も特効薬の完成がいつになるかはわからない。
How did he become a human? First off, he was never a god. He was called a god. Like, he didn't have abnormal powers. What do they mean by he's not a god? Like, how is... Get his arm cut off? That doesn't make him not a god. It just means he can't be a reliver anymore. Right? Am I missing something? He had become human, so his abilities are yet unknown. Frankly, I am uncertain when this antidote will be fully realized. Anku is basically telling us that we shouldn't celebrate just yet.
僕
Anku,
としてもシアンさんにはぜひとも呪いを解いてもらいたいんですが、
I for one want Sheen to find a way to fully get rid of the curse.
シアンさんにもいろいろ事情があるみたいで、毒素のための研究チームを組む気配がまるでないんですよね。
He has a lot of things to take care of, and I haven't heard of him setting up a research team to tackle the toxins.
かといって壊れたリライバー技術の修理に取り掛かる気配もありません。
That said, I also don't see him showing any interest in fixing the now broken reliver technology.
今は一部職員が唯一残った数台で国民の延命を何とか回している感じですね。
As it stands, we have a skeleton crew manning the reliver process with few devices remaining.
もしかしてそれが俺を助けた理由に関係あるのかな。
Maybe that's something to do with why he saved.
さあどうでしょう。僕も詳しい事情は全く聞いていなくて。
I thought he'd talk longer. Well, who really knows? He hasn't told me much of anything.
まあ何か話をするにしても試作品のデータをまとめた数日後になるでしょうから。
Then again, if he talks, it's going to come after putting together data from a prototype.
それまでお二人はここでのんびり過ごしていてください。
Until
体調
then,
も万全じゃないでしょ。
you two just sit tight and relax. You're still got lots of recovering to do.
現状ここは一般人の立ち入りを禁止していますから襲われる心配もないので安心してください。
We have the place closed off to the general public now, so don't worry about anyone breaking in to attack you.
副所長自ら体調の管理も行ってくれるそうだ。ここは好意に甘えてはどうだろう？
It seems the deputy director himself will be looking after your physical conditions. Try not to take advantage of his hospitality. I agree. Yves just woke up, so he needs to get some rest.
シアンさんの真意を探るためにも会話するための体力ぐらいは取り戻さないと。
Yeah, I need to recover so I have the strength to find out what Sheen really is after.
ね。
Right, Leah? He just coughs. Oh my god. Yves, please don't die.
わあ、こんな流れるように吐血する人初めて見ました。
Never seen anyone cough up so much blood before. Wait, what? Is he not?
やれやれ。痛みが戻っても自分の体に関して鈍いのは変わっていないようだね。
My, it seems you're still dull to the needs of your body even after being able to feel pain. Anku encouraged Yves to calm down and return him to the bed.
ああ、ちなみにここは病人や実験体を隔離するための特別なお部屋なので。
My drink is flat, so I have a can of sody pop. This is from our little party we had because I ordered drinks I don't usually drink. And only 2 got drank during the pottery, so I have a ton more. I try to be a good host, you see. By the way, this is a special room used to quarantine sick people and specimens.
そちらの棚に薬などが常備されていますから
気軽に使ってください。
On the shelf over there, you'll find medicine and other things. Feel free to use them.
お嬢さんのお着替えも後でマティスさんに頼んで施設から持ってきてもらいますね。
I'll have Mathis bring you a change of clothes from the orphanage later, Leah. Thank you for everything, Dahat. I'll be sure to return the favor one day. I hope Sheen's experiments go well so that we can get rid of the curse.
ですね。誰も犠牲にせずに。
Yes, and without sacrificing anyone.
恋人たちの蜜月を邪魔するのも悪い。私もそろそろ姿を消すとしようか。
I don't wish to further interrupt a couple's reunion, so I will take my leave. This could end here, and it'd be fine, right?
苦痛に耐えた分、良き夢を。また明日、様子を見に来よう。
It didn't have to have a second chapter. It could have just ended after he woke up. Right? Right? May you have sweet dreams to ease your suffering. I will come again tomorrow. Yes, good night. We thanked the two of them and watched as they departed the room. In the room where me and Yves, who had made a miraculous recovery, as I wondered what I should say to him.
おいで。
Come here, Leah. Yves said the words I wanted to hear. Now that we were in private, my relief and joy began to swell. And Yves! I threw myself into his open arms. Yves was unable to stand just a few hours ago, but now I felt his strength returning.
ただいま。
I'm back, he says. For the next 12 months, the strength of his embrace told me that he really did return. Ugh. He was alive. Yves was really alive. I was so overcome with emotions that tears began to flow from my eyes. Welcome back. I spoke with a quiet voice as I held him as close as possible. No one knows what will happen next, but if you still have a little more time left, please live for as long as possible with the god of death. Please live in this world where the Lycorises you love are in bloom.
それはこっちのセリフだよ。
And I'll need to ask the same of you. They're like sickeningly cute. It's almost too much. Yves' lips gently touched my cheek, wet with tears. He then lifted his head to look straight into my
実
eyes.
はさ、俺の願望が見せたただの夢かもしれないけれど。
You know, it may have been a dream I had because I wanted it to be true.
冥
But
界でヒューゴとアドルフに会ったんだ。
I saw Hugo and Adolphe down in Hades. Yves spoke our lost friends' names with joy. We're not doing flashbacks here. I lived this
お
one.
前と
Mhm.
ジョーちゃん、
Mhm. I was there. I read it.
だって彼ららしい別れの言葉だよね。
There you have it, the kind of goodbye you expect from them, right?
もしかしたら俺は死んだところをあの二人に冥界から返されたのかもしれない。
After I died, maybe it was the two of them who managed to kick me out of Hades. Adolphe, Hugo, they're good friends. I wish I could see them. Seems like I want to die, right? We're not trying to die. I'm glad that Adolphe and Hugo were your friends. If only I could relay that to them.
いつか必ず伝えよ
I'll let them know one
う。
day.
早くても遅くても俺たちはいずれ必ず死へと向かうんだから。
Whether now or in the future, we're all headed for death sooner or later.
二人は天に昇るだろうけどきっとすれ違うことぐらいはできると思うんだ。
Those two will probably rise up to heaven, but I'm sure we'll cross paths when that happens. Yes, I'm sure we will. I'll let them know everything I want to say so that I don't have any regrets. I wiped away my tears and let my bright expression finally come through. Have you played A Date with Death? Why, yes. In fact, I streamed it. You can watch it. I did my hair cute for it and everything. I only got one of the endings because I didn't want to keep playing it. Not like I didn't want to keep playing it. I didn't want to keep streaming it that night, and I knew I wouldn't get a lot of play if I continued to get other endings. Plus, there were so many choices, I don't even know. I don't even know how I would have gotten the other ones. It was a lot of work. I want to do the DLC, though. The part 2. I do want that. The long night was about to end. We would greet a new unknown morning. Whether we lived or died, no one knew what would happen next, but no matter the outcome, I knew I would be with Yves until the very end. I believed that with all of my heart. Is this the end? Until the Fire Nation arrived. The next day, we greeted a hectic morning at the institute when Sheen worked. Where, not what? But you could hear the footsteps and voices of staff around the area. In the midst of all this, I awoke in my bed I was sharing with Yves. Yves was still asleep, probably because he hadn't fully recovered. I got out of bed careful so as not to wake him and walked quietly to the door. As I stood in front of it, I found that it wasn't locked, meaning we were free to leave the room. I suppose it means they have no objection if we choose to escape. But if that's the case, why did Sheen bring us here in the first place? As I pondered for a moment, I heard footsteps leaving the crowd and approached our room.
おや姫君、いろいろあって疲れているだろうに、早く目が覚めたのだね。
Oh, dear princess, you're awake quite early, considering the ordeal you endured. Anku! Anku walked in with a folded stack of garments in his hands. Are you helping Sheen with his research?
いや、君たちへの届け物だよ。マティス・クロードから預かった君の部屋着に予備の着替えと。
No, I merely came to deliver you these. These are the spares that Mathis Cloud brought from your room and...
リコリスの守護者たる彼にはこの服を。
This is for the guardian of the Lycoris. Are these new clothes? Anku responded with a
研
nod.
究所内には君たちを敵視する人間はおらず、一般人は今このセルネボルへの出入りを禁止されているが、
None here see either of you as threats, and the general public is prohibited from entering or leaving Cornabel.
それでも万が一ということはある。特にこの国にはない衣装では目立つからね。シアン・ブロフィワーズが至急手配したのだよ。
Precautions must be taken. Shimborofi felt that you draw too much attention in foreign attire.
彼の家を調査した際に見つけた祖父殿の形見を仕立て直したものだそうだ。
He identified it to be cloth from your grandfather as written in his memoirs. I see. Among the guards still stationed here, there may still be remaining who had fought with Yves that night. It seems like a good idea to blend in as much.
研究室にさえ入らなければ署内を自由に移動しても構わないよ。
You're free to move around as long as you do not enter any of the labs. Really? So it's all right for me to contact Mother in the orphanage and tell Mathis that we're safe?
問題ないはずだ。副所長の彼に頼めば使いを出してくれるだろう。
I see no problem with that. I'm sure the deputy director will send a messenger at your request. Thank you so much. I could finally reassure the two people who had shed so many tears for us. Just as that thought came to mind, I noticed Anku's white lab coat swayed with his movement. Anku, if you don't mind me asking, where are you usual black clothes? These clothes suit you as well, but you seem a bit different.
ああ、これは。
You see, Sheen wouldn't let me dress how I wanted here.
はじめましてです。シアンさんのお客さん。
Nice to meet you, esteemed guest of Sheen.
その長い服じゃ研究所内でいろいろと不便でしょ。よければこの服を使ってください。
Wearing that long robe around here, the institute might be a real drag. Why don't you go ahead and use these instead?
誰だ？こんな少年、前のシアン・ブロフィバーズのそばにはいなかったと思うが。
He's so young. I don't remember seeing him around Shimborofi before.
だがまあ、あいつの救出に協力したということは、少なくとも悪人ではないだろう。
This time. I guess he isn't a bad person if he helped save Leah.
ありがたく借り受けよう。すぐに着替えてくるから、少し待っていてくれたまえ。
I accept with gratitude. Please do wait while I change into these.
わあ、とってもよく似合ってます。
Ah,
サ
you
イ
look
ズは
great.
大丈夫ですか？
Does it fit alright?
ああ、ぴったりだ。私に合わせて用意してくれたのかい？
Perfectly. I don't suppose you tailored these for me.
ああ、いえ。それ、シアンさんが使っていたやつです。
二人とも身長がそんなに変わらないので。
Actually, it's the same ones Sheen uses. You two are about the same height, so.
なんてものを用意してくれてるんだ君は。何が悲しくてあの男のお下がりなどをまとわなくてはな
What
ら
in
な
the
い。
world were you thinking? Why should I have to wear that man's hand-me-downs?
あはは、すみません。でも今研究所は混乱しているので、新しい服の手配ができなくて。
Ah, sorry, but with the institute still in this state, I wasn't able to order a brand new set.
でも、お下がりと言っても大丈夫ですよ。
But you still look great, even if it's secondhand.
なんと言っても、60年シアンさんの部屋に眠っていた新品同然の未使用品ですから。
For the record, it's practically new since it's been sitting in Sheen's office for 60 years.
60? カビなど生えていないだろうね。
60? Are you sure there's no mold on this thing?
という経緯でね、不本意ながら袖を通しているのだよ。
So there you have it. Much to my disdain, I find myself clothed in this attire. Hee. Sounds so like the hot to do that. You sacrificed so much to offer us support, Anku. The way to turn me into a normal human was likely the antibodies he possessed. I was unsure how the Lycoris gave him antibodies, but it didn't change my great appreciation for him. No amount of thanks is enough, but thank you very much.
気にすることはない。これも契約を果たし、呪いの正体を暴いてくれた君への返礼の一つさ。
This is nothing to worry about. Consider this the reward for fulfilling our contract and discovering the identity of the curse.
とは言っても、シアン・ブロフィワーズが特効薬を完成させるまでは油断できないのだが。
That said, we cannot remain complacent until Shimborofi perfects the antidote.
と、研究員たちがこちらに向かっているようだ。
Now, I sense some researchers headed this way.
部外者たる私は悪目立ちしないよう、ここで失礼するよ。
As an outsider, I will excuse myself from here so as not to attract attention. I understand. I would love to speak to you again when you have the time, Anku.
ん？それはまたなぜ？
Why would you want that? Seeing Anku give me a slight tilt of his head, I became a bit flustered. Well, I know we're supposed to be partners, but I feel like we're more than that. Like we've known each other for years. So I was hoping I could use this opportunity to get to know you better. I'm sorry if that's asking too much.
いや、そんなことはない。
No, not at all. My golden shadow and Anku's crimson eyes grew smaller as his eyes narrowed. He then began to speak in a tone that was lighter than usual.
ありがとう。その言葉だけで十分だ。
Thank you. Your words are more than enough.
どうかあと少しだけ普通の未来に向けて共にあがき続けてくれ。
Wish that you two do your very best in your journey towards a better future. He smiled happily, then walked away down the corridor. After seeing Anku off, I headed back inside the room to find Yves already awake.
それでこれがシアンさんが用意した俺の服？
So these are the clothes Shimborofi prepared for me? Yes, it feels like it's made of very durable fabric, but what left a greater impression on me was
黒いね。
they're black. They're very black. The clothes were dyed black all over. Not just the plain black though, it really was pretty with a hue similar to the Lycoris
だ
VOD.
ね。君の大事な家族たちとお揃いだ。
You're right, I'm glad I can match your family.
それじゃあ早速着替えてみるよ。ここで少し待っていてくれる？
Let me change into them. Could you wait here for me? Sure, please call me if you have any trouble putting them on, although I've seen you naked, I assume. So this seems strange. He's responded with a yes, then headed into the adjacent room. Outfit change. 15 minutes passed as I waited in anticipation on how Yves would look in the new set of black clothes. The door opened and a dark figure walked in. Alright, this is Luke. Return of the Jedi. Let's go. I turned around to see.
どうかな？これで着方は合ってる？
Pretty close. Pretty close. What do you think? Do I have it on right? Just as I had expected, beyond what I had expected, he looked exceptionally good in the color of the Lycoris VOD. Wow, it suits you very well, Yves.
本当？変なところはないかな？
Really? It doesn't look sloppy? It looks fine to me. Not only does it look nice, it also looks easy to move in. It's well designed, isn't it?
うん、俺もそれは感じた。丈夫さといい、多分これ、戦いを前提にした服なんだと思う。
I felt that too. This is very sturdy, so I think this was designed to be worn in battle. He's moved around to test out its
懐か
range.
しい。じいさまの気配がする。着てるだけで心強いな。
I feel nostalgic, like my grandpa's still here. I feel strong just wearing it.
あ、でも、君が作ってくれた服もいいから、どっちを着るか悩んじゃうね。
But the clothes you made are nice too, so I'm having a hard time deciding which to wear. I suppose you'll have to alternate, but depending on the occasion. Yves nodded happily, then sat down on the bed. I quietly sat next to him and leaned against his warm body. Yves wrapped his sleeved arm around me. I feel like I'm surrounded by Lycoris VOD.
守護者として、これ以上ふさわしい服はないよね。でも、
There's no clothes more appropriate for me to wear as their guardian, but with his hand around my shoulder, he pulled me in
戦闘
closer.
を前提とした服を、シアンさんが何の意味もなく用意するとは思えない。
I doubt Sheen would have combat-ready clothes prepared for me without realizing
きっ
it.
と近いうちに、俺に何かが起こる。
I have a feeling something will happen sooner or later. This could have been over already, guys. We could have had our happy ending.
あるいは起こすという予定が、彼にはあるんだと思う。
He may have plans to cause this something himself. I see. I did find it strange that the fabric was so sturdy, but you don't have the strength to fight now, Yves. If something does happen, I don't want you to force yourself. But I doubt that we had any choice in that matter. I know you said you were really willing to go to any length despite the despair. Okay, hang on. I feel like this might actually help me. Get ready. It's not that crazy. I know you said you were willing to go to any lengths despite the despair so that we could be together. I know that more than anyone else. Neither the fire that scorched his body nor the toxins that consumed him from within would penetrate his soul, which was why... I also have another question, actually. Let me see if this is a font color option. I want the font to be a different color, though. I just feel like it should be black. Like, why is it white on white? Never mind, it's fine. Neither the fire that scorched his body nor the toxins that consumed him from within would penetrate his soul, which was why, since I know I can't stop you, I want you to keep me by your side at all times. Just like how you never gave up and came to stay by my side until the last moment. This time, I want to do my best so that I can always be by your side. I don't want to be a weak death that only waited for him to come to me. Am I asking too much?
まさか。むしろ俺の方から言おうとしていたぐらいだよ。
Of course not. In fact, I was just about to ask the same thing. Yves kissed me on the cheek to show that it was a promise.
どんな未来にも、君を連れて行くって誓う。
No matter what the future holds, I promise to take you with me.
改めてっていうのもおかしいけど、これからもよろしくね。
This will sound kind of funny after everything, but here's to our future, Leah. Right? Future. After a week of Yves being under medical observation, we received approval from Dahat that he could move as he pleased, provided that the activity wasn't strenuous. However, being uncertain as to what Sheen was planning, we were unable to take any particular action.
じゃあ今はアンクーも研究所の中に住んでるんだ。
So you're actually living inside the Institute, Anku?
ああ、いつシアン・ブロフィワーズにサンプルの提供を求められるかわからないからね。
Indeed, after all, there's no telling when Sheen Borofi will ask for more samples from me. I know you can heal yourself, but it does bother me thinking that you keep giving him your blood. I had offered to hot help in cleaning the rooms here.
皆さん、お疲れ様でした。
I keep doing this. I'm wearing a dress. If I lay this on my legs, it's gonna fall off my lap. Hi.
そうなのね。
Ooh, I haven't heard her in a while. I need to add more for the rosters for the redemption, so there's more sounds. I cast Unshrimp upon ye. I don't know if that's possible. I'm a shrimp if I want to be. I can shrimp so hard. Oh, I felt a pop in my shoulder. Not a bad pop. Phrase that right. How are you? Inside were crates filled with various medicine, and we quickly organized them in their designated order. With a small portable terminal, Anku assisted us in confirming that the work was completed. If no one told us otherwise, you'd look like one of the researchers working here.
確かに毒素のことを理解して抗体も作れるぐらいだし。
Do your joints crunch when you stretch? Yes. In fact, this morning when I got out of bed, I heard 3 sounds, like 3 like as I got out of bed. Oh. I'm like a glow stick. I'm just cracking all the time. It's just every time. I also have those cool knee sounds. Crunch, yeah. You know, I have those cool knee sounds when you like crouch down, just that like that's my knees. Am I dying? Probably. Listen, I'm old. I'm so old. Apparently, like, you have like your childhood and your body's okay, and then this, we all do slowly, yeah. My poor knees. That's true. You understand toxins can even develop antibodies yourself.
もしかしてアンクってすごく頭が良くて研究者に向いてる？
He's blushing in his new outfit. This is the look, man. I like it. With how smart you are, I have a feeling you'd make a great researcher, Anku.
そうでもないさ。あくまで私は番人としてこの世界の生死の真実を把握しているだけのこと。
Not at all. I am merely a watchman who observes the truth of life and death in the world.
条件を満たさない限り人間にそれを話すこともできないから存外不便なものだがね。
Some of us are gonna speedrun any percent. That's life. You're just like, you know, yeah, we're all slowly like disintegrating, but some of us have had arthritis since they were 10 in their spine. Some of us are special. Some of us are deteriorating just a tiny bit faster than others. Ugh. I remember my doctor told me that. She's like, "Oh, I thought you knew." I was like, "What do you mean you thought I knew?" Because I was like, "My back hurts." They're like, that's natural." And then she's like, "Well, when you have arthritis in your spine, of course." I'm like, "What?" I sit up straighter. Furthermore, unless certain conditions are met, I am limited in my abilities to discuss such truths with humans. Now that you mentioned it, I remember how you were prevented from revealing your identity when we first met. Yves nodded, readily accepting it as a
俺たち
fact.
が死んだらアンクに導いてもらうことになるかもしれないのか。
Speaking of which, if we die, there's a chance that Anku will lead us down, right?
その時はどうぞよろしく。君がいるなら冥界で過ごす時間もきっと寂しくない。
He's undying. He can't go there. I'll be looking forward to that time. I'm sure Hades won't be so lonely if we can see you there.
君たちなら冥界に向かってもなおのろけているかもしれないね。
His voice is so velvety. I suspect you two lovebirds could not possibly be lonely if you were together. I like his voice so much. We chatted as we exited the room to begin our next task. We did stand out somewhat, but many of the researchers here were given leave during the incident. So while we noticed a few ambivalent, oh gosh. Ambivalent, whatever. Guards, none were hostile towards us. I can't. Aware? Maybe Sheen ordered them to refrain from any aggressive behavior as I wondered about it.
ダハト君、それって本当に本当？
Are you sure, Dahat? Really?
彼女は無事で、今ダハト君と同じ場所で暮らしているのね。
Leah's safe and living in the same place as you?
もちろんですよ。ナディアに嘘なんてつきません。
Absolutely. I would never lie to you, Nadia. Oh my god, it's my angel. Wait, this could get better. Or worse. Anything could happen. At the end of the corridor, I found Dahat speaking into a transmitter. That's Nadia's voice.
通信機で病院と連絡を取ってるみたいだね。
Looks like he's using a transmitter to contact her at the hospital.
あ、
I wish I looked like Dahat, honestly. Dahat's great, so I can agree with that. Ah. I almost had that hair color. It was going to be purple or that color. Honestly, I kind of wish I went with that color because my hair still blue after bleaching it. Tried so hard. As we spoke quietly to each other, Dahat took notice and skipped towards us.
ちょうどよかった。今ナディアと二人のことを話していたところなんです。
Perfect timing. I was just talking to Nadia about you
よかっ
two.
たら彼女に声を聞かせてあげてください。きっと喜んでくれるはずですから。
If you don't mind, can you speak to her? I'm sure it'd make her happy. Sure. I was worried about how Nadia was doing too. Yves and I looked intensely at the transmitter Dahat handed to me. Nadia?
本当にあなたなのね。
Leah? Is that really you, Leah? I could hear an adorable voice respond with excitement. Adorable voice who deserves so much more.
よかった。ダハト君の言う通り、無事だったのね。
Thank goodness. So you were safe, just as Dahat
それ
said.
から全然あなたの話を聞かなかったから、とっても心配だったの。
I haven't heard a thing about you for so long. I was really worried. Nadia. It had only been a few months, but strangely I felt as though I hadn't heard from her in ages.
体の調子はどう？カプシーヌが連行されてから病院は研究所が管理してるみたいだけど。
I look more like Cousin It from Adam's Family, which is saddening. Does that mean you have just like so much hair that like it touches the ground? Like Cousin It had like a lot of hair. Like Cousin It, I want that level of hair. And Baby What? Oh my god. So cute. Little Baby What? The best. How are you doing? I heard the hospital's been under the Institute's control ever since Capuchin was arrested.
大丈夫よ。新しく来たお医者様もとっても優しいの。
My hair grows 4 to 5 times faster than normal. Listen, if my hair grew that fast, it wouldn't be this short right now. Nails too? Oh my god, that's a great superpower. My nails, okay. These are superpowers you have, and I want them. My nails are still regrowing after deciding to take a break from acrylics. And so they're so fragile they'll crack pretty quickly. To the point that like I think there's one or two. I know my thumb just kind of tore today, where it's like basically to my nail bed. And I hate it. I hate it. I hate it so much. I have like a special nail lotion I've been putting on. I've been doing cuticle oil, trying to help strengthen the babies. They need some protection. Man, you must have to like survive off, what's it called? Jojoba? Hoho? Jojoba seed oil. You must survive off that. I'm doing fine and my new doctor's really nice.
でも他の患者さんたちはリライバーの人に看病されるのが嫌みたいで。
The other patients don't like the fact that relivers are watching over
カプ
them.
シーヌ先生に早く戻ってきてほしい。
Some of them want Capuchin to come back. They should probably let them know that Capuchin's a reliver.
そっか。 まああれだけのことがあれば院内が混乱するのも仕方ないね。
It's a weird mutation. It's inherited from mother by female line, but manifest only in males. That's a interesting... Not the worst thing. No, because imagine. Long hair. That's a gift. It's a gift. I guess I shouldn't be surprised. Things are still chaotic after what happened. True. Many of his patients must still consider him a wonderful doctor since they don't know the crimes he committed. That's so crazy as a sentence. As Nadia herself had been deceived, her tone sounded perplexed as she responded.
カプシーヌ先生がね、悪いことをして連れて行かれちゃったのは私も知っているから。
I know Dr. Capuchin did something bad and that's why he was taken away.
悲しいけれど納得はできたの。
It's sad, but I can see why it happened.
でもあれからどうしてか兄様とも簡単に会えなくなってしまって。
Hi! You're up late tonight. Hello. Since then, it's been difficult to see my brother.
ちょっぴり寂しかった。だからあなたたちの声が聞けてとっても嬉しいわ。
These your stickers? Wait, did you get new stickers? You're cute. I haven't seen that one. I know the head pat, but I haven't seen the you're cute one. But it's so cute. It's been a little lonely, which is why I'm really happy to hear you two now. Man, where is Lucas? Nadia, your brother's a murderer. Say it. I wasn't sure how to respond to her happy voice. And he's dying, probably, because he's 23 years old. Yeah, look at that man. Look at that gorgeous murderer. It seems there was information that had been withheld from Nadia. Lucas, who acted as Barreau, was currently a fugitive on the run. I heard he had been meeting with her in secret. Considering the strength of his constitution, I was sure that it was easy enough for Lucas to visit Nadia. From the sound of it, the frequency of his visits has dwindled. God. Guilt struck my heart. This was all because I wished for us to live. That wish has now taken away her brother Lucas, as well as her wish for them to live together. Girl, her brother was a serial killer. Relax. She'll be alright. Despite that, she didn't reprimand or blame us for what happened.
ナディアにとってそれだけ。君は大切な友達なんだよ。
That's just how important of a friend you are to Nadia. Noticing my silence, Yves whispered gently into my ear.
実はあれからナディアとはちょくちょく連絡を取ってるんです。
You see, I've been in frequent contact with Nadia.
事件に巻き込んでしまったお詫びもありますし。
I mean, we do owe her once we dragged her into this mess.
何よりも僕自身が彼女と友達として関わり続けたいと強く思ったので。
What's more, I really want to continue the friendship that we nurtured.
お詫びなんて気にしなくていいのに。私もこれからもずっとダハト君とお友達でいたいわ。
You don't need to feel sorry. I want to stay friends with you for as long as possible.
よかったら今度また彼女たちと一緒に病院へ遊びに来て。
If you don't mind, please come and visit me at the hospital again, Leah.
きっと兄様も来てくれると思うの。
I'm sure my dear brother will come by and see us too.
都合がつけば。
Yes, we'll visit when we can. Unable to give a firm promise, the hot responded to Nadia's wish with a vague affirmation.
ナディア、お大事に。話したくなったらいつでも通信機で呼んでくれていいから。
Still convinced this is unnecessarily long for some reason. Just give him a short, happy ending. You didn't have to do this. You didn't have to make this long. This is like Lucas having so long. He was in hell. It didn't need to be that long. Please take care of Nadia. Feel free to call us through the transmitter whenever you want.
Ne?
Right, Leah? I paused for a moment. Of course, yeah, sure, Nadia. I don't want to be reminded constantly about your dead bro or dying bro, but like, whatever. There are a lot of things I want to talk to you about, Nadia. So much has happened since we last saw each other. Hope you're doing well. I am. I hope you are too. I nodded firmly in response while feeling a sense of guilt. Nadia went through a lot, thinking and suffering along the way, but even now, she was still happy to learn that I was still alive. No matter what, I could not refuse her kindness.
ありがとう。私の大事なお友達。
Thank you, Leah. You really are a dear friend to me.
声を聞かせてくれてありがとう。時間が許す限り。
By the way, whose Virche Evermore character do you like the most by points of look? It's Anku. Anku was #1 from the beginning. And then he has like a great voice, so it made it even better. Anku was... So when I first start a game, I usually go like, all right, here's my favorites based on look. And then once I get through the prologue, I go, okay, so here's how I like them based on personality. And it kind of changes, but Anku was #1 because like he's got beautiful hair. And then he had a beautiful voice. And then he's just like, just classy. And then Lucas from looks, I think he was like #2 at first because I liked how like devious he looked, really. He looked so devious by nature. What a twist. They didn't do him justice. Thank you for letting me hear your voice. Let's always be friends forever and ever. Oh, Nadia. Nadia's responded to me with a bright voice. Have a digital handshake from another Anku connoisseur. Thank you. He's over here on my stand, actually. There's a potato that's dressed up as Mona Lisa and Anku right here. Nadia then said that she should get some rest and quietly turned off her transmitter. My friend who joined me for my end of year, beginning of new year on Otome chat has a cosplay that she did of Anku, and she dressed up as that during our little sit down chat, so it was really fun to have Anku kind of in the room. I should live like death and be as selfish as possible, right? Yep, well said. I didn't choose to live as death without any resolve. I need to feed off the guilt within me and live. I get it. That's what they said to do.
そう悲観的になることもないだろう。リュカ・プルーストの生命力は凄まじいものがあるからね。
There's no need to feel remorse. Lucas Proust possesses within his body a very powerful life force.
特効薬が間に合えば延命も可能になるかもしれないよ。
There's a possibility he may live much longer should the antidote be completed.
ですです。ゆかさんの動向は僕の方でも調べておきます。
Like you said, I'll check and see where Lucas is and what he's up to. We didn't have the right to denounce what he did, as we were sinners all the same. Not the same. But if I could have a wish come true, I wish that his gentle, precious smile would never be clouded again. It's not the same. The next morning, Yves and I were preparing for the day. The plan was for us to help Dahat with his duties again, but...
平和だけど、なんだか落ち着かないね。
It's peaceful, but something about this doesn't feel right.
シアンさんの動きを待つしかないとはいえ、このまま何もせずに過ごしていていいのかな。
All we can do is wait for Sheen to act first. Is it really okay for us not to do anything? I feel the same way, Yves. I'm a bit afraid that my position is starting to become vague. It feels like I'm going to end up being swept along with the flow of things. After agreeing with what I said, Yves thought for a bit then.
よし、決めた。俺もだいぶ体力が回復してきたし。
Okay, I've made my decision. I've pretty much recovered now.
思い切って、こっちからシアンさんを問いただしてみよ
う。I'll go talk to Sheen and question him myself. What could he be planning? He was planning on talking to the very person he once fought against with his life. A bold idea like that is very much like you, Yves. If that's the case, I'll go with you. I need to keep watch so that you don't push yourself.
よろしくお願いするよ。今の俺はシアンさんと戦っても、 絶対に勝てないからね。
I'm counting on you. After all, I don't stand a chance fighting Sheen right now. Heh. Yves and I headed to the front of the laboratory. We didn't have clearance to enter, so we tried talking to him through the door.
シアンさん、いますか？大事な話があるんですけど。
Sheen, are you there? There's something important I'd like to. Before we could finish our sentence, the door opened
入れっ
abruptly.
てことかな。
I guess we can go inside? I suppose. Now, he used to have high respects for Korun, so I don't know. Yves and I kept our guard up as we entered the laboratory. The room, which was the scene of the intense fight, still showed signs of damage on the wall. Oops. Apart from the cosmetic flaws, the rest of the laboratory had been repaired and seemed fully operational. Only problem, Sheen was nowhere in sight. We didn't see any of the staff around. Instead, in front of the device used to manufacture relivers were two figures.
そろそろ来る頃だと思っていた。
I figured you'd be coming. There stood the former god and master of this laboratory. Also, wait, they're about the same size. Look at that shoulder difference. But their heads... His head's... I'm so confused. Well, he is crouched over. Hank, we'll see. The former god and master of this laboratory and the watchman of death with whom he kept contact. One oversaw life while the other oversaw death. They seemed similar but were completely different. Seeing them silently occupying the same room was mysteriously eerie.
俺たちが行動するのを待っていたんですか？
You were waiting for us to make a move?
ふぬけに用はないからな。
I don't have time for crowds. Okay. This pose. Shoulders lower now. Which meant he was planning to leave us alone if we didn't take action.
シアン・ブロフィワーズ、もう少し言葉を選んだ方がいい。
Shin Borofi, I suggest you choose your words
再
wisely.
度決闘を申し込むために彼を招いたわけではないだろう。
You did not invite him here to challenge him to another duel, did you? Anku sighed as he attempted to act as a mediator between Yves and Shin.
君たちもそう警戒する必要はない。この男は今後のこと。
You two have no need to be wary of him as he's planning on.
いや、今後の未来を切り開くための依頼を君たちにするつもりだからね。
No. He is going to give you a mission that will clear your path into the future. Clear our paths into the future.
言葉通りの意味だ。
It means exactly that. But it's kind of vague, right? Like just a little. You have more like a brand new world is going to open up to you. What does that mean, fortune cookie? Sheen controlled the screen near him to display the entire island of Arpachel in the middle of the room. He slowly crossed his arms and looked at his nemesis.
漂流者の末裔にして災いを吸い取るリコリスの守護者イブ・ノワージュ。
Yves Noraji, descendant of the drifter and guardian of the Lycoris that absorbs misfortune.
お前には正真正銘。
Let me make this very clear. I hate you.
この国を救う英雄となってもらう。
I will have you become a hero that will save this country. Have I never really looked at this? Like, it's very Attack on Titan-ish. Because, like, no one wants to live near the flowers. And the research facilities at the top in the middle, you know, the most protected. And then the rich people live in that little circle on that part of the plateau. I will have you become a hero that will save this country. He said so as if it was something that we could not refuse. You two were able to survive because I created the antidote from his antibodies. But to be very blunt, it was not yet ready for completion. To be precise, I didn't have the time to conduct any research. Surely you hadn't already forgotten the reason you were dragged into this commotion. Murder? Right now, I also have to deal with administrative things and research centers, so I envy Sheen, who cannot even give a damn about his place and put almost all of his work onto Hot. Yeah, but Sheen had to do a lot for that. He had to literally invent a technology that only he truly understands first. And he only had 23 years to do that, with an asterisk next to that, because technically he dies at 23. So he really wasn't ready to start that research until, like, probably his teens. Mysterious deaths, Barreau's clandestine maneuvers, the royal family's rampage, those deaths were connected to Leah's allopathy running wild, but
ハッキングだ。
they were hacked.
俺を欺けるほどの何者かが外部からリライバー生産システムに侵入し、メモリの生成に介入。
Someone actually deceived me and hacked into the Reliver manufacturing system to gain access to the memory creating process.
ある程度の恋愛感情を持てばクラッシュが起きるよ。
Only adds reason for envy, I guess. I'm just saying, not everyone could do that because he was the first to do it. Took some time. I mean, also, he doesn't go to sleep for days. He stays up for days. Do you want to do that? It was updated to only allow for a certain amount of emotion before
特
crashing.
定の世代に生産されたクローン体のメモリーの強度をかなり低く設定したんだろう。
They must have lowered the memory capacity during the production of a previous generation of clones. I'm already doing it. He's like 5 days in a row, and he makes Dahat do it too. And Dahat's like, please, I want to sleep. Which, honestly, from like a person of science, makes no sense. Because a person of science would know you actually need to rest for your brain to be at its best, because the less sleep you get, the more sleep deprived you become, the less coherent you become, meaning that your stuff doesn't make sense. That's the only thing that bothers me. My average time to sleep since August is 3 hours. That's fine. The average is fine. He will not sleep for straight days. Although it depends on your mental state. That's another thing too. Like, not everybody needs the same amount of sleep. I feel like I need more, and it's driving me crazy. Because I'm not the person that sleeps early. The actual trigger was caused by someone who downgraded the memory specifications for many relivers. That person. We also discovered that someone used the underground passage to orchestrate crimes with the royal family and others. Orti was among those others. The abducted prostitutes were an unwilling part of his illegal experiments. The same orchestrator also caused the explosions at the Institute during our battle. Considering their radical nature, they will likely continue to act behind the scenes to obstruct our movements. In order to prevent that from happening,
支援者のあぶり出しをお前に依頼したい。
I want to ask that you unveil the identity of this supporter.
英雄っていうのはそういう意味ですか？
So that's what you meant by wanting me to be a hero. Tension filled the air. If what Sheen said was true, he certainly couldn't allow the perpetrator to remain at large, but aren't you in a better position to question those involved in the incident, like Orti and the royal family?
もう一人の協力者は利用されていただけに過ぎず、オーティは肉体のある不具合で支援者の顔や名前を全く覚えていない。
The one called Orti was merely used, and due to his physical defect, does not remember this supporter's name or face.
王族に至っては問いただすこと自体できそうになくてね。下手をすれば内乱が起きる。
Also, that does make me think, speaking of averages of sleeps, maybe I should turn my phone to have that setting where it keeps track of when I stop using it and when I start using it again, so it keeps track of my actual sleeping. Who knows, man? As for the royal family, any lack of subtlety in interrogating them could lead to large-scale
普段で
consequences.
あればその程度の争いなど上等だが
Under normal circumstances, I wouldn't care about provoking them, but
研究所の戦力はお前たちの襲撃によって瓦解している
the
今王
Institute's
族との正面
forces
衝突は避けたい
have been decimated by your assault. I wish to avoid conflict with them for now.
だから責任を取ってあなたの命令を聞けと
So you're telling me to follow your orders to make up for what I've done.
今の俺には手駒がほぼないのでな
I have few other pawns at my disposal.
事件が解決した暁にはお前の肉体にある抗体もどきも特効薬の原料にし
Once this is resolved, I should be able to use the antibodies you possess to create the antidotes.
治安そして呪いとあらゆる意味でこの国を救った英雄だと国民に宣言してやる
Then I'll officially proclaim you as the country's hero who saved us from the curse. He went on to say that no one would ever call us death and a demon anymore. Sheen was offering us a reward that would clear our names.
君はどう思う
What do you think, Leah? I will support my husband. Naturally. The culprit was behind the memory crashes that killed those in love. Wink, Hugo. I was similar in the sense that we were both Hugo's enemies. I don't have the right to blame this supporter, but you have the right to do so, Yves. I'll support whatever decision you choose to make.
わかった
Understood. He nodded quietly, then turned his attention to Sheen.
一晩考える時間をください明日の朝には答えを出します
Please give me some time to think. I'll give you my answer by tomorrow morning.
いいだろ
That's fine.
私としてはどちらでも構わない。もとより人に落ちたこの男に君たちへ命令する権利など皆無。
That's a burn. You are free to choose however you like. A fallen god has no right to give you orders.
どのような決断をしようと、私だけはその選択を支持しようじゃないか。
I will support whatever decision you make. Anku stressed the fallen part and Sheen gave a contemptuous
あ
scoff.
りがとうアンクそのことも踏まえて二人でよく話し合ってみるよ
Thanks, Anku. We'll take that into consideration during our discussion.
最後の最後に後悔だけはしないように
We'll make sure we won't regret our decision in the end. It was late at night. The institute, which had once been plunged into chaos, was now dark and silent. It was the perfect time for us to have our discussion.
さてシアンさんにああ言った以上明日までには答えを出さないとね
I did tell Sheen would come to our decision by tomorrow. We both sat in the bed and discussed in detail how we should approach the final threat that remained. The person responsible for involving the royal family in Orti and those mysterious deaths. I wonder who and what kind of person they are.
シアンさんに悟られないままそれだけの事件を起こしたぐらいだからね
They're super cute.
相
They're
当頭が
adorable.
切れる人だと思う
They
よ
have green hair. At the very least, they must be smart because all of this destruction without revealing their identity to
そん
Sheen.
な人を放置すればまた国を揺るがすような事件が起きるかもしれない
What this means is that they may cause another incident if we were to leave them be. Silence fell over us. The once altruistic Yves would have chosen to help capture the supporter without a second thought.
シアンさんはアドルフたちの仇で許せない気持ちは
I don't think I
一
can
生消えないと思う
ever forgive Sheen for killing Adolf and
ただ
Hugo.
それを抜きにしても俺たちはこの国の全てを見捨てて
Regardless, we did
悪魔
turn
と
our
なった
backs
身
on
で
this country and become demons.
彼らを救う義務も資格もないんだ
We have no responsibility or right to save it. Yves sighed as though he didn't believe what he himself said.
俺はただ君と生きたいだけでこの国の人間をわざわざ不幸に陥れたいわけじゃない
I just want to live with you. It's not like I actually want to cause harm to anyone else. I feel the same way. What if this supporter actually causes another riot or maybe even recognizes us? Wouldn't that mean we would lose the life we made with each other?
うん。俺もそれだけは嫌だ。
I don't want that to happen either, meaning
選択肢は一つしかないよね。
we only have one choice. He brought his hands up to his cheeks and proceeded to slap them as if to force himself to agree with his decision.
この国を救っても、二人きりで生きていくことに変わりはなくて。
Even if we do agree to save this country, we'll still have to live together on our own.
逆に苦しみながら生きていく時間が延びることになる。
In fact, we'll have more time to live while suffering.
それでも、あがき続ける覚悟を決めよ
Let's push through and prepare ourselves to live through
う。
everything.
俺は諦めるためじゃなく、生きるために、君へ花束を贈ったんだから。
I'm not giving up. I gave you that bouquet so that we could continue to live. Really? It was a death bouquet. You were literally going to kill yourself.
依頼通り、シアンさんに協力して、支援者の目論見を潰します。
We will accept your request and work with you to find and stop the supporter.
英雄になるためなんかじゃなく、これからも彼女と二人で静かに暮らしていくためだけに。
It's not so I can become a hero, it's so that I can live with Leah in peace.
お前ならそう言うと思っていた。俺の救済を潰した悪魔にふさわしい傲慢な答えだな。
I figured you'd say that, a perfectly arrogant response from the demon that destroyed my salvation. Despite the words he spoke, she nodded with satisfaction.
今後は万人と共に地下通路の調査と情報収集を行え。
Work with my guards to gather information and investigate the underground
1
passage.
週間後、準備が整い次第、支援者の本拠地へ突入する。
We will invade the supporters' base of operation in a week once everything is
わかり
ready.
ました。その時は彼女も一緒に連れて行きます。
Understood. I'll have Leah come with me once the time comes. As promised, Yves made sure to bring up my involvement from the very start. Sheen flatly responded that he didn't care. I don't care. We continued the discussion in detail. It was decided that I would be sending Yves and the others off to each expedition down below and assisting them as needed.
何があっても無事を知らせに戻ってくるから待っててね。
I'll return safe and sound no matter what, so please wait for me. Did someone tell him to have his hair down more? Okay, please be safe. Yves gave me a firm hug, then slowly let go to head off to his first expedition. We nodded at each other without saying a word.
では行くとしようか。この先は私にとっても未知の領域。警戒心を忘れないように。
Shall we? Do keep your guard up as we will be entering a domain unknown even to me.
了解。背中は任せたよ、アンク。
Understood. Watch my back, will you? With Anku, who was hiding some kind of weapon under his clothes, Yves set off and disappeared into the passage. It's a gun. They've made it his weapon of choice in every single thing in this game. A few days passed, and Yves and Anku continued their investigations. The scale of the underground passage and the devices found became clear. Fortunately, they returned safely each time, since no enemies were found stationed there.
ただいま。今日も遅くなっちゃってごめん。
I'm back, Leah. Sorry for being late again today. Every day, Yves returned to our room tired and soaking wet. Welcome back. Thank you for working so hard. It seems so difficult to investigate that vast underground network of tunnels. I handed Yves a towel, which he used to dry his face.
そうなんだよね。
Didn't they have, like, special... like scouts? Like, I can't think of the word here. Like, drones before that, like, scoured those paths?
しかも通路全体に薬液が張り巡らされているから移動もしにくくて体力も普段の倍以上は持ってかれてる感じかな。
To To add, the passage is drenched with some kind of medicinal liquid. It takes so much more energy to trudge through it.
今日なんてうっかり足を取られて転んじゃったよ。
Today, I even tripped and fell by accident. Then let me help you get nice and dry so that you don't catch a cold.
お願いします。
Yes, please. I was happy to accept the towel Yves offered to me without hesitation. I used it to dry his hair, and I heard him chuckle from a ticklish feeling. After Yves changed his clothes, I had him sit on a chair, and I carefully combed through his now dry hair from behind. Your hair has grown quite a bit.
言われてみればそうだね。切るどころの状況じゃなかったし。
How dare you? Now that you mention it, there hasn't been much time for me to get a haircut.
もともと願掛けとして伸ばしていたものだけど、切った方がいいかな。
I originally let it grow out for good luck, but do you think I should cut it? Honestly, she should also have longer hair then, too. I think you're fine as long as it doesn't hinder your movement. Your hair is very beautiful and soft. Just touching it makes me feel happy.
君にそう言ってもらえるなら、まだしばらくは切らないでおこうかな。
In that case, I guess I should let it grow a bit longer. Shucks.
紙にかける新しい願い事もできたことだし。
I have a new wish I want to fulfill now. A wish? What kind of wish?
秘密。特に君にだけはまだ。
It's a secret, especially to you, for now at least. Yves put his finger to his lip and smiled like a mischievous child. You know that you're making me more curious, right?
確実に叶う時が来たら、その時にきっと教えるよ。
I'll tell you what my wish is once it comes true, that it's a promise. My curiosity was piqued, but if he was going to tell me one day, I shouldn't press too hard for that answer. So is the investigation going well?
うん。ある程度調査が進んだら、シアンさんも地下に潜って、ハッキングした機材から完璧な地図を作るって。
Sheen said he'll go down into the underground passage and hack the devices there to make a map pretty
そ
soon.
れが成功すれば、本拠地への突入もぐっと近づくんじゃないかな。
Once that's done, we'll be able to hit our target's secret base of operations. I hope it works. I need to make sure I didn't become a burden once that time came. With his hair cleanly brushed, I leaned against Eve's back. And I hope you'll come back safe and sound again tomorrow. When I shared with him wasn't just a wish, but a sincere request.
その願い、必ず叶えるよ。俺は間違っても、君を置いて、一人で死んだりしない。
I'll make sure that comes true. I'll never die alone and leave you behind. He laid his hand gently upon mine, which rested on his shoulder. Time flowed by so gently and quietly that I didn't notice that someone was right outside of our room. Mathis? My dear friend was safe, and when I found out that he was able to extend his life by a year, I was so happy that I leapt for joy in my room.
イブさんと彼女が無事で本当に良かったです。
I'm so glad Leah and you are safe, Eve.
なぜか僕、シアンさんから定期的に検診を受けるように言われてるので、
For some reason, Sheen said I should be having regular physical examinations.
もしかしたらそう遠くないうちに研究所内でお会いできるかもしれません。
So we should be able to meet at the institute before too long, wink.
そうなの？ならその時は改めて、心配をかけたお詫びと、見守ってくれたお礼をさせてほしいな。
Really? Then I'd like to apologize again for worrying you and thank you for watching over us. It was 10 o'clock at night. The voice I heard through the transmitter was the same as I remembered.
いっそ研究所内の厨房を借りて、マティスのためのとっておきの料理を作ろうか。
Maybe we should borrow the kitchen to make something special just for you, Mathis.
はあ、嬉しいです。今から楽しみにしていますね。
I'm so excited, I can't
レシ
wait.
ピを勉強して、ジャンが帰ってきたらご馳走してあげます。
Once Jean returns, I'll learn some recipes and treat you all to a feast. It was a wonderful thought. Just the idea of it was making me hungry. I was so relieved that I felt I could cry. The mansion had been very quiet since Jean disappeared. It was true that I was lonely, but I couldn't be weak now after everything Yves and the others had gone through. I honestly thought he was living at like the orphanage because he kept coming with Mama. Now that I had heard his voice, I felt like I had finally been liberated from my solitude.
彼女はもうお休みになっているんですか？
Is Leah already asleep by chance?
時間が時間だからね。俺は妙に目が冴えちゃったから、話し相手が欲しかったのと。
It's pretty late. I'm not too sleepy myself, so I'm glad I can talk to you.
実はマティスに一つお願い事があって。
Also, there's a certain request I wanted to ask from you.
お願い事ですか？
A request, you say? I was unusual to hear Yves ask for something from me. I sensed that he was scratching his head cheek on the other side of the
そう、
transmitter.
今すぐって話じゃないんだけど、
It isn't something I want right now,
マティ
but
スが普段使っている店で女性用の綺麗なドレスを用意することってできる？
would you be able to ask the place you usually get your clothes to prepare a pretty dress?
え？
Like a wedding dress? Just a dress? Black? She gonna get married in a black wedding dress? Achoo! I awoke from the dryness in my throat. When I noticed Eve wasn't in bed, I panicked for a moment, but I breathed a sigh of relief when I spotted a note saying that he stepped out to call Mathis. Feeling relieved, I headed to the kitchen to get some water. How far is the kitchen from the room you're in? I wonder if I have a cold. Nah, someone was just talking about you. I looked around to make sure that my sneeze hadn't woken anyone up. Thank goodness, looks like no one woke up. Still, there was no guarantee that I wouldn't sneeze again. I hurried to get some water so that I could head back as soon as possible. I could have sworn no one was there. The sudden sound made me turn around with confusion. Is anyone there? The hut? Is that you? The hut. My quiet voice was met with silence. I must be hearing things. Still, something didn't feel right, and it was starting to scare me. I better head back to the room quickly. I don't want to worry Yves if he returns while I'm gone. I shook away the fear and quietly rounded the corner. Ooh, I got the chills. I don't know why. Is that Lucas? Is that Barreau? A shadow appeared before me. It was pitch black difference from Eve's clothes that blended into the darkness. I could only see lips under his hood, lips that had the same shape and beautiful pale color as my teacher. Lucas. He had been missing. Why did he suddenly appear here? Before I could ask, the figure in front of me brandished his halberd. But what shocked me most was noticing the presence of a certain person hiding behind the shadow. What are you doing with Barreau? Dahat! The blade that had claimed the lives of so many was raised high to the strike. Not long ago, the man who looked strikingly similar to my teacher stood by Eve's side and laid siege upon this place. This time, he wielded his powers for the person at his back. Man, this could have been shorter. I could hear a loud crash immediately after I got off the line with Mathis. I hurriedly went into the institute to discover a number of researchers also startled by the noise.
Eve!
Yves!
アンク、何があったの？
Anku, what happened?
ブローの襲撃を受けた。研究所の一部が破壊された上に。
Barreau, he's just attacking the institute, he's destroying the facility,
あい
and
つが地下通路の奥へと連れて行かれた。
he took Leah into the underground passage. I quickly turned to head down, but there was no way that Sheen, who could monitor the entire facility through cameras, was unaware of this. Just go for your girl, yo. But that begged the question of why he wasn't doing anything. I headed to his room to confirm and found that the door was unlocked for some reason.
来たか。ブローを操っているのは間違いなく支援者だろう。
But is it Barreau? Is it a Barreau clone? I mean, I could imagine Barreau, or Lucas, sorry. Lucas willingly doing this if it meant Nadia and himself could get older and they could die of old age and they could have their true familia love that they don't want to lose by becoming relivers. He would do anything for Nadia. That's his Achilles heel right there. Finally, the person controlling Barreau must be the elusive reporter.
ここからがお前の出番だぞ、イブノワージュ。
It's your time to shine, Yves Noraji. Go! Shin muttered calmly upon seeing us arrive.
それどういう意味ですか？
What do you mean by that?
まさかブローが彼女を狙うことを予想した上で何もしなかったんじゃ。
Don't tell me you knew Barreau was going to go after Leah and didn't do anything about it.
そうだ。と言ったらどうする？
Soda just means yes. What if I said you were correct?
怒ります。後で。
I'll be angry later. Sheen smiled and said it was a wise decision.
つまり君は貴重な体質である姫君をおとりに支援者のあぶり出しを行っていたと。
In other words, you are using the princess's unique ability to as a lure to expose the supporter.
俺たちによる地下の調査は支援者を焦らせるためのフェイクだったわけですね。
So the investigation we were conducting were simply a ruse to smoke this person out. He's like, I'm playing 4D chest up in here. Yes.
話が早いな。だが問題ない。無事という保証があっての計画だ。
You're quick on the uptake, but it's no problem. I knew she would be safe.
保証？
Safe. But the supporter had already taken many lives. Hearing my mumbling, Sheen looked at me with eyes devoid of
お
emotion.
前自身が保証だ、イブノワージュ。誰が相手だろうとお前はあの娘を取り返しに行くんだろ？
You're like, when he's correct, you're like, you'll be keeping her safe, Yves. You would go and get her back no matter who you faced, correct?
神の腕を落とし勝利した男がたかが人間に敗北するはずがない。
Since you cut off the arm of a god, I doubt you would lose to a simple human. He spoke from a completely emotional point of view with no basis in this current reality. That really didn't sound like the Sheen I knew, but I did understand what he was getting at. The fact that I gained the trust of someone who once was a god gave me the confidence I needed. I didn't even need to wield the sword, but I should probably wield the sword.
その期待に応えないとですね。
Then I guess I need to answer your call to
彼
action.
女もきっと諦めずに俺のことを待ってくれてるはずですから。
I'm sure Leah hasn't given up hope and is waiting for me to come. Things had changed, and now she wanted to live. Well, she wanted to live because you're gonna live longer. She's extremely emotional. Other. Yves hurried and changed his clothes in preparation for his dive underground with Anku. Sheen would remain behind at the Institute to support Yves to keep an eye out for the supporters' movements.
支援者とやらが何者かは知らないが、姫君をよからぬことに利用される前に早く迎えに行かなくてはね。
They look cute together. This looks like a couple's costume, honestly. I do not know who this supporter is, but we must go and save my princess before she is used for ill
そう
will.
だね。急ごう。
Let's hurry. Yves dashed through the underground passage following Sheen's navigation from the information that was gathered. No particular threat was found during yesterday's investigation, but the sound of dripping accompanied the appearance of a black shadow ahead. Yves, who was taking the lead, instinctively crouched when suddenly a large blade mercilessly passed right over his head. The one who threw the blade was none other than the murderer Barreau.
見た目だけじゃ偽物か本物かはわからないか。
So we can't tell if he's a clone or not just by his appearance. If he talks, usually if his hood's down, it's a good sign. Considering how much concern Lucas had for his students, it was highly likely that the one in front of us was a fake. If that was the case, there was no need for Yves to show mercy. He crouched down and swept the leg under the assailants.
Yeah.
He used the momentum of the assailant's fall to heave him onto his back and slam his enemy right onto the water.
うまくいった。 アドルフ直伝の投げ飛ばし。
It's all special throw worked like a charm.
お見事。その気になれば剣を振るうこともできるのではないかな。
Excellent. It seems you could use the sword now if you wanted to.
さすがにそれは無理かな。今のは相手の勢いを利用しただけだから。今のうちに巻こう。
Sadly, I'm afraid not. I was only able to pull this off by using his momentum. We'd better get out of here. Anku, you have a gun. Double tap. Before Virche could get up, they dashed down another path to lose him.
聞こえるか、イブのアージュ。次の分かれ道は右だ。
Can you hear me, Yves? Turn right at the next
こ
fort.
の先は通信がつながりにくい。万が一接続が切れたら、風が吹いてくる方向へ進め。
The connection is getting bad. If it gets cut ahead in the direction where the wind is blowing.
わかりました。
Understood. Yves internally repeated Sheen's instructions in his mind so that he wouldn't forget. The assailant, Virche, wasn't coming after them instead. Yves jerked away from where he was, and in the next moment, a halberd came crashing down, creating a pillar of water. With his vision obstructed by the water, Yves felt a blade graze across his abdomen.
Yves!
Virche's eyes were fixed on Yves as though he was the only target around, sensing that Yves braced himself.
アンク、俺のことは気にしないで、先に行って。
I'll be okay, you go ahead.
しかし、
But he hadn't given up and was instead suggesting a plan of action to have Anku keep going.
大丈夫。後から絶対に追いつくから。
I'll follow after you later.
アンクにとっても、彼女は大切な同胞で、助け出したい相手なんだろ。
Lee is your partner and someone you want to save, right, Anku? Continue.
彼女を無事に助け出せたら、
Once we save her,
俺とも改めて親友になってくれると嬉しい。
I'd be happy if you'd be friends with me too. Anku froze upon hearing those words. Of all the things he was to hear.
大切な彼女、向こうの俺に。
You don't do flashbacks.
なおさら置いていけるはずがない。
I cannot possibly leave you after hearing that. Anku quickly reached into his clothes and drew out a weapon he had kept hidden. Virche was prepared to lunge towards Yves, so Anku pointed his weapon and fired. A lead bullet pierced the enemy. But it wasn't enough to kill him. Sensing the weapon was of greater threat than Yves, Virche quickly shifted his malice towards the new target.
アンク、
Anku! You can shoot again. Anku smiled, seeing Yves now free to move, and
先ほどのセリフはこちらのセリフだよ。
you said what I wanted to say to you.
私がねじ曲げた運命の中でもなお彼女と巡り合い救ってくれてあり
Thank
がとう。
you very much for meeting Leah and saving her despite the twisted fate that I have caused.
今度は私があの男と共に君を送り出す番だ。
This time it's my turn. I'll be the one to send you off. He smiled in a way that was somehow familiar.
武器を振り回すことしかできないただの人形が私を殺そうなど肩払いたい。
It is laughable to think that a mere puppet holding a weapon would try to kill me.
その哀れで歪んだ魂、この死の番人アンクーが冥界までいざなってやろう。
Such a poor, warped soul. Anku, the Watchman of Death, will send you off to Hades. The two who transcended the realm of mere mortals collided.
アンク、
Anku evaded the flurry of strikes as he fired his gun and in the midst of a battle looked at Yves. The look commanded that Yves leave now. Putting all his trust in Anku, Yves shook off his hesitation
後
and
で必ず合流しよう。
promised we'll meet later. He ran with all of his might through the passage to find Leah. It was an action mirroring that what Anku did back when Yves' other self urged Anku to move on. Yeah, we were there. Why they stuck with the gun? I assume it's actually Virche Because if he's Lucas, Lucas is super strong. Like, he looks like a fragile little angel, but in actuality, he's so buff. Like, on the inside, he's like nothing but muscle. So I imagine it would take more than one shot to kill him. If this was a video game, wink, he would be like a tank. Like, tanks don't get downed in one shot. They're too strong for that. The capsule was different from the other capsules that reminded me of an egg, but it was the same in that it held such power over a person's life. How strange it was that I would encounter a similar situation again. Why are you doing this? Dahat, why? I was locked inside the capsule a few meters up in the air, which was likely to keep me from being rescued. I called out to the person hiding in the shadows of the devices. His soft chuckle grew into a high-pitched laugh. Okay, I want to hear it.
心配しなくても、この場で殺すことはしませんよ。
Don't worry, I have no intention of killing you yet. Is this... Hang on. Are they trying to trick me? Is it not Dahat? If it wasn't Dahat, it could be Jean. It could be Jean, because if it's Jean, then it's a surprise, right? Because we're not expecting it to be Jean, but Jean has been mentioned way too many times already. And the actual supporter wants to keep himself hidden, right? So it could be a twist. His voice altered through some type of device calmly filled the room. Because, like, we're not going to be surprised if it's Dahat. We know Dahat. We know this is Dahat's room. We know Dahat made this lovely room. That's where he keeps all of the royal family up there in those ponds. Like, we know that.
シアン・ブロフィワーズがリコリスの守護者の末裔に敗北したことで
Shinbofi
完
has
全に
lost
ふぬけた。
what made him special after the guardian of the Lycoris defeated
な
him.
らば彼に代わり、私こそがこの国を
Sounds
救う
like
ための神
Dahat.
となる。
I'll become the god who saves this land. So you're saying that you're going to conduct the experiments that Sheen did
ご
before?
名答。とはいえ、多くの手駒を奪われた今となっては、
Precisely. Of course, I like many of the pawns I used to have on my side. Still sounds a lot like Dahat.
私のこの抵抗は最後の悪あがきに過ぎない。
This resistance of mine is merely the final struggle, he
あな
continued.
たを奪還されたその瞬間、私は潔く敗北を認めよ
Which is why I will accept defeat once you are liberated
う。あ
from
な
me.
たはただ、そこで結末を見届けてくれればいい。
All you need to watch is how this will all end. I refuse.
何？
What? My life belongs to Yves and Yves alone. I won't entrust it to anyone else. With determination to resist, I slammed the walls of the capsule that confined me. I repeatedly pounded against it with all of my might to show that I wouldn't give up.
驚きましたよ。あれだけ悲観的だったあなたが、そんなことを言うとは。
What a surprise to think this is coming from someone who always looked at things so pessimistically.
ですが、あなたが生き延びること、それはすなわち、
But your desire to live leads to a certain
これ
dilemma.
まで犠牲にしてきた命を侮辱することになると、分かっていますか？
You do understand that your desire to live means that you're spitting upon the lives that you sacrifice, don't you? Nay! That is not how that goes. You don't sacrifice yourself so people can die. If people are sacrificed, it's so someone can live. Typically. Of course I know that. Oh well, okay. I slammed my fist once more as tears filled my eyes from recalling those lost lives. If I were the same person as before, I would probably have chosen death from the overwhelming guilt I felt. Even now, the suffering lingered, and I wanted to apologize to those I had killed, but still, I won't give up. Adolphe sacrificed his life so that I could live, and Yves told me that we would live together through that pain. I won't break that promise, ever. Choosing death would be the greatest insult to
そ
them.
うか。ならば、私があなたの罪を裁けるか。
Then I'll pass that judgment on your sins.
神、いや守護者に挑むとしよう。
I'll face God. No, I'll face the Guardian. He activated the device, and instantly I felt a mixed sensation of heat and cold running through my body. It was so terribly painful. In that exact same way as before, I could feel buds preparing to bloom inside my body. But if I was going to scream, it wouldn't be from agony. I won't die. I will live. Yves, I will be with you. I will live as death until my very last moment. I would fight against my own death.
よく言えました。それでこそ私の誇らしい教え子です。
Well said, exactly what I would expect from my dear student. A shadow appeared from nowhere and leapt high above the capsule. There he is. That's how you know it's not Baroque clone, but actually Lucas. You can see his beautiful head. Unlike the false version, this one revealed a frail arm and a worn halberd. With a single strike, he destroyed the capsule. Did he carry you off like Superman? My new freedom was accompanied by my rapid descent to the floor beneath. Amidst the shattered debris, my mentor, who had a pale face from nearing the end of his life, looked at me.
今の私にはこれが限界だ。
This is the best that I can do. He smiled defiantly despite falling with me to the floor.
あとは君の英雄に任せます。
He's so pretty. What a waste of a sprite. That's what you usually say. I will leave the rest to your hero. Just as Lucas exclaimed, another shadow appeared. Honestly, yeah, I want a different story with Luke. I want Lucas as a vampire. Lucas is a vampire. Like, his fang had me, his eyes had me, the beautiful red. So ready. I love that man. And then he force kissed me and put me in a cage. A beautiful pitch black figure leapt through the fallen rubble towards me. What's up, bestie?
お待たせ。お迎えに上がりました。俺の愛しい姫君。
I won't lie, it's not the best Yves has ever looked to me, but it's bright. Did Lucas need to show up for this? Did Lucas have to be here? I'm here now. I've come for you, my beloved princess. He said, Lycoris Princess Yves. He caught me, cradled me gently into his warmth. He looks kind of crazy. Okay, so I'm not wrong. I'm not wrong. He doesn't look really like himself right here. She looks fine. But his face, like, I don't know. It's like his face is off-center. The gentle darkness surrounded me. I knew you would come for me.
俺も君ならあがいてくれるって信じてた。
And I knew you'd put up a fight to live. Yves then looked at my bloodied hands and smiled with joy.
生きることを諦めないでいてくれてありがとう。
Thank you for not letting go of your will to live.
君が俺を生きる理由としてくれている限り。
As long as you see me as a reason to continue living.
咲き誇るリコリスたちと共にその魂を守り続けるから。
I will continue protecting your soul along with the Lycorises in bloom. I will too. The words he spoke were no different from words of love. Even if the antidote was completed, the fact that I had reaped countless lives as death wouldn't change. The fact would continue to haunt me for the rest of my life. Perhaps I would find myself considering death many times too, but I would return his love. I would bear every second of pain and sorrow I encountered in life. Through that pain I would endure, for choosing life would be great. I love you more than anyone in this world. Yves held me tight to protect me from the debris that continued to rain down on me. Some distance away was my dear teacher, crumpled on the floor and spitting out blood. Lucas,
待って。
Wait, Leah.
私のことは構わずに。
He does die quite well, though. Don't worry about me. Yves held me back just as I was about to rush over to my teacher. Yves and the coughing Lucas had their eyes fixed on a certain thread.
ああ、最後の悪あがきも通じなかったか。
Aw, looks like my final struggle didn't work.
ダハト。
The hut. You continue to be so bad. Someone needs to spank you. Like, where's your mom? The one who brought me to the laboratory. The supporter is the hut? Whoa, I never saw that coming. I couldn't imagine that this sweet 15-year-old person who's actually not 15 because he's just trapped in a 15-year-old's body would be the supporter. I can't imagine him building a secret laboratory to seek revenge on a royal family that literally caused him to die at the age 15 by being attacked by dogs. I would never imagine that happen. The mastermind that caused so many tragedies and even deceived Sheen?
どうも。数日ぶりです、イブさん。
It's been a
僕
few
が支
days,
援者である
Yves.
ことに驚かないんですね。
You don't seem too surprised to learn that I'm the supporter.
ずっと味方だった君が調査の話が出てからこっちに接触してこなくなったからね。
Despite being our ally, you haven't really been around since the investigation started. Yves continued with confidence.
シアンさんも信頼してる君を話し合いの場に呼ばなかったから。
It was also strange to see how Sheen didn't invite you to the meetings despite you being a trusted colleague.
ですよね。調査とか言っておきながらあの人、もう僕の正体にたどり着いてたっぽいです。
I see. He was the one who called for the investigation, yet it seems he already knew that I was this supporter.
その上で、あなたという英雄に仕立て上げたい人物が捉えるようお膳立てした。といったところですか。
On top of that, he set the stage for you to come in and be the hero who captured me. But why the hut?
僕には僕なりの悲願があったまでのことですよ。
I had my own personal reasons for everything, the hut continued to explain. I was mad at the government. He revealed that he was actually the deceased Queen Christine's only son, Liam Revmore. He had gave a brief summary of the royal family's crimes and histories of the curses. He quietly explained that he was trying to create normal humans who would repeat life after the curse was gone. Respect, not repeat. I don't know how I did that.
計画がうまくいけば、呪いの解除だけでも成功するはずだったんですけどね。
If everything had gone according to plan, we would have already been rid of the curse by now.
研究所の爆破によるイブさんとシアンさんの共倒れにも失敗しましたし、
The explosion at the Institute failed to take down Yves and Sheen.
正体を暴かれた今、僕のこの歪んだ国への抵抗は
Now that my
ここまで
identity
みたい
is
です。
revealed, my fight against this backwards country is over. That the hot continued.
さあ、首を落とすなり心臓を貫くなり、お好きにどうぞ。
Okay, so you're free to lop off my head or pierce my heart, your choice.
その上で、この研究室に保存しているスペアの肉体を殺せば、
Once you do that, make sure you destroy whatever spares of myself you find in this laboratory.
支援者ダハトの目論みは完全についえます。
That'll bring an end to the Dahat the supporter. As if welcoming his own death, he spread his arms wide. Just give that boy a hug, man. Yves and I looked at each other. If he really was the supporter person, that meant he was the source of many incidents that have occurred as well as Dahat realized he actually had a redemption arc. Dahat had an actual redemption arc. I know this is bad for me to say this, but he had a redemption arc. He realized as he befriended Nadia that he was probably on the wrong path. But the thing was, he kept a safe distance from the people he was hurting. So he was not directly like seeing the damage he was causing. He was only seeing numbers and reports on paper. So he never really got his hands exactly dirty. And I get it. These are sad, but for him, this is just a piece of paper. The death of Hugo. Anger, hatred. It would be a lie to say that we didn't feel those emotions. Yves bit down on his lip and paused for what seemed like forever. Leah? Yes. I quietly nodded as I could tell that he had somehow found his answer. Yves took a deep breath in and out to try and calm himself. I'm not going to kill you. He spoke quietly as his friend's to his friend's killer.
え？それはまたどうしてです？
Where did that come from? The hot blinked rapidly at Eve's unexpected answer.
僕がやってきたことはあなたやお嬢さんをことごとく苦しめたんですよ。
He's like, dude, bro. You do realize everything I've done has caused you and Leah to suffer,
自
right?
分で言うのもなんですけど、なぶり殺しにされて当然っていうか。
I know this is gonna sound odd for me to say this, but I should be killed in the worst way possible.
恨みはあるよ。当然だ。でも君を殺したら。
It's true, I bear a grudge, but if I kill you...
君を大切な友達だと思っているナディアを悲しませることになる。
It'll make Nadia sad since she sees you as a dear friend, and Nadia has this really bad habit of attracting terrible people. Capuchin, her own brother, the hot. Technically, you could argue that Cirrus is not someone you should be friends with.
だから殺さない。俺たちに敗北したと認めるなら。
Which is why I won't kill you. If you're going to admit defeat...
彼女が生きやすい国を作ることで贖罪としてほしい。
I want you to repent by creating a country where she can live in peace. Probably should go save her brother then. Seeing the hot confused, Lucas quietly took a step forward.
あなたには聞きたいことが山のようにありますが。
There are many things I need to ask you, but...
私がいなくなったことで寂しい思いをしていたあの子を支えてくれたことには
I am aware of the support you provided by keeping her company while I was unable to visit her.
心から感謝しています。だからイブ君の断罪を受け入れなさい。
From one serial killer to another. I appreciate that from the bottom of my heart. Please accept Eve's decision.
どうか私にあなたを殺させないでほしい。ナディアを泣かせないでほしい。
Please don't make me kill you. I don't wish for Nadia to shed tears because of me.
私の思いはそれだけです。
That is all I can say for now, as he literally just starts coughing up blood. At that, the one who boldly spoke of his wrongdoing.
まったく兄弟揃って何かとずるいんですから。
You siblings really are something. He smiled innocently as he tried to hold back tears. He then put his hands on his hip and stood with the demeanor fit for a king.
もう仕方ないですね。
I suppose I have no
敗
choice.
者にその断罪を拒否する権利なんてないでしょうし。
Not like the loser has any right to refuse whatever decision is made.
この薄情な人間もどきが集まった国を命を大事にできる国に変えられるよ
I'll do
う
my
尽力
best
しましょう。
to change this heartless country filled with fake humans and make it into one that respects life.
もちろん呪いを解くのにも最大限協力します。
Of course, I'll provide all the support I can to break the curse too. As if finally free from his shackles, he arrogantly declared his promise. Arrogantly? I don't know, that's just his natural. That's his normal voice. I thought someone was being dragged. I didn't realize it was water. Instead of returning to the Institute, Yves and I left through the passage and headed towards the ocean. Sensing that he was feeling down, I looked at him. Yves, I think the choice you made was neither right nor wrong. Those who suffered at Dahat's hands would not have left him alive. Yet those who cared for him would have wanted him to live. Please don't feel like this is something you need to bear yourself. We'll share the burden of that decision
そう
together.
だね。そう簡単に割り切ったらそれこそヒューゴに悪い。
You're right, I'd be doing a disservice to Hugo if I simply accepted what happened as a matter of fact. Yves took a deep breath to control his emotion. He then faced me with an expression of relief and
特
resolve.
効薬完成への協力は残ってるけど、とりあえずはこれで しばらく静かに暮らせそうかな。
I still have to help with the completion of the antidote, but I suppose we can live in peace from now on. I believe so too. Now that we have Dahad on our side, it shouldn't take long for the royal family's sins to go public. But I wonder what Sheen wants to do after making you a hero.
民から追われなくなるのは俺たちとしてもありがたいけど、
It'd be nice for us not to be chased by the public, but Yves nodded firmly.
名前ノワージュのせいだけ貸すことにするよ。俺自身は英雄になるつもりなんてない。
My name, I'll just let him use the Noriji name. I have no intention of being a hero.
俺は今まで通り静かに君と過ごしていければ。
I'm glad as long as I can spend the rest of my life at peace with you. That sounds really nice. I'd like that too. He must be refusing the title of hero because he couldn't forgive himself for all the sins he committed. That night was about to end. We would be greeting a new tomorrow similar to before, just slightly different now. We gazed at the ocean slowly being painted in gentle colors as we reminisced about what had happened. Nia. I could hear the sound of rustling clothes. Upon hearing Yves say my name, I turned towards him and saw him on one knee. Yves!
この事件が解決したら君に伝えたいことがあったんだ。
There's something I wanted to tell you once everything was over. It was like that night. That night when Yves kneeled in a similar manner amid the flames along, asking me for my hand in marriage. He took a deep breath and with all of his heart,
結婚式を挙げよ
let's get married.
う。どうか名実ともにリコリスの花嫁になってください。
In name and in deed, please be my Lycoris bride. Married? Whoa, an actual marriage had never truly crossed my mind.
俺もね、傲慢に生きると言っておきながら、そんなことをする資格はないと思ってた。
I said I'd live arrogantly, and yet I thought I didn't have the right to marry.
でも、夢に出てきた相棒が、
But in my old dream, my old partner said,
彼女としたいこと、してやりたいことが、なら、
be an arrogant demon, yeah, I remember.
そう言って背中を押してくれたから。
He supported me with those words.
この世界とじいさまと始祖様が残してくれた
We
リ
may
コリ
have
ス
this
の花
world
畑に
and the Lycoris field that my grandfather left for us, and
君が俺のお嫁さんだって堂々と伝えたいんだ。
I want to be able to face them and proudly say that you're my bride. It was not only his words, but his gentle eyes that captivated me. Before long tears flowed down my cheeks. Why? I was death and I had taken so many people's lives until now. Yet I was still alive because of the kindness of those I had killed. I would likely never find an answer to why this happened, and I was certain I would continue to suffer with that thought forever, but if I was able to raise my head up even a little, are you really sure? I was so happy I wanted to nod in agreement right away. Hello, hi Prim. It's been so long. Before that, I wanted him to tell me that I could be arrogant
考
too.
えるべきはいいかどうかじゃなく
My goodness, it's so late at
君が
night.
どうしたいかだよ。
It's almost 1 a.m. Do you know how late it is for Blue? Like 2 a.m. 3? What time is it, Blue? What you need to think about isn't whether you can or can't, it's whether or not you want to. The thing is, I'm in a state that doesn't do time zone changes, so everything gets really confusing half the year. He teased me not telling me the words I wanted to hear, but he was supportive in saying that I could do whatever I wanted. My lips trembled as I smiled. I want to be your bride. Suddenly, crimson flowers filled our vision. Surprised, Yves stood up next to me and we both stared at the sight in a stupor.
赤いリコリス。まさかこの国のどこかに咲いている？
Crimson Lycoris? Could it be that they're in bloom somewhere in this country? Yves muttered as he imagined the flowers he dreamed of blooming magnificently. Maybe the Lycorises are blessing our marriage.
だったら嬉しいな。
I'd be so happy if that were true. With that, Yves pulled me into his arms. We both looked up at the miraculous flowers dancing beautifully in the air.
そうだ。
This chapter
これから二人
spent
で
2 hours
赤
in
い
his
リコリス
toys.
を探しに行こう。
I know. Why don't we look for the crimson lycorises together,
一
Leah?
番最初に俺たちを見守ってくれた彼らへ結婚式の報告をするんだ。
The reason I'm up right now is because my sleep schedule's a little messed up right now. Mood. Hydrate from a prim. It's been so long. Actually, stretch. I'm gonna use that as an excuse to fix my bra strap.
そうなのね。
See, Blue's excited to see you too. Oof. We'll find the flowers that have watched over us and let them know firsthand that we're getting married. What is sleep? What is sleep? I don't know. I mean, it's almost 1 a.m. But hey, we're almost done with Eve's story, which was the whole goal. That I wasn't going to stop until I finished it, which is why I'm still up. I was like, it's whatever. My sleep schedule is also messed up. I wanted to get up at 8 a.m. today, and I ended up not getting up until like almost 11. And I blame my work right now. I'm really tired when I get home, and I just want to sleep. And my alarm goes off, and I'm like, as night faded, the flowers that he protected danced higher into the sky. We would never be able to follow the flowers to the heavens, but never? Don't say never. Anything can happen. I didn't care so long as I could continue to bloom by his side. It's so bright that it's washing me out. What is sleep, baby? Don't hurt me. Don't hurt me. No more. What is sleep? I assume that's how that goes.
四方海と黒いリコリスに囲まれていた小国アルペシェール。
Oof, that's my sweet, sweet baby. I don't know if this has a name. The small country of Arpachel is surrounded by the sea and filled with black
この
lycorises.
国で生まれ育った人間ははるか昔この土地を司る死神が振りまいたという恐ろしい呪いにより
Those born here are said to live under the dreaded curse of death who had ruled over the land since ancient times.
長くとも23年しか生きることができなかった。
The longest that one can live is 23 years.
だが今は違う。
But things have
ふらり
changed.
と現れた死の番人に導かれた二人の男はその呪いを見事に解き
By the watchman of death who suddenly appeared, there were two who succeeded in lifting the curse.
ビルシュと呼ばれる外界からもたらされた称号を得ることになった。
And thus earned the title of Virche that originated in the outside world.
呪いから解き放たれた今のアルペシェールには
With the curse now dispelled, Arpachel has changed.
とある夫婦の証である情熱的な赤いリコリスの花が咲き誇っている。
Scarlet Lycoris are in full bloom, now proof of the love between a once married couple. Oh, don't you do this to me.
呪いからの解放に祝福を、普通の人間になれたことへの感謝を。
Blessed be the saviors who lifted the curse. We are grateful to live as normal humans. Long live Lord Shin Borofi. Long live Lord Noriji.
英雄となったビルシュの二人に永遠に残る栄誉を。
May the legacy of the Virche heroes be honored forever. One of the Virche heroes, Shimborofi, looked on with a frown on his at the crowd that gathered in Corneville to celebrate them. Virche, an honorable title given to heroes. Go suck a cactus? Wouldn't be that hard. I'm in Arizona. My god. It's the future. A series of events bordering on insanity had resulted from Dahat's schemes. The truth behind the mysterious deaths, the illegal practices of the Society of the Exorcist, the missing prostitutes that struck the whole country, and the countless casualties that occurred, including Dahat, every single perpetrator was exposed. Capuchin was sentenced to life in prison. Jean was spared from death due to being a descendant of the Cloud family, and was sentenced to public service with Mathis. The mastermind, Dahat, bore upon himself the shackles of living forever in the castle to serve the country until the very end. In truth, he did escape from time to time. His disappearance were to meet a girl who transferred to a hospital in Cornwall, as well as her brother. Sheen was aware of this and turned a blind eye to the situation. Did they get married, though? There was still confusion among the public. It was true that a hero was needed to bring this series of events to a complete end.
あれから1年、まさか俺まで英雄にされるとは。
It's been a year. I never expected even I would be made a hero.
これも神を気取り、好き勝手にしてきた代償か。
I suppose this is the price I must pay for acting as a god.
柄でもない役をやらされるのがシアンさんの食材なのかもですね。
Maybe being forced to play a role so out of character is part of your penance.
まあ僕も王政を排した議会制度設立に向けた調整で毎日てんやわんやなんですけど。
Guess I've got my hands full trying to establish a parliamentary system now that the royal family's gone.
王にならなくてよかったのか。
Are you sure you don't want to be king?
僕が王を名乗るのはこの国の価値観を破壊するためでしたからね。
I only called myself king to help destroy what the country valued. Silly.
まだちょっぴり不安ですけど、普通の人間を目指すというのなら。
God, I missed that cake. I'm home, Sheen. I'm trying to be a normal person now, even though the idea makes me a little nervous.
少しは人間の変
That's
わる可
okay.
能
Every
性
time
を
he
信
does
じ
that
てみ
pose,
ないと。
I do that
民の教育は
for
まだま
everyone's
だこれから
enjoyment.
ですが。
He knows. Then again, I have to believe in the possibility that people can change. Educating the public is still ongoing.
俺もお前も人並みの人間になったな。
It seems both you and I have become ordinary humans. Did you guys tell his mama? Did his mama know? Sheen brushed away the shower of confetti with a frown.
俺に表舞台の役目を押し付けたもう一人のビルシュは今頃何をしているのか。
I can only imagine what the other Virche hero who pushed this role onto me is doing now. The other man who became a hero alongside Sheen only made public his family name and went into hiding somewhere in Arpichel. No one knew the face of the other man who contributed to the creation of the antidote, but they did know one thing.
決まってますよ。きっと今頃。
Isn't it obvious? I'll bet you.
仲睦まじくリコリスの花畑で過ごしているはずです。
Spending time together in the Lycoris field as we speak. The kind-hearted man was widely known as someone who loved the beautiful Lycoris Norigi. We were now living quietly in the newly saved Arpichel. We were able to walk around town now, but we tried our best to avoid people. No one but friends and family knew that Yves, once considered a demon by many, was one of the beloved Virche heroes. There were smiling faces everywhere, excited for a bright future, but we would never forget the sacrifice hidden within the shadows. We would live with the pain for the rest of our lives.
さあ、今度こそ誰にも邪魔されず誓うといい。
Now you can exchange vows without any interference.
この死の番人アンクーが君たちの新たな始まりを見届けよう。
As the watchman of death, I will witness your new beginning.
はあ、本当に感慨深い。ようやくこの言葉が言える。
How I longed for this day to come. I can finally say these words. Are they
妹を救ってくれてありがとう、イブ。 俺の魂の友よ。
Thank you for saving Leah, Yves, friend of my soul.
お前という友と出会うことができて本当によかった。
I'm truly happy to have met a friend like you.
お前が咲かせたリコリスは本当に美しいな。
Past fucking tense again. The precious Lycoris you guarded have bloomed beautifully. Leah. Someone called my name lovingly as I admired the scarlet
どう
light.
したの？空を見上げて。
Why are you staring off into the
リコリス
distance?
が赤くなって半年経つけど、まだ見慣れない？
Don't tell me you're still not used to seeing the red lycrises. That may be so. Whether the lycrises are black or red, I'm always astounded by how beautiful they are. My dress swayed softly in the wind as I responded to his
そのドレ
words.
ス、よく似合ってる。でも、本当に黒いドレスでよかったの？
I said it was gonna be a black dress. I said it was gonna be a black dress. The dress looks great on you. Are you okay with it being
ドレ
black?
スを手配してくれたマティスも、他の色がいいんじゃってずっと心配してたけど。
Mathis was worried the whole time it was being prepared that you might prefer a different color. It's okay because it matches you, Eve. See? Don't I look more like a bride now?
それを言われると嬉しいから困っちゃうな。
How can I argue against such a happy thought? It was a quiet wedding ceremony with no one but the Scarlet Lycris Nodiji in full bloom and Anku watching from distance. Since we still stood out in public, we couldn't invite the others to attend. You could totally invite them. Everyone who knew offered to help and pitched in for the preparation, which was why we were able to welcome this day without generating public interest. We faced the direction of the town with gratitude in our hearts and loved ones.
君が選んだそのドレスで
Let's share our
夫婦の
vows.
誓いを結ぼうか。
As husband and wife with the dress you chose. You chose my dress. Don't lie to me. Okay. With my spirited reply. Oh, it's got blue in it. Get it? Because he's got blue. He gently lifted me up with arms that were now full of life. Hot dog. Okay. This is the best CG so far. I love it. This is great. Oof, my eye. Hang on. I have to admire this more. I accept. Looking down at him from above, I could see Eve's beautiful eyes so close to mine. Before I knew it, I had already kissed him. He smiled boldly, shaking off all of the regret and guilt that had grown inside him over the years.
好きだ。大好きだ。
I love you. I really love you, Leah. Not as beautiful as these ads I'm watching for real. Really? What's in the ads?
この罪深い生涯をかけ、たとえ終焉の先に行っても、
Even if I live with my sins beyond the end of this life,
君を永遠に愛し抜くと、すべてのリコリスに誓う。
I swear on the lycrises that I will love you forever. Hydrate. There's only a good ending CG, right? Not like a good bad ending CG? I don't think so. I swear on lycrises that I will love you forever.
どうか俺の永遠の伴侶になってください。
Please be my partner for all eternity. Honestly, like, he looks great. She looks great. This is so good. But let me turn off my camera for a second because, like, there's more flowers. Like, it really pulls it in. Like, the flowers, like, the swoopy cam. It's given, like, a really good vibe. Again, I accept. I would accept this. Please be my partner for all eternity. He shared this truth with a feeling greater than the world could contain. I nodded in response as I felt the warmth of his embrace envelop me. Every word he spoke was so melodic and endearing. Now that I think about it, Yves has always showered me with words like this. That he liked me, that he wouldn't let me die, that he loved me. He was always first to say those things. But this time, I would muster the courage to take the initiative. It was something I needed to get off my chest. I feel the same way. I promise to love you with all of my soul, my dear Lycoris groom. Please keep the sinful bride by your side, even if you travel to the end of Hades. Alright, Prim Hat, Vans, BMO, McCrispy, some dating website, and I tried. I'm so tired I forgot. Wow, that was a lot of ads. Dang. My feelings for him were overflowing and I couldn't stop myself. I wanted to switch to BMO Bang because I'm a fan of Adventure Time, but that seemed like a bad reason to switch banks. I wondered whether I had said it too loudly, but Yves responded with a smile.
嬉しいよ。君らしい誓いの言葉だね。
I keep getting car insurance ads. It's because the algorithm really knows what you're into. I'm happy to hear how much your vow was just like you. He lovingly pulled me back into his arms. I could feel the heat of life coming from him. This fact alone made me so happy that I wanted to be wrapped up in it forever. I reached out and touched his cheek with my fingers. With that, he spoke his final vow.
共に冥界の先まで行こう。君と一緒なら、どんな絶望だって怖くない。
Let's go to Hades together when the time comes. If I'm with you, I won't be afraid of despair.
君のこと、世界と冥界で。
It is the season where cars get absolutely wrecked. Is that true? I didn't know there was a car accident season. Is there a time? In this world and in Hades.
唯一愛してる。リコリスの花嫁様。
You're my only love, Leah. As if to bless me and Yves, the air was filled with a blizzard of vibrant red. Hot dog. Winter, spring is bad here. Winter I would get because of the snow. I assume that most states get. And hang on, what's the word for provenance? Provenances? Did I do it right? See, there's no snow in my city, so we can't blame it on the snow. We have monsoon season though, and people still try to speed on rainwater, and that turns into hydroplaning. So that's usually what we get here. We would meet many people as we sailed the ocean of life, but no matter what happened, our feelings and these beautiful scarlet lycrises would never wilt. The story of Noriji would continue forever and ever. They did that to make people happy because he had the sex.
好きだ。大好きだ。この世界だけじゃなく、天も冥界もひっくるめて、君のことを唯一愛してる。俺はこれからも永遠に英雄ではなく、君に寄り添うリコリスの花婿として、その魂ごと愛し続けると誓うよ。
I'm sorry, -30,
この先どんな苦しみがあろうと、一緒に生き続けよう。
How are you alive? That seems way too low. Wait, what? Oh my God, that's how you get a tornado. As someone who lived in Tornado Alley her entire life, weather changing fast usually is a sign that a tornado could be happening. I love you. I really love you. Not just in this world, but whether you're in heaven or Hades, you're the only one I love. I will forever be not a hero, but your Lycoris groom, who will always be with you. And I vow to love you with all of my soul, no matter the sufferings. We'll live together forever. Honestly, best one. That was the best one. Stop trying to give me ads. That's not even ads. Alright, let's not what I meant to click on. There is. Oh no, there's one more. Okay. Okay. Alright, we'll get it. We'll get it. Hang on. We gotta go back to a couple saves ago. I'm not sure I'm alive too, since I got in one jacket. See, we don't get cold enough here. It's already getting warm. Like today, we were out and I was like, I hate this. I was like sweating already. I'm like, oh, please, please stop. Alright, time to go through all these and choose the other options. I picked all the right answers the first time, unintentionally. Well, I mean intentionally, but like not knowing. No means no. What would happen if you caught a cold? Yeah. I finally gave in. Yes. I kind of like that one better. Think of what to say. Well, what should I do? I knew I should tell him exactly how he was doing, but I couldn't put it in
いい
words.
のよ。私たちもうすうす分かっ
It's
ているか
okay.
ら。
We have a general idea of his condition. Seeing my hesitation, Mother reassured me. Hearing her kind words, I finally mustered the strength to tell the truth. If nothing changes, I think Yves will pass away within half a year. When that day comes, I'll follow him. That should be the same path at that point. I'm gonna sneeze. Two sneezes. Whoa. Okay. Oh, okay. My mind was in a haze. My consciousness was about to fade. I felt like something was tugging on me as my back slowly sank into bed. This was Hades calling for me. My instincts told me so. It would be a lie if I said that I wasn't scared, but I wouldn't shed a single tear. If I cried now, she wouldn't be able to cry.
我慢しないで。泣いていいんだよ。
Ah, shoot. You don't need to hold back. You can cry if you want. People could be prepared to die themselves, but not prepared to watch others
俺
die.
のお姫様。
Yeah, my Leah. Shoot, I couldn't open my eyes. My vision went dark and I couldn't see her golden hair anymore. I could tell she was doing her best to hold my hand. I did my best to bend my fingers in response to her touch. Cold, cold, cold. I could tell my body was slowly losing its sense, one by one. Yves. Yves! What?
聞こえ。
I can't hear. I couldn't hear Leah's voice.
君が呼んでくれるこの名前が。俺は何よりも誇らしかったのに。
Hearing you call my name filled me with joy, but now, what to do? I was starting to lose all sense of where I was. Leah.
軽薄な愛ばかり振りまいていた俺に。愛してるを教えてくれた人。
I used to be so careless with love, but she taught me what I love you really meant. She was living proof of love. It was so strange, even though I wasn't sad, tears kept flowing from my eyes. I love you. I love you, Yves. You're the only one in the world for me. A single drop. I could feel it falling from my eyes onto the back of my hand. I'm relieved.
最後にちゃんと泣けたね。
She was finally able to
誰かの
cry.
ために
You're
泣く
able
こ
to
とが
shed
で
tears
き
for
る
others,
俺
and
は大好きだよ。
I love you dearly for that. I wonder if my voice reached her. I assumed it did. I'll wish it did. Even if it didn't, I could tell her this as many times as I wanted once we reunited in
先
Hades.
に眠っているね。おやすみ。
I'm gonna sleep first, okay? Good night, Leah.
冥界で再会できた。
When we next see each other in
その
Hades.
時はどうかもう一度俺と
Please accept me again and marry me.
結婚してください。
We'll look for crimson lycrises together and I'll make a bouquet for you. Farewell for now, Leah.
終焉の先で
I'll be waiting for you beyond the end. God, it's okay. As gentle tears rolled down his cheeks, Yves took his last breath. Thank you very much, Yves. Thank you for bearing my curse. Holding back the urge to break down on the spot, I kissed Yves' lips without hesitation. Puffy, who had been watching Yves' final moments, gave a wild splash in the bowl as if grieving. It didn't seem as spirited as it was when I was interacting with Yves. Guess there's no one left to eat you now, Puffy. I got up from the chair and picked up the bowl with Puffy swimming inside. I released him back into the ocean. I walked out to the quiet ocean that it once called home. I crouched down near the waves and brought the bowl close to the ocean. You're free to live your life the way you want now, Puffy. If you choose whether you want to live here or return to the sea, it's your choice. Puffy wandered inside its bowl for a while and it leapt into the vast ocean as if it had no intention of being kept by anyone but Yves. Before leaving, Puffy peeked its head out above the water and squirted water in my face. Goodbye. I felt like it moved its mouth to say those words before it dove deep into the ocean. I was sure Puffy would be able to make it through the waves and survive. Goodbye, I'm so glad you stayed with us all this time. I prayed that it would be able to live freely in the wide ocean. And then she's like, and then I saw a shark in the distance. After seeing Puffy off, I headed back to the cave where Eve slept. It was then that I discovered petals of vivid crimson had drifted in from somewhere, scattering all around him. You're so beautiful, Eves. It was as if the Lycoris themselves came to see him off on his last journey. I'll be headed to Hades soon. Don't get lost. Please find me when I get there, dear guardian. After thinking for a moment of what to do, I took the sword that Eves once used and held the blade to my neck. It's strange. When my powers went out of control and I tried to commit suicide, I was really afraid to die. I'm not scared anymore. On the contrary, I was happy that I would be able to see Eves again. Blood oozed onto the edge of the blade. I finally prepared to slash my throat and die with a smile when suddenly I heard a strange sound from my belly. Girl, it's been days. What the? Curious, I rubbed my stomach with an open palm. I could feel something pulsing very clearly. Oh my god, it's not possible unless it's a monster. It seemed to be coming from a tiny life within me. I froze at an unbelievable idea. Maybe I was just mistaken this for something else, but could it be the night I spent with Eves that we shared our love came to mind? It was the night we first and last touched each other. It led to a miracle. I dropped the sword suddenly, struck by both hope and despair. I didn't know what I felt, not only that tears were falling from my eyes. I wanted to cry because I was unable to follow Eves into the darkness, and I was also wanted to smile because I knew I carried proof of his life inside me. Through these conflicting emotions, I knew at the very least, there's no way I can have this child follow me on my journey. I gently rubbed my belly and slowly stood up from the ground. I then quietly smiled at Eve sleeping on the bed. I'm sorry, Eves, it looks like it'll be a little while before I can get to you, at least until our child grows up safe and sound. I will live my sinful life to the fullest. A gust of wind blew through the cave. The hairpin that Eves gave me flew from the bedside shelf. and softly landed beside his sleeping face. This is a weird twist in fan fiction.
わかった。
Got it.
君が来るまではこの髪飾りと共に
Or keep this hairpin close to me until you arrive. Girls hearing voices. I was sure I heard him say that. Thank you. I gave him a kiss once again. Your father was a strong and kind person until the very end. I smiled at the life inside me. With that, I quickly headed outside. I wanted to show our unborn child the Lycoris flowers Yves loved so much. I will continue to live in this bitter world of suffering to leave proof of Yves' life in this world. Memories remained of a man and a woman who fell in love in the field of Lycorises. The watchman of death who watched over them would remember their stories. He would go on to speak to a certain young child these words.
君の父と母はね、
Your mother and father.
リコリスが紡ぐ運命で結ばれた恋人同士だったのだよ。
Were lovers bound together by the destiny woven by the Lycorises, and so the story went. Is Anku raising our child? Please. Please show me that. Okay, that was an ending I predicted was going to happen, so it surprised me that I forgot. They like to do that. They're like, oh, let's lay together for the first time ever. Alright. Call this other end. Alright, so then we'll load from here and make bad choices. I wish I could see them too. There's so much I want to apologize and thank
い
them
つか
for.
必ず伝えよ
I'll let them
う。
know.
早くても遅くても俺たちはいずれ必ず
Whether now or in
死
the
へと
future,
向かう
we'll
んだか
both
ら
be headed to death sooner or later. Sorry, I'm tired.
二人は天に昇るだろうけどきっとすれ違うことぐらいは
Immaculate conception. Cautious. We should take time to think about it rather than make a decision on the spot. Your fighting strength hasn't recovered. Understood. He nodded quietly, then turned his attention to Sheen.
一晩考える時間をください。明日の朝には答えを
Be careful, you're not as strong as you were. Oh, beautiful one.
四方、海と黒いリコ
I wonder.
好きだ。
Did I mess up? How could I have messed up? Right, I'm missing a photo, aren't I? don't know if I'm missing it or not. I feel like I'm missing a photo. Because I swore that this is like the good end and this is the good bad end. This is the good end. Oh wait, unless ease with my body. Did I get his bad ending for the new ending and not even realize it? Oh, I held Eve's in an attempt to hide him. Even if it was just a few more seconds, if I could only bury him. Oh my gosh. Wait. The moment the door opened, I braced myself. Okay. Have I messed up? Have I messed up this badly? Did I not realize this had a second image? Or did I just choose not to do it? Was I just tired? Was I like, I gotta go?
また
And I was like, next time. And I didn't do it next time. What just happened? I hit save. That's save. What are you doing? Save. Not load. Save. Before I had, he would be caught. Eve's quickly left. This is when she was stabbed, right? She got stabbed in the throat, didn't she? She couldn't talk. Is that here? Is that Lucas? I can't remember it. Do I have the terrible memory? Uh, I too confidently did that last one without saving. Leave him alone. I picked the wrong answers and just assumed there was nothing happening. I hung my head down, not knowing what I could possibly say.
泣かないで
Cry. I cried like a baby. Wait. Oh no. Okay, that's the story of a hero, which we've already seen. So wait, am I wrong? Am I just crazy? I couldn't forget that I was death both in name and in deed. After repeating this warning to myself, I quietly stepped away from Eves. However, Yves closed the same distance I made by moving away from him.
もうなんで逃げるかな。
Why are you running from me?
花畑まで迎えに来てくれた時はそばにいさせて。
Before the capsule closed, he looked back that way. His expression was so heartbreaking that I wanted to
俺は
cry.
守護者失格だ。
I'm a failure as a guardian. Why do you say that? You upheld your promise. You let me be by your side up until our last moments. Eve shook his head.
本当は道連れにするなんて悲しい約束はしたくなかった。
To be honest, I didn't want to make a sad promise like this, taking you along with
い
me.
つか結婚してくださいって。
I wanted to ask if you would marry
リ
me.
コリスのワージュの花畑で綺麗な花束を手に
I wanted to promise you a
未来
life
を誓いたかったんだ。
of happiness in the Lycoris VOD fields with a beautiful bouquet in my hands. I couldn't breathe. That was another possibility that could have happened for us. An unfulfillable dream that would only make me sadder the more he talked of it.
ごめん。こんなこと言ったら未練が生まれちゃうよね。
I'm sorry. I'm sure I've just given you more things to regret by talking about this. No, that's not true. I think that's a wonderful dream befitting of you since you love the Lycoris so much.
ありがとう。じゃあもし冥界にもリコリスがあったら、
Thanks. And if for Lycoris in the afterlife,
その時は改めて俺に求婚させてくれる？
will you let me propose to you there? Yes. And when that happens, I'll reply to you with a kiss. The system started up, blinking a light to signal the acceptance of a sacrifice. Got jump scared by an ad. Oh no, did you fall asleep? Right before the lid of the capsule began to close. Hughes pulled me in and gently held me. I could feel his body shaking.
ああ、怖いな。
This is scary. It wasn't for fear that he would die.
ここで死んだら
Die here.
君のこの優しい体温も
Feeling your warmth like this,
全部
all of it will
消えちゃうんだ。
It was the fear of letting go of the person with whom you shared so many memories. And kiss me in a way that is etched into our souls, never to be forgotten.
喜んで。
Gladly. I held my breath and our lips came together. Eve's body was as cold as I suspected, being drained of so much life. Had my volume up all the way. Oh no. You like jump scared yourself awake. It's like Inuyasha in the 90s. But his gentle touch surpassed that sensation, allowing me to feel at ease in the embrace. Nope. Okay. I didn't want to leave him. I wanted to stay like this forever, but that wasn't
この
possible.
命を失っても君のことを愛してる。
Even if my life is lost, I will still love you, Leah.
他の人間からすれば君は確かに死神かもしれないけど、
Anyone else might think that you were certainly death.
少なくともイブ・ノワージュにとっては世
But as for
界
what-
で一番
But at the very least, Eve's not I do
愛
believe.
おしくて可愛い普通の女の子だよ。
You're the most loving, adorable, normal girl in the world. Yves gently pushed my body outside of the capsule. His body, prepared for its final moments, was pulled into the capsule.
よかった。死ぬ前にちゃんと言えた。
I'm just trying to figure out if I missed a CG, guys. I'm glad I was able to say it before dying.
ずっとこの言葉を君に伝えたかったんだ。
I wanted to tell you that all this time. He smiled with satisfaction. After a few hours in the closed capsule, he was turned to ash, similar to the Lycoris Norigis, and disappeared. Did I not get the actual ending? Wait! Floating, waving, wavering, fluttering, like a gem inside an egg. I waited for the moment I was consumed like the subject of a science experiment, just like how the other versions of me would die and become flowers. No, I'm afraid to die. I pounded against the walls in a plea for someone to save me, and a crack opened in the capsule surprisingly easily. Along with the water inside, it was expelled into the world. I lay there dumbfounded at the events that transpired in a matter of seconds. If I want to escape, I need to do it now. I forced my shaking legs to move and stood up. I ran, dragging the sheets I picked up along the way as clothes. The institute, very strangely, was devoid of people. I did think that I might have been allowed to escape for being a flawed specimen, but seeing as I was out now, I couldn't go back. I ran as hard as I could and continued running. Then, tripping over the sheet, I crashed to the ground. I scraped myself, feeling lonely and pain and pathetic. I felt myself about to cry where I lay, but
ねえ君
hey, are
大丈夫
you okay? I heard a voice from above that was genuinely concerned for my safety, so I held back my tears and looked up. What came into view was
怪我はない？見た感じ生まれ変わったばかりのリライバーだよね。
Are you hurt? You seem to be a reliver that was just reborn, huh?
綺麗な肌に傷でもついたら大変だ。血が出てるなら手当てしないと。
It would be terrible if you ruined your beautiful skin. We need to take care of you if you're bleeding. His eyes, once a beautiful shade of the sunrise, were now artificial. Their color was different, but I recognized the kind look in those eyes. Unsure. Oh, I just realized he doesn't have a scar. He does have a scar, guys. Unsure if I was even capable of speaking Yves. I timidly called out the name that was in my memory, and then the man opened his eyes wide in surprise.
どうして俺の名前をって。
How do you know my
あ、
name?
君、もしかしてあ
Are
の子。
you the Leah? Oh, I only now remembered and spoke the unfamiliar name out loud. Yes, although I'm only one of the clones being used for the Lycoris experiments.
やっぱり記憶をダウンロードされてから一度会ってみたいと思ってたんだ。
I knew it. After my memories were downloaded, I wanted to meet you at least once.
俺のオリジナルが愛した女性は一体どんな人なんだろうって。
I was curious who the woman was that the original me loved. He was right. The records dated until their final moments. Yves and Leah pledged their love to each other as they died. I'm sorry, I do know about you through the records. But as expected, any feelings of romance for you seems to have been completely disappeared. I'm not able to be as excited as you are. Considering we were clones intended for use in experiments, we felt our original selves were completely separated from people we were.
ああ、気にしなくていいよ。それは俺だって同じだから。
Don't worry about that. I feel the same way.
会いたいと思ったのも単なる興味。リコリスの化身なんておとぎ話みたいでロマンチックだしね。
I wanted to meet you just out of curiosity, the incarnation of the Lycoris. It sounded so romantic, like a fairy tale. There was no passion in Yves' voice as he answered in a casual manner, as I felt relief in not disappointing him.
それで君はどうしてこんなところに？
Can I ask you what brought you here?
混乱は収まったとはいえ、リコリス化の計画と特効薬の作成はまだ途中段階のはずだけど。
Even though the island's confusion has subsided, the creation of new Lycorises and the special antidotes are still in progress. Well, what should I do? I couldn't give him a reasonable lie after awakening only a short while ago. Actually, it's just I didn't want to be buried alive, so I ran away from the lab. I regretted being honest. I wasn't a normal reliver. I was only born to be used as a subject of an experiment, so what was I even saying? I would be denying my entire reason for existing by running away from what I was made to do. I'll be caught. I closed my eyes tight and prepared to be ridiculed before my
なんだ
captor.
それなら俺と同じだね。
Whoa, you're the same as me. Huh? With a friendly tone, his gaze turned back to its normal
い
color.
や、実は俺、オリジナルでの実験が失敗した時に備えて、予備として作られた個体なんだけど、
I'm a copy that was prepared just in case the experiments with the originals didn't work out.
実験は無事成功したからさ、出番がなくて、ずーっと培養層に意識があるまま閉じ込められてて。
But the experiments were a success, so I was stuck in that cultivation tank awake and waiting forever without being used.
それはもう退屈だったんだ。
And that was just so boring.
ひどいよね。実験体として作ったのなら、せめて出番が来るまで眠らせておいてほしいと思わない？
It's terrible, right? The least they could do is leave me asleep until I'm actually needed, don't you think?
シアンさんってこういうところが雑だと思うんだ。今の俺は話したことないけど。
I think Sheen really is sloppy when it comes to this stuff. I guess this me has never even talked to him before. I see. Though I felt no romantic feelings towards him, the Leah in my mind was absolutely certain this person was Eve.
だから抜け出してきちゃった。
So that's why I got up.
俺の記憶の中にある外の世界を自分自身の目で見てみたくて。
I wanted to see the other side, outside world that the old me knew with my own eyes. He continued. His eyes gleamed in a face with no scar, different from what I had in my own memories of him.
よかったら君も一緒に逃げない？
If you'd like, wanna run away with me?
だって目的は同じでしょ？
We have the same objective, right?
行くあてはないし、もしかしたら命がけの逃亡になるかもしれないけど。
We both may have nowhere to go, and even though this escape might risk our lives,
少なくともここでただ消費されるのを待つよりは長生きできると思う。
at the very least, I think we'll live longer than waiting to be consumed here. I looked at the friendly hand he offered me. I'll go with you. I want to go around and see the ARPA shell that the two of them worked to protect. I took his hand with my own as it trembled. Using it, I slowly stood
よ
up.
し、それじゃあ決まり。これから旅の仲間兼友達としてよろしくね。
It's settled then. So, as a fellow traveling partner, and friend, it's great to meet you, Leah. Right. I ran towards the exit, pulling along by Eve's strength. He and I, we might become lovers just like our originals, or we might not. But it was fine either way. Under the sky of Arpachel, the small island saved by the heroic man and heroic woman, bright scarlet flowers danced as if celebrating our new beginning. Okay, I somehow missed that entirely.
君との関係が恋になるか、友情なのか、それとも別の何かなのか。今はまだわからないけど、リライバーになった俺たちは
I have no
き
clue
っと
whether
ゼ
our
ロから始ま
relationship
るん
will
だ。
become one of friendship or
さあ
love.
行こう。
But now that we're loved,
彼や彼女が守ったこの世界を巡る旅へ。
This is why this one's so hard, because they don't pause. And unlike 9RIP, it doesn't stay on the screen afterwards. I have no clue whether our relationship will become one of friendship or love, but now that we're relivers, we can start again from scratch. Let's get going on a journey around the world that our predecessors protected. It's cute. That's a cute one. Okay, perfect. So that one should be just from normal stuff. From my understanding, like his is from normal stuff. That's from, and when I say normal stuff, that is specifically so we all understand. The interludes. This has pictures in it, which we've done the first 3 pages. So this is where we have more. So this one has 1. Take a picture just here. Two, so that's gonna be the one we're missing for him. One we're missing for Anku, one we're missing for him and Mathis. So those are all those missing ones, which is fine. I'm gonna get to those. I'll do a day where it's another stream of those. I can mark off all of Yves now. We did all of Yves. Let's see if there's anyone to raid since it's officially 1:30 in the morning and I definitely should be getting some sleep. Oh goodness. It's been a day. We did a lot though, and I might get up early and stream tomorrow, but there's also a chance I'll be too tired, so I appreciate everyone, and I'm sorry in advance if it doesn't happen. I'm trying to do at least 2 streams a week right now. Ooh, we could raid. Let's see. What are you playing? You know, we'll skip raiding. There's not anything that really matches the vibe. All right. I froze the computer doing that. Sorry. Alrighty, well, thank you guys so much for being here with me today. I hope you had a wonderful time. If you're watching this on YouTube, I stream about 3 times a week on Twitch. And if you're here on Twitch, you want to remember the fun we had, I upload all the VODs onto YouTube afterwards. You can check them out over there to remember what we've done. I hopefully will have another stream. Today is Tuesday. I'll probably have one either Friday or Saturday. Not sure which one of those Tuesdays, but it's going to be one of those 2 for sure. And then I might have another late night Zelda stream later this week. So keep an eye out for that. I appreciate you guys so much. I hope you have a lovely day. Bye!